Okay, so the prank.
Yeah.
The Omegathon.
Right?
The Cookie Brigade.
Right.
One here. Apparently not.
Incredible.
Enforcers converge.
Yeah. And now it's time for one that's uniquely to East. The annual giant microbe.
Ah,
Ah, now you remember.
I do.
Okay, so last year you got penicillin because I was nice.
I appreciate that. Is it AIDS this year?
No.
Gonorrhea?
No. This year you're getting the Black Death.
All right. But it's actually very cute.
But again, there's only one, so you're going to have to fight it out.
That's okay. I'll take it.
Okay.
Knock. Last year you did rock, paper, scissors. So, considering we're all geeks and nerds here,
Yeah.
I thought something a bit more appropriate.
God, I hope he doesn't pull knives out of there. Enforcers! Enforcers!
This is getting really profound. So, hold on. So you're saying that we have to fight in order to see who gets the death?
I don't want it. He can have it. All right, you win.
Pretty bad. Enjoy.
You hit me in the head.
Thank you for the... Oh,
All right.
it's the loser. See? That's the twist. There's a twist ending. Thank you.
So, when are we going to see Tripod at PAX Easter Prime?
1 second.
You look confused.
I think he has one.
Okay, thank you anyway. Tripod is an Australian comedy music trio.
Oh, no. I've seen their YouTube videos.
Have you seen Tripod versus the Dragon?
I have.
The D&D you have?
No. I had
the DVD?
Yeah. I had a fantasy. That's where we got the idea for Paul and Storm at our other D&D game. Because their combat stuff was so great.
The musical?
Well, maybe I'm thinking of
I
something
think he
else.
knows what you're talking about.
Really? Wow. I thought
No.
sure you wouldn't.
No. I had a fantasy. I sent it to Mike. I said, we have to have something like this.
Could you bring them to the U.S.? To
Against
PAX?
their will?
Let's wake up
If
here.
necessary.
Let's just wake up here.
They've said they'll play anywhere in the U.S. that will pay them. Like, pay to bring them out here. They performed at the Mass Smoke in North Adams, Massachusetts.
Yeah?
And, wow.
No, I think
it was
they'd-
their first U.S.
I think
performance.
they'd be an incredible match, don't you?
Yeah. I brought the DVD to give to you. Do you want it?
We need to wrap this up. She's got whoopie pies.
Okay.
No. I have a variant on that.
It's
It
all
might
happening.
not be a
It's
physical
all
disc.
happening. All good stuff.
Cool. Thanks.
Pies.
Oh, man. Hey there.
So I had two things, actually.
I see that.
Yeah.
Pies.
Aside from whoopie pies, it's to,
Pies.
it's
Pies.
actually for Mike. Do you have customized color palettes you use on Photoshop for the strips, or do you just know your settings?
Well, for the characters, I have customized colors. As far as extra stuff, I use a program called Color Schemer. Yeah, it's free, super handy. I mean, you can just browse awesome palettes and find the one you want.
Yeah, there are a lot of crappy free programs, so I never know what to download.
Yeah, Color Schemer's good.
Also, we are the ones that brought you whoopie pies last year.
Yeah.
So I thought we'd bring them again.
See, now here is a tradition I can get behind.
Yes. Not brutal combat. Thank you so much.
Oh, delicious. Thank you.
So moist.
Well, this is awkward. I remembered them last year, and I'm a bit of a competitive spirit.
Whoa! That's
These whoopie pies are made of red velvet
I was going to
cake.
say that's red velvet, obviously.
This altar's starting to look pretty good.
Thank you. Oh, that's championship level, sir. The next box, I assume, would have 8.
So, that's my girlfriend. I was here last year with whoopie pies.
We will have none
Would you
of
like 17 more?
No.
Additionally, in classic flavor, red velvet, pumpkin, peanut butter, and the reverse, yellow cake and chocolate filling. Wait, not those though.
This is a
Not
game.
those. Those are the good ones.
Also, we have 8 more that Hunt.
Oh, no. Oh, it's not going to be good for you, man.
And there goes my dick. We have 8
It had a
more.
good run.
Yeah. We have 8 more that I bought 2 weeks ago that are a little bit past their date, but they were immediately refrigerated.
I don't want your stale whoopie pies.
Perfectly fine. So would you like 17 more whoopie
Yeah,
pies?
just-
We'll
Put 'em
make
up
sure
here.
that they get eaten. Absolutely.
Okay, that was a joke. It was a joke that I was making about pies. Thank you very much. I feel like there's a mathematical principle we could use to explain this.
Oh, no. Yeah, he's screwed. Or not, I guess.
Listen, we gotta move on. We gotta get past the pie phase.
Yeah.
Hey there.
I love you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to say that I'm Chuck, also known as AskCapper, and I'm here again talking to developers about button remapping and the custom button remapping petition.
Yeah.
And you guys have always been supporters of that.
Absolutely.
And I appreciate that totally. Because it's something that really will help all disabled gamers. My question I wanted to ask, and I'm going to say a few things afterwards, but just so you can think about it. Has there ever been a console game where you didn't like the control schemes, where there was a problem just with the layouts that came with it and you wish you could remap it? Okay, now think about that for a second. And I just want to say that I really appreciate so much how accessible you make packs for the disabled. It means a lot. And if anybody afterwards wants to come up and sign the petition, I'll be around afterwards for that. And if you ever want to do a strip telling the game industry that remapping for disabled gamers should be a standard, that would be awesome. So,
Well, remappability just seems like a virtue in and of itself. Like it has a lot of benefits, but I simply think that like direct input, for example, I just think that's how it should work. We got a bunch of carts. Robert rented a ton of carts this year for people to use, and we had to make sure that they worked.
yeah.
And so we did race them.
That's super shameful. Why are you telling that story?
I want him to know that they all work great, and so it's all good.
Yeah, the best thing about being in a wheelchair is standing in line is a lot easier. But so I just wanted to ask, has there ever been a console game where you couldn't remap, you didn't like the layouts that the game came with, just didn't really work for you and you were kind of frustrated and wish you could remap?
I think they make those games. I think they make those games for me. I don't think they. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I think that they have like a certain profile in mind, which is part of the problem. You know,
Yeah.
each game teaches you to play the next game, teaches you to play the next game, and then by the time someone needs something different, it doesn't exist.
Okay, well, you'll come across one at some point, then you'll think about me. So, thanks, guys. I love you.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
your time.
Hey guys, Mike and Jerry. This is my first time being in PAX, so thank you for bringing
Oh, wow.
all of this here. Yeah,
Thanks
it's
for
been a long
coming.
time. I have a story. It starts sad, but there's a positive in the end. Back in high school, what I could call the hellscape of high school,
Yes.
the black hole
This is an
moment.
incredible word.
Oh yeah. It was a very difficult time for me. It was like, first came the whole deal, the whole being a black nerd, and one year in particular, sophomore year, was probably like the lowest point in my life. I lost 2 good friends in the span of 3 weeks. One suicide, one had cancer. The second one wasn't too much surprise, but I was hoping he was coming in the end, of course. And of course, my parents were getting divorced as well. So it was a point at that time that I thought like pretty much just ended. And I did, but fortunately, as you can see, it didn't happen. And it took me quite some 2 years to get over, but I do remember one thing that kind of broke out to where, I knew there was a light at the end of the tunnel. It was, Kingdom Hearts 2 came out that time, and I do remember one of my favorite comics of all time was Gabe's Jimmy Cricket, was trying to do the Jimmy Cricket thing. I've laughed so many times at that. I still read that, when I get sad or anything. Just, just gives a pep me up. So
it still works for you?
Oh, yes. I still, it's one of my favorite games, plus I love that comic, and that kind of just actually was my gateway drug to reading more of your parent case from beginning to now. So I just want to say thank you for, what you've done personally for me, for others who've been down that road probably much worse, and just, creating this huge, safe utopia of nerdom, video games, people come together, and,
Happy to.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I always wanted to do this if I ever got a chance to meet you, but I just want to give you both a hug and see
I got
if you
this
guys. If I can get a hug, as also you guys can sign my badge.
We operate a hug delivery service. You barely need to leave the mic. So rad. So rad. How can I help you?
Hi. I guess my question is for Mike.
Oh, that's cool.
But he's busy, so I can.
No, he's coming back.
He's coming back.
He's not going to be busy forever. He's going to come back soon. So how are you?
Promises,
How are you? What are
promises.
you doing?
I'm pretty good. This is
Okay.
my first PAX. I'm pretty excited about it.
Oh, okay. Welcome aboard.
Hey.
Dun, 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 dun. All right, sorry. I was there. I liked it. Nothing? You want to talk about
No,
really
I
big
don't
words
really, I don't know any big words. I'm sorry. I know swear words. Lots
There you
of
go.
them.
I like that.
In Spanish too. If that's what you want.
Expand it.
I'm present.
Go ahead.
Verga,
See? No problem.
which is kind of
Go
relevant.
ahead.
Anyway,
What?
So,
He has a question for you.
Oh,
do.
all right.
How did you get to be so fucking adorable?
Not necessary.
You see, and you know that's on the global feed, right?
Oh,
you know
yeah.
that when you're doing this dice shit.
I have no idea what to say to that. That's the first time that's ever happened.
I find that surprising because I want to have your bad bromance.
Wow.
I can hear the song
No,
right now.
if you look at the last, was it when did I do the strip where I drew the caricatures of us? It was a couple weeks ago. That's what I think we look like.
Yeah, that isn't like a joke.
No.
Like that's his actual self-conception.
Yeah, people are like, oh, that must have been so hard to draw yourself so mean. No, not when you hate yourself. It's super easy.
All right, well, thank you. That was
Thank
nice.
you.
Oh, our pleasure.
Jerry, I assume you're a man of your word. And I would like my brutal trachea chop.
What? Did you
When
threaten
we got
this
our
man?
badges, you wrote a thing that said you were giving out brutal trachea
Oh,
chops.
yeah, but I didn't assume anyone would actually take me up on a brutal trachea chop.
It says it right here, and I would like it.
You have to go chop him, I think. Hey.
Hi. How you doing?
All right.
That's good. I'm JJ. It's nice to meet you.
I'm Mike.
Hello.
Nice to meet you.
I mainly wanted to say thank you, and I'm going to get kind of adversarial for a second. For the age of 7 to 11, I was actually molested by my stepbrother, and the reason why I tell you that is you guys recently, well, kind of recently, got into a really big storyline with the Dick Wolves, where that was a huge difficulty and whatnot. And when you got into a fight, a lot of it from the other side became very much a feminist form of an argument, which ended up, kind of alienating me. And the reason why I come up here is I wanted to say truly thank you. For me, and the way that I'm able to deal with it, cope with it, and handle it is through comedy. So with subtle form of comics like that, it really helps me to be able to deal with that.
I don't want to say too much, and I don't want to take away from your story, but you're not the only person who uses humor to deal with something like that.
So I want to say truly from the bottom of my heart, thank you for what you guys do. And I will, for different reasons, forever be Team Dick Wolf.
Holy shit.
Hello.
Hi.
My name is Steve.
Hi, Steve.
I'm a third-year PAX East enforcer, and I've never actually attended without enforcing. So thank you for everything. The enforcers are basically like an extended family now. My question is, what are your feelings about My Little Pony Friendship is Magic?
Now, there are rumors online that I'm a brony.
I hope you are.
Listen, I want to approach these rumors.
I am not a brony. I've actually never seen the show. I know.
I saw the first episode and it was really good. And then I didn't carry on. I guess there's a kind of pony pantheon or some shit.
It is a lot of awesome. I've got 2 kids, and they're both way into it. They're 5 and 6.
Yeah,
And,
it works for them.
Very much so. Boy and a girl, and they both love it. I have with me a teeny tiny Fluttershy. And I would like very much, if for my little girl, I could get a picture of both of you with little Miss Fluttershy here.
Sure. Come on up.
All right, so if okay, this is the one I keep seeing. Thank you. I got to keep it hard. I got to keep it hard, people. Are you guys okay?
Oh, hey, what's good?
We're not interrupting, are we?
Oh, I can't.
Can I mediate? Can I adjudicate?
Oh, I was actually asking if you want to give me $5 to take the last question. But,
Oh, is there a cut?
You got $20 bills.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, but no, I showed up late, and I was wondering which one of you guys is Tim Buckley?
Wow. Enforcers converge.
No, it's gonna be thinking. It's just gonna be like it'll be like one red dot, and then like another, and then like a bunch of red dots. Not really.
Was it worth it?
Are you guys friends with Tim Buckley?
No.
Can you sign my badge?
No.
Hi,
Sir.
long-time listener, first-time caller. I had 2 quick things. I'm world building for a D&D campaign right now.
Hot.
And I'm having a lot of trouble coming up with the name of the province that is set in, and I was hoping you guys might have a
Oh, he's
suggestion.
great at names.
A province? So what's your deal? Like in your campaign? Like what are you about?
It's a let's see, so it's a coastline situation,
Mhm.
and there's like a
Coastlandia.
Do I have to say it with the lisp? Is that part of it?
Oh,
is
wait,
that not a
was
lisp?
an
Oh,
insult.
no.
You didn't even know that. Hey, wait a second. I should be angry about something.
And it's basically a land that's been like in ruin for a long time.
Has it been like
There's
torn by war?
No,
Like sundered
it's
or
like
whatever?
totally peaceful, absolutely. Yeah, it's been torn asunder. I don't know.
Long story short, a lot of fucking problems in this place.
Yeah, you don't want to go there late at night. Yeah.
The Sunderlands.
Yeah. I don't know.
Sunderlands?
It's not terrible. Rocktown? I don't know. Mr. Town. Shorple.
Second question.
Let's see. I would probably go, I'd emphasize hard consonants. Especially since it's so old, I would use something more elemental. I would say chorea.
Korea with
Chorea.
a K?
I would let you choose it based on how you want to do it. It could be KH. It could even be Q, motherfucker. You do it.
Q
You have to get yours.
And my second quick thing is, will we ever see the return of Mr. Period?
Sure.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I love Mr. Period.
That's my favorite T-shirt, and I treasure it forever. Thank you.
No, we'll bring it back.
Okay.
And all the bad boys of punctuation.
Oh, we're done? Well, we're going to do 2 more of these, so tomorrow and Sunday.
Okay.
He looks like
Thank you very much.
Here, have a good show, everybody.
Here, come here. Come here, dork.
No, I'm not another zero, but I don't know what to choose. When the wages of my victory mean I'm the one who loses. I refuse to fall to evil, but I know this much is true. When your brothers are the villains, real enemy is you.
Blue, but not flesh and bone. Wire and metal, I stand alone. You look to me for salvation, but I got no soul of my own. Nothing more than the sum of my parts, electric eyes and an iron heart. You think I'm here to unite you, but it's tearing this hero apart.
It's my mantle to dismantle, obligation to destroy, heroism hardwired beneath blue alloy.
With few tricks up my sleeve and a dog in my employ, obliterate my opposition, often though they do deploy. Just a thin blue line between chaos and humanity. Do I count as man? A metal is a very thought insanity.
Why must I always be the cloud that curbs the cruel calamity?
When robots are the enemy, how do I claim indemnity? Is it my programming or is it my will that is making the decision every time that I kill? Is there righteousness in these metal boots that I fill? Will there ever be a time when my right arm can lay still?
My passion for aggression burns away within this crucible. When murder is mechanical, then everything's disposable. I'm forced to fail my foes, but my circuitry is skeptical. My crusades through this life are repetitive and cyclical.
Got a shot from a pharaoh, an attack from a gyro. Was the top man in my day, spinning out like a tornado. Here I stand in the shadow, staring down a homing sniper. Wild cold of a snake and takes the fangs out of the viper. Throw down a crash bomb, now your concrete is cracked. When I'm done carving a wood, you see my slash claws retract. I enact robot justice, take you down. It's a muscle electric sparks fade away while I crush you with the dust.
Hard knuckle up, power arm, destroying guts, tractor dot, missile down a splash, woman, then I'm gonna smack her.
With the scent of flash, star crash, breaking bubble lead down on skull, mantle cuts of sand, make him double dead. I conquer so many coppers, powered down so many drones, not a body left to bury, mother scrap that was a bones. Night cut a flame sword, I'm a positronic paladin.
Windstorm pulls up a tempest and I'm left playing Caliban.
I'm not a man, I'm not a hero, no, it's time to end the lie. A soulless cybernetic slayer am
Black
I.
and blue, but not flesh and bone. Wire and metal, I stand alone. You look to me for salvation, but I got no soul of my own. Nothing more than the sum of my parts, electric eyes and an iron heart. You think I'm here to unite you, but it's tearing this hero apart. I love your streamlined body, smooth and shiny underneath. Your dorsal fin, perched so proud and high, and best of all, your many teeth. And I love your beady eyeballs. Other people say they're cold. Well, they're wrong, I know. You're beautiful, please eat me, for the night gets old. When a man loves a shark, well, nothing else matters. I know you may only want me for your lunch, but that's alright, put me on your platter. When a man loves a shark, his heart is an ocean. And I just said ocean, 'cause I know that's where you long to to be. Alright, I'm gonna need a bigger heart. I love your giant mouth bones. Some might even call them jaws. Well, your gills are like a symphony, and your sphericals, they're so lyrical. Well, now some other people, they dote on dolphins. I say dolphins can pound sand. Oh, give me a bite, my darling great white. You know it tastes just like Chateaubriand. When a man loves a shark, he tastes really savory. I wanna be your blue plate special love, so serve me up with bravery. When a man loves a shark, his heart is a tuna. And I just said tuna, 'cause I know you like to eat them too. All right. When a man loves a shark, when a man loves a shark, when a man loves a shark. I may be going too fast, I know. So let's start as friends. Let's take it slow. But this feeling inside me is too strong to overcome. Just give me a chance to be your chum. When a man loves a shark, he tastes just like chicken. Or if you prefer, I'll try to taste like squid, if that will make me finger licking. When a man loves a shark, his heart is delicious. And I said delicious, just in case you prefer my heart to squid. When a man loves a shark, all I want is for you to swallow me whole. A little shaking, a little tenderizing, then down I go.
Cyberman, that'll be the most hated bot in the building. Swap locks and I'll drop through the ceiling. Ha, you think these dots got feeling? Don't you know you're dealing with automated gears designed by decorated cybertronic engineers with 10th generation? Let me make it clear, we don't need no people, but these people, they need us. Situation always made them kinda nervous. When we're out of luck, then they just alert us. Though we know that they hope to find a way to hurt us. I don't really like most humans, I can see it in the eyes, they are always assuming. Never take a deeper look or try to zoom in. Only think about some catastrophe looming. We didn't crash land, we were invited. You should have seen all these people get excited. These days, you know that they deny it, but in the beginning, they were begging us to try it. They needed energy, peace, mediation. Sent a probe, began negotiation. Settled on a fee, made up the mind. They told everybody that they're gonna be fine. When we touched down, then they all screamed, and they got mad and they asked us to leave. They could see that we had superiority, which really isn't that, it was just what they needed. When we got back, then they all screamed, we weren't gone long, so they needed relief. They could see that they shouldn't get security for free. We all snapped hands and they finally agreed. It didn't take long, so we acclimated quick. evaluated the situation and then went straight to the heart and the cause of the conflict. Hit the leadership, got security clearance. It began, sounded in and on, people ran, locked down war zones with an iron hand. Disarmed fighters by the millions. Then we marched down streets of midshipmen civilians, and they didn't even know about the blueprint. Bought a dome and the temperature soon went down. People started running all around. Thousands of oxygen masks hit the ground. The dust settled and these people were shocked. Actually left front doors unlocked. They couldn't sleep without the gunshot, but you know they were beloved with the peace that we brought. World leaders got pissed. We got paid, but they didn't want it ended like this. See, they needed all the credit. Started telling everybody they were definitely headed downhill. We did what they asked, but still didn't trust us. Thought we would go in for the kill. We just walked off when the propaganda flew. You know who they call when they don't know what to do. When we touched down, then they all screamed. Then they got mad and they asked us to leave. They could see that we had superiority, which really isn't bad. It was just what they needed. So when we got back, then they all screamed. We weren't gone long, so they needed relief. They could see that they shouldn't get security for free. We all slapped hands and we finally agreed. When we got started, everybody uttered, oh, this is what they do, why we asked them to go. You know the kind of costly get sold loud, so you get what you pay for, they put on quite a show. When we touched down, then they all screamed. Then they got mad and they asked us to leave. They could see that we had superiority, which really isn't bad, it was just what they needed. Silent and I beat them both hated by in the building.
Now let's begin to type some words.
Yo, when I hit L shift O to the quote and then dollar. If you know the dir of the nerdcore rhyme, you holler. I hit L shift O to the quote and then dollar. If you know the dir of the nerdcore rhyme, you holler. I hit L shift O to the quote and then dollar. If you know the dir of the nerdcore rhyme, you holler.
Nerd ho, warm the mic up. Yo, we bout to strike up this band of nebbishes who cultivate nebulous fetishes. The FPS, RPG, or MM, POG, any obsession to blather over by blog or BBS. Step and possess, honed by geekishness. Your frame rate and frags today both impress. And yes, your affinity for a certain sight of some amusement. A classically adorned pod or a fun where you let loose pent-up set pieces to partake of flicker dramas. Get you branded a sniper, bitch, or rocket mama humper. Damn, dude, they said you're cheating, but with coins in hand, you got more game than Will Wheaton. When's the MC bout to get funny? I'm losing patience. Wanna know how the pants contain one wang and two next stations in a tandy hall where he plays whack-a-mole with the toilet paper. Front a lot, can rock the PA song at the lowest common denominator. Not as a hater of culture or a lacquer in class, but an expert at math, accounting how the penny arcade owns your ass.
L shift O to the quote and then dollar. If you know the dir of the nerdcore rhyme, you holler. I hit L shift O to the quote and then dollar. If you know the dir of the nerdcore rhyme, you holler. I hit L shift O to the quote and then dollar. If you know the dir of the nerdcore rhyme, you holler. I hit L shift O to the quote and then dollar. If you know the dir of the nerdcore rhyme, you holler. I hit L shift O to the quote and then dollar. If you know the dir of the nerdcore rhyme, you holler. I hit L shift O to the quote and then dollar. If you know the dir of the nerdcore rhyme, you holler. I hit L shift O to the quote.
I will wait a lifetime if it takes that long. I know she's out there, for I have heard her song in dreams. She sings to me, her angel's voice a symphony. Is she in a garden or a meadow fair? Does the dappled sunlight shine ribbons in her hair? Does she sit patiently, smiling as she waits for me? She's my and a suit that has a vest, and I will put it on as I watch gardener mow the lawn. She's a fairy princess from a song of old. I will have a toothbrush that is made of solid gold, and I will watch TV as my manservant flosses me. She's my millionaire girlfriend, and she's my life. Once I finally find her, I'll get permission from the wife. We will all live in a castle high, my beloved and my millionaire girlfriend and I. It does not matter to me if she's pretty. All that counts is what she's got at Citibank, Chase, Manhattan, or even Washington Mutual. When my search is ended, I will cherish her. She will sign some papers, give me power of attorney, and what's hers will be mine in perpetuity. She's my millionaire girlfriend, and she's my life. Once I finally find her, I'll get permission from the wife. We will all live in a castle high, my beloved and my millionaire girlfriend and I, my beloved and my millionaire girlfriend and I, my beloved and my millionaire girlfriend and I. Last week I left a note on Laura's desk. It said, "I love you," signed anonymous friend. Turns out she's smarter than I thought she was. She knows I wrote it, now the whole class does too. And I'm all alone during couples skate, when she skates by with some guy on her arm. But I know that I'll forget the look of pity in her face when I'm living in my solar dome on a platform in space. 'Cause it's gonna be the future soon. I won't always be this way, when the things that make me weak and strange get engineered away. It's gonna be the future soon. Never seen it quite so clear. When my heart is breaking, I can close my eyes. It's already here. I'll probably be some kind of scientist, building inventions in my space lab in space. I'll end world hunger, I'll make dolphins speak. Work through the daytime, spend my nights and weekends perfecting my warrior robot race. Building them one laser gun at a time. I will do my best to teach them about life and what it's worth. I just hope that I can keep them from destroying the earth. 'Cause it's gonna be the future soon. I won't always be this way, when the things that make me weak and strange get engineered away. till Laura calls me home. I'll see her standing by the monorail. She'll look the same except for bionic eyes. She lost the real ones in the robot wars. I'll say I'm sorry, she'll say it's not your fault. Or is it? She'll eye me suspiciously, hearing the whir of the servos inside. She'll scream and try to run, but there's no way she can hide. When a crazy cyborg wants to make you his robot right, well, it's gonna be the future soon, and I won't always be this way. When the things that make me weak and strange get engineered away, it's gonna be the future soon. I've never seen it quite so clear. When my heart is breaking, I can close my eyes. It's already here. They invented a reason, and that's why it stings. They don't think you matter because you don't have pretty rings. I keep telling you I don't care. I keep saying there's one thing they can't change. I'm your moon, you're my moon. We go round and round. From out here, it's the rest of the world that looks so small. Promise me you will always remember who you are. Let them shuffle the numbers, watch them come and go. We're the ones who are out here, out past the edge of what they know. We can only be who we are. Doesn't matter if they don't understand. I'm your moon, you're my moon. We go round and round. From out here, it's the rest of the world that looks so small. Promise me you will always remember who you are, who you were, long before they said you were no more. Sad excuse for a sunrise. It's so cold out here. Ice and silence and dark skies as we go round another year. Let them think what they like, we're fine. I will always be right here next to you. I'm your moon, you're my moon. We go round and round. From out here, it's the rest of the world that looks so small. Promise me you will always remember who you are.
AI. What's the A stand for?
Artificial.
What's the
Intelligence.
Oh, what was the A again?
Let's move on. Bottom line is, these freelancers, they're bad news. And Tex is one of the worst.
My name is O'Malley.
Laurel Parish! It's no red versus blue! It's all the... Man, I totally screwed everything up!
The great prophecy is at hand. Was paired and implanted with some kind of modified AI. They were supposed to make us faster or stronger. Then people just started going crazy.
You have no idea what kind of trouble you are in.
Ransacked Blue Base, searched all the bodies.
The Meta has made another addition.
Then it came after us.
The Omega AI.
Something is hunting our top agents, and I need all the help I can get to stop it.
Memory is the key.
Memory is the key. You think you're real soldiers? You're not.
I don't give a damn about your community.
He'll find her! Don't you understand?
When faced with extinction, every alternative is preferable.
You said the mission was a success.
The good guys.
Hey there, Alpha. You're gonna help me kill the director.
We are the Meta, and we will find you very soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, are you ready for the Rooster Teeth Panel 2012? And now, your starting lineup for the Rooster Teeth Panel. You know him as the handsome Gustavo Sorolla. Up next, the prettiest person we have at Rooster Teeth Productions, Kathleen Zelch. Make some noise for our fearless leader, Bernie Burns. It's that wild and crazy guy, Matt Hullum. Our animator extraordinaire, Monty Ohm. Our designated driver, Carrie Shawcross. And the man with the beard of gold, Jack Patillo. All right, let's get this thing started.
Beard of gold? Really?
No, beard of gold.
Oh,
beard
yeah.
of gold.
Really good. Hey, how's it going, everyone? Hello. Sorry about that stuff on my desktop when we started. I meant to get rid of that.
No, you didn't. He actually went through and made folders for everything, which are amateur, animal rooster, BSDM, fucked up shit.
Highlighted in red.
Japanese, pro, and voyeur. So, Gus, these are the only categories of porn that Gus knows, apparently.
It's my top. It's my favorite.
Well, we also want to see your private folder. How are y'all doing? Welcome to our 2012 PAX East panel, everybody.
Up a lot of people.
All right, they just turned up the house lights. No, keep them up. So I got to take a photo of everybody. You guys ready for a group photo?
There we go. All right. Smile. Look pretty.
Okay, you guys were the worst. Oh, shit, and that guy blinked. We have to do it again. Sorry. Okay, so Boston holds a very special place in our heart, PAX East, because this was the place
Where we almost got arrested?
Yes. Actually, I think we accidentally almost got PAX shut down because somebody came up and brought us booze one year at PAX, and then we left it up here, and then other people take it away, and I guess the Boston Authority for Alcohol thought we were giving away booze at our panel to 16-year-olds. So whoever that 16-year-old was 3 years ago, you're now old enough for us to kick the shit out of you for doing that. So it's legal. No, but PAX East was the first place where we debuted the evolving style of Red versus Blue, where we first showed Mr. Monty Ohm's work. Yeah.
What's up?
That was in season 8, and Monty, that's actually where we introduced you. We had you come up. No one knew that Monty worked for us for what, 6 months?
6 months.
It's just like the podcast. Look at the mic.
And so it was great. So that's where we got to show off the style of it. And so we thought, Matt, you want to talk a little bit about the way the style is evolving for this season?
It's just getting better.
What's tell us about Kathleen?
Well, you know, the big thing this year is we've added a lot of people, and we, you know, got done last year, and we're really happy with where we were, but we wanted to take it to the next level. And so Kathleen came down earlier this year, has been helping us. She's actually an animation producer from Hollywood, is where Kathleen and I first met. And so she's bringing some Hollywood-style production values to Red vs. Blue this year, which will be really nice. And we've got a lot of other team members working behind Monty to make everything that we do look, you know, bigger and better. And maybe we'll see some of that later.
Want to see it now?
Should we see some of it now?
Want to set it up? Do you want to set it, look at what we're looking at? Like, Matt, we're just a little bit, we're determining on the fly here. This is how much preparation we do for the goddamn receipt panel. We're determining who's
This
going to
was
set it up.
finished at 4 a.m. last night, by the way.
Yeah. So, okay, here's what you're going to see. You're going to see, as those of you who watched season 9 know, we had a split style where it was half machinima and half animation. That's going to continue, lean a little bit more heavily towards animation as we complete the Freelancer story in season 10, at least this long chapter of it. So what you're going to see right now is about 3 minutes of a rough cut of one of the battle sequences with the Freelancers trying to go to take down CT with a special introduction before.
Very rough.
Yeah, here's your rough cut. There's no final music in this, but you know, you guys are at PAX, and we know you guys are used to seeing early stuff, and you're used to that, so we hope you enjoy it.
Hey. Yeah? You ever wonder why
Everybody out!
Go! Let's move, people!
Yeah, let's move.
South, stay behind me! Go! You're Booba! On it! Fucking grenades!
We've got to time this just right. Wait for my mark. Call it.
Okay, what have you got for me?
Oh. All right, boys. Me first.
Now! No, wait! Not now, not now! Come on!
Damn it! North, we're pinned down. I need you to take them out.
I can't get a line of sight on the target from here, but I might have a way to contain them.
Just do it!
You say the best offense is a good defense. What the? Hold your fire, people. Stand down. I got this. No, wait! Did I get him?
You got him.
Okay, we're moving. York, you guys can handle this from here, right?
Handle it? Sure. I mean, I nearly got blown up a minute ago, and now I'm paired with the squad's second worst fighter. But sure, we can handle it.
Great. North out.
You really think I'm the second worst fighter? No, I was being nice. You're easily the worst.
You were saying?
Oh, damn it! Shotgun!
Oh, fuck. No, you don't. Ha!
Duh, bitch. Payback time. Oh, yeah. Okay, time to fight fire with fire.
Agent Main, isn't that the soldier from the freeway? The one that shot you in the throat? I thought so. Sick him.
So there's a lot that's going on in that clip. The biggest reveal in there, of course, is Agent Main, or the Meta's first AI, Sigma, and his interaction with Sigma, who is, we have a guest celebrity voice this year. The voice of Sigma is played by Elijah Wood.
Frodo.
We are very happy to have him on board. We can't wait to bring you the story of the freelancers and the evolution of the meta, or the origin of the meta, and how that came about. So season 10 is going to be a story of the freelancers as they progress and get more AI. We actually had a chance to see Theta, who is North's AI, in there, but he was cut out of there. So in that scene later, it might change a little bit and evolve, because that was a rough cut. What'd you think? Did you enjoy it? Okay, one thing that always happens at our PAX East panel is that we come here and we get to do the panel, but there's always a group of people, or one or two people in particular, who are back in Austin who are working all night to finish the videos that we show here. And so I always like to record the audience saying thanks to whoever it is. It was one time it was thanks Carrie, one time it was thanks Brandon. So this time we want to do thanks to Austin, Dustin, Harley, Joe, Shane, who else? Gray, Ryan. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3, go.
Perfect.
You guys nailed it.
That was all of them.
God damn it, that guy blinked again. You're gonna have to go, sir. All right, so seriously though, on a count of 3, 1, 2, 3, everyone can say thanks animation team. It would really mean a lot to them, okay? Ready? 1, 2, 3. Thanks, guys.
Sweet.
And so, yeah, so the animation team alone for Red vs. Blue now is bigger than the entire company was, 3 years ago even? It seems like. When Monty came on, it was the Machinima group that we used to produce all the seasons of Red vs. Blue that hopefully you came to know and love over the years. That was a team of about 4 people. Monty came on, was an animation team of essentially 1 with other people helping out. And now how many people are working with you guys total?
Gosh, I don't know, 10? Yeah. Is that what we have? So we got 4 animators, is that right? And then about 5 other people doing the lighting and rendering and behind the scenes stuff that makes it look all
And those
snazzy.
motherfuckers are picky about the monitors they use. This monitor doesn't have enough pixels. I can't see what I'm texturing. Wah. Jerks.
Gus is having to do more tech support this year than usual.
I want to point out that Gus complains when there's no coffee. So, which I'm pretty sure is his only job duty that he has at the entire company. So you want to talk a little bit about what we're doing? How many of you all listen to the Rooster Teeth podcast?
Wow, no one, huh? God, that's really embarrassing. I don't know if you all have had a chance to stop by our booth yet, but we have a newly designed booth that we're unveiling here at PAX East. You can buy lots of merchandise there, including this wonderful shirt I'm wearing. Convention exclusive. But the booth serves dual purpose. We're going to be using it here, obviously, at shows to do sales, but we're also going to retool it. We're going to ship it back to Austin after this. We're going to retool it and use it as a set for some live streaming video podcasts that we're going to be doing. Obviously, we have to ship the booth back to Austin and work out some technical details. So it's a few weeks out, but we're really excited about it, and we're looking forward to returning to a video format.
Yeah, we're looking forward to Gus actually having something to do for his job. That's what we're looking forward to. So actually, and I don't want to worry anybody that knows and loves the podcast the way it is right now. It's not going to change the audio podcast at all. So we're going to have a live stream version of the podcast, hopefully that people can watch, say, on like Monday night, which will then allow some interaction, or basically you'll get to have Gus yell at you directly over Skype. And that will be then used to make the audio podcast that'll go up on iTunes and on the site and everywhere else. So podcast as you know it will continue to exist. We're not changing to an all-video format, but there will be a video version of it. And we're really excited for you guys to see it. Okay, you want to start taking some questions from the audience before we get into some other stuff about like Red versus Blue or the podcast in particular? We have mics down here if you want to line up, and then
go towards the light.
while they're lining up, why don't you talk a little bit about what's coming up for us in the summer?
So we're
There's
also
a mic here too, guys. It's like 30 people.
There's
on
also
this
a mic
There's
over there,
one
by the
dude
way.
over here.
We're also kicking off or expanding our own event in Austin, RTX, which is going to be July 7th and 8th. It's a gaming and internet culture convention. You can check out information at rtxevent.com. We'll have a lot of game developers out showing stuff, and we'll have a lot of internet people. Hopefully we'll start making announcements about who's going specifically here very soon. But, I mean, it's going to be great. It's going to be at the Austin Convention Center. We have air conditioning this year, unlike last year. So there will be no heat stroke. I guarantee. No fire ants. Fuck you. All right, so that's that. Check out rtxevent.com. If you're interested, we have some flyers at the booth that'll give you some money off a ticket. Hint, hint. So come by.
We'll start over here.
You, the mysterious stranger. Ninja? No.
I don't think ninjas wear Avengers shirts.
With the new animation team that you guys have been bringing in, have you expanded to do anything else other than just the videos that you were doing for Red versus Blue? Or are you moving into maybe game development?
Oh. I was with you right up until the last two words. We've always talked about game development as a natural offshoot of some of the things we make. We've had some people who don't really understand what we do saying, hey, this Red versus Blue cartoon is great. Have you ever thought about turning it into a video game? And we say, we're about to blow your mind, sir. But some other properties that we work on, yeah. I mean, we kind of the need to do some more non-narrative stuff and work on game development a little bit is what led to us making stuff like Griffball. And then Jeff and Jack making Horse, you know, that's a great example of that. I mean, they take Halo, yes,
Thank you,
Horse.
that one person back there.
You'll notice that Jack didn't clap while Horse came up because he has to edit it.
Joel rules, Jack smells.
So those kind of things, yeah.
Me too.
So we do kind of take a look at game development. It's not the core focus of what we do. We really like making movies and cool stuff for the internet, but it's something we always kind of talk about a lot. And we'll have some stuff to show a little bit later, some new project stuff that leads into video games / movie stuff that hopefully you like.
Come up here. I got a prize for you.
So the first time
The
I
whole
ever...
audience is like, excuse me, there are prizes?
Since you got the first question, I'm going to give you one of these Razer Onza 360 controllers.
And thank you, Razer, for donating some of these prizes for us.
Yeah, does anybody in the audience make machinima at all themselves? So these Razer controllers are pretty cool because I didn't know we were getting these, so this is not a paid like statement or anything like that. But I use this a lot because you can like rotate the thumbstick and it gives you different sensitivity levels. So if you want, like if you don't want to do like a fierce head bob or something like that, or get a really like fine camera movement, it actually works really well for that. It's meant for super pro gamers, but I'm not one of those, so I just use it to look in a certain direction really, really well. That's it. Yeah.
So the first time I ever saw you guys live was at the Lincoln Center in New York City. As far as I know, you haven't, and when you did that, you showed off Season 3. As far as I know, since then, you haven't been back to Lincoln Center. Is there any chance you might do that again? Because it was a lot of fun.
I had an incident in the fountain there outside of the Lincoln Center, and legally I'm not allowed to step foot back in the Isle of Manhattan. So it does not look likely, unfortunately.
No, but we do a lot of events at the Alamo Draft House Theater in Austin. That we really like that. It's like a hometown court. And then we just found out that Manhattan, if you're from New York, Manhattan is getting an Alamo Draft House. You lucky dogs. So probably we'll actually do some stuff in New York again, some theatrical screenings, and we'll do them as part of the Alamo.
Maybe this will finally put New York on the map.
Yeah. I mean, who's ever heard of the Lincoln Center? But yeah, we hope to be back there soon.
My other question is, what is the strangest question or request you've ever gotten from a fan?
Well, this is the lamest. Let me think of this. That was a joke.
I'm sad now.
Look, you fuckers know the deal. You get it to Mike. That spotlight burns. It does. What is the strangest question?
It's the story we tell every year. It's that fucking Sharpie girl.
Oh, yeah. Don't say, we can't say her name, otherwise she appears in a puff of smoke. How about you guys? Any strange questions?
Awesome. Great answer. I don't get questions. We're really glad you're on the panel.
No. I didn't know they get two questions.
Body parts.
What's that?
I don't know you get up to mic and get two questions. There are other people waiting.
All right. Jesus.
Sorry.
I got burns.
Sorry. You got it twice. You got both barrels, buddy.
Over there.
All right. What I want to know is after the end of the last season, you showed off you're doing it in Halo 3. Will the next season also use the Halo 3 engine for Machinima?
Carrie?
That's a Carrie question.
Yes, it will. We already started working in it, and it's fun. Yeah, we're moving back.
Also, what happened to the animated series?
You just saw it.
No. The 2D animated series, right?
Yeah.
That you're talking about. So when we were looking at developing, there was a point in time we were looking at developing RVB for television. And we were kind of at the mindset that people wouldn't want to look at 22 minutes of machinima. So we developed the animated version of it, and we had a 4-minute test piece that we did. Most of you have seen that, right? I'm assuming? Yeah. We actually showed it at PAX Prime. So the version you probably saw was a bootleg shaky cam version shot from our panel. So thanks for that. But what happened is like a couple years later after that, we didn't work on that. So we wrote it, we recorded the dialogue, and then we shipped it off to animators, and it came back to us, and we just basically did approvals. That's not the way we like to do Red versus Blue. Then we met Monty, and we started working on the hybrid machinima animation style. That's way more, up our tree. Does that sound sexual? It sounds kind of sexual. So we climbed up our own tree, and then we met Monty.
Hold on. Let me make a folder for that. Am I over here?
So if we do have some animated projects. Like we always have stuff in development behind the scenes, but we don't plan on doing a 2D version of RVB. Maybe a one-off thing every now and then or something with approvals and things.
Awesome. You guys rock. Thanks.
Let me see up my tree.
Oh. Do you have RVB animated on there?
No.
Okay.
It's on a DVD, right? I think it's like season 8.
Yeah.
Okay, long-time listener of the podcast and everything. Just wondering where Jeff is. He hasn't been around for like 20 episodes, so.
He's been spending a lot of time focusing on Achievement Hunter, getting drunk. He doesn't make time for us anymore.
Okay, just haven't seen him around in a lot of the videos.
He's still kicking it. You still see him on Awu and Horse just about every week.
Okay.
Achievement Hunter has had so much growth in the last year and a half. Jack can talk about it. And
yeah.
It's just like there's so much work to be done on it. I'd say probably 50% of the videos that are put up on our YouTube channel are done by the Achievement Hunter guys.
No, keep going.
No,
Tell me about Achievement Hunter.
I mean, theoretically, you could talk about it, Jack. No,
Okay.
but yeah, and so Jeff is focusing a lot on Achievement Hunter. Jack, go ahead, tell him.
No, I mean, Achievement Hunter,
And they do like a Let's Play every week.
Are you done?
Yeah, I'm done.
So if you go to achievementhunter.com, you can see all of this great content. Don't feel bad for him. He's got a golden beard.
It's all good.
Yeah. Anyway, Achievement Hunter's growing a whole lot. You should watch our stuff. There, I'm done. Anyone else?
But if you miss Jeff on the podcast, they really the Let's Plays and the This Is. They do like 30 to 40 minutes a week. It's essentially the same thing, but with a video game being played at the exact same time.
Yeah, similar to the podcast, we're talking with some people about doing some live streaming stuff, like live streaming some Let's Plays, which will kind of be the Achievement Hunter kind of podcast.
I will crush you.
So, like we just recently played Assassin's Creed Revelations. We spent like an hour and a half playing that, and we're cutting it down to episodes. So we really like that kind of stuff. So expect more of that from Achievement Hunter coming out soon. And we have like 4 of us in the office, and we're bringing in more every day. So it's getting out of control. So thank you everyone for watching Achievement Hunter stuff. We really, really appreciate it. And thank you for watching Horse. It's a pain in the ass, but you guys seem to like it.
Now, in Season 3 of Red vs. Blue, not Season 3, it's Season 9, my friends and I agreed that it was only like more action, and we were wondering if you were going to bring more story into Season 10. Mm-hmm. Is that true? Like, is it going to be more story than animation, or is it going to be more animation than story?
So you mean like as far as like driving plot forward, right? For it?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
normally it's like a balance between a comedy and and narrative before, and then when we have the freelancers, it's like action and plot. Yeah. So season 10 is going to wrap up all the loose ends with the freelancer storyline, which is, we had that teaser that played here before. Some of that stuff has been, in the works since halfway through season 1, essentially, once Tex appeared on screen. So yeah, we're going to wrap up all those elements and get you to the point where we first discovered the freelancers, essentially in season 6 of Red vs. Blue. Yeah.
Okay. And
the Blood Goats guys will still be doing absolutely nothing. So no story there whatsoever.
Myself, I'm a machinima director on my channel for YouTube, and you guys were all... but you guys are rock. You guys really did inspire me. I can't talk about it. And I was wondering if I can get like a Razer controller.
Yes.
I was going to give you one, but you asked for it. You blew it.
I'll give it to you.
Oh, thank you.
There you go.
Yeah, we're good. We got 30 left. All right, you over there with the fashionable scarf.
I love the Rooster Teeth podcast. Awesome. Now that you just announced that the live streaming element will, I know, Bernie, I think you mentioned once that you wanted, when you talk about other people in the office, all nice things, you could call them in to defend themselves. Would you be able to incorporate something like that into the live stream?
Is defend or humiliate?
Little A, little
You say
B.
defend, we say provide more ammunition.
Yeah, we can totally do that.
Because I could just see, you talk so fondly of people like Jack.
I'm sensing
Particularly
sarcasm.
Jack.
He's not watching our podcast.
Thank you.
Yeah, so hey, come over here. You asked the podcast questions. I'm going to give you something nicer. I've got a Razer Chimera 5.1 headset, wireless.
Yeah. And we do have more stuff to show, so we're going to cut off in just like probably 2 or 3 more questions here, but then we'll kick back up again after we show you some more stuff as well. Yeah.
I was just wondering, how do you decide to cancel stuff? Because a lot of people like Strangerhood and stuff like that, but they usually get like canned after 1 season.
Yeah. What? Yeah, nobody likes Strangerhood, that's why. It all depends on the question was, how do we choose what to cancel? It's mainly just, what we want to work on, essentially. I mean, that's always been our approach at Rooster Teeth is if we like it when we make it, we just assume there's enough people out there like us that will like it as well. Strangerhood, as an example, is something we wanted to do. We tried it. It just turned out to be a really long production cycle.
Yeah, it was just really hard to do, and it didn't seem like it was our best use of time with everything else that we wanted to do, how much resources we had to put into that in particular. So it was fun, and we had a good time doing it, and we're glad we did it. But there are a lot of other things we want to do, so we're looking forward always to moving on to bigger and better and more diverse ways of telling stories.
Great example is Immersion, too. We showed that for the first time here at PAX East, and we loved Immersion. We loved making it. And essentially, that's a canceled show, but it's only canceled because we don't really have any really compelling concepts to make for a new version. As soon as we have one that we got to make, we'll make it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just that we don't want to just say, oh, we have this show, we have to service it, so let's just keep trying to spitball ideas and hope people like them. That's not the way we like to approach it. We try to do stuff that we're actually inspired to do, and then hopefully you guys will be inspired to watch it. That's the hope. That is a really great segue to one of the trailers we have here, right?
Yeah.
Why don't you show that? We're actually, as part of PAX East, we're actually canceling a show while we're here.
Which one am I doing?
Scandalous. Here, you want to play it?
My mouse is fucking up. Hold on. All right, which one?
No, the series is.
Oh, series is, yeah.
Live action? All right. Yeah, I think so. All right, I got the video here.
Okay. So, Rooster Teeth series is our new approach to our live-action shorts. We are no longer going to be producing one-off weekly shorts anymore at Rooster Teeth Productions. We are now going to move to a system. We think that Rooster Teeth, is well known for great shows. Even like Achievement Hunter, which produces videos all the time, they're known for fails. They're known for horse. Rooster Teeth is known for Red versus Blue. Shows that we love, like Immersion and Panics, is a great example of one we love. So we want to get back to doing that. We want to get back to making series. So what you're going to see in 2012 from Rooster Teeth is 12 different shows we're going to be debuting in 2012, which are 3 to 6 episodes each, live action shows, which are narratives ranging all the way from me and Jack or me and Marshall on a Pee Wee football team to a post-apocalyptic environment where the simple rule is if you fall asleep, you die. And so some of them are comedic, some of them are dramatic, but we want to bring you the highest possible quality entertainment that you have come to know and love from Rooster Teeth, and we hope that you guys will like it. We'll wait till the end to probably show this, but the first one we're going to debut is something that looks a little bit more like what we've done in the past. It's an animated comedy series called The Forest Chronicles. At the end of the panel today, we'll probably show you a little bit of that. And then we're also, these are, there's no rules for these. So some of them will be animated, some of them will be live action, some of them will be comedy, some of them are going to be way off the beaten path for Rooster Teeth and won't be comedy at all. And then we'll even be bringing back some old favorites. You want to talk a little bit about one we're bringing back that's later this year?
Yeah, well, we're on the animated side. We've been having such a good time with all of our new animated crew. We really want to keep them going and do more fun stuff after Red versus Blue concludes this year, or the season concludes this year, I should say. Let's not start any crazy rumors. We want to keep them going on some other projects. So we've got something that we developed a while ago and first showed at PAX, I think.
Yeah,
Did we show,
I think so.
Did we show it at PAX?
We showed the Flash version of it.
In early form, in a Flash form, and we've retooled it as a 3D piece, 3D animated piece, and are looking forward to move forward with that later this year.
Yeah, so this is called Break Room. And the concept behind Break Room is, it's very much in the vein of Red versus Blue. This is where all the video game characters go when you turn off the game. And it's every video game character from every video game that has to interact with each other, and Gary, the person who has to manage them all. So here's a short scene of a human resources issue that Gary would have to deal with.
Yeah, you want to see me about something, boss?
Yes, hello, Private Dukowski. Listen, we think there might have been a little, mix-up with the weapons between you and Admiral Komodo here.
Nah, I don't think so.
Oh, come on!
Easy, Admiral Komodo, sir. Why don't you just tell us what happened?
I was in the locker room and I put my railgun in the holding rack as per our standard locker room regulations. When I came back to the rack, it was gone, and this thing was left in its place.
That's a nice gun there, alligator man.
No, it's not. This is a hollowed-out stick that fires metal marbles. That is a nice gun. That is the Daiku Labs handheld particle acceleratron 3000. It's an advanced one-of-a-kind prototype, and somebody stole it.
You sure about that? That looks like the name of the one you're holding there, pal.
What? You wrote that on there!
Me? I don't even understand what you said. Bunch of head can't talk if you ask me. Right, Gare?
Shooter match starting in 30 seconds. We need all characters to their doors immediately.
Come on. Give me my gun.
You already got your gun, bub.
How about I just take it?
Come on, take a shot, handbag.
Whew. It's pretty obvious to me that we're not going to get to the bottom of this right now, Admiral Komodo, why don't you just go play your match and we'll just pick up this discussion after that, okay?
Fine. Man, I'm gonna get my ass kicked.
Have fun with your pea shooter.
Glad we had this talk.
So that's actually that was a concept piece that we did for Break Room a little while ago, and we're going to be retooling it. That's going, like Matt said, the animation team that works on RVB is going to take over and be bringing you at least 3 to 6 episodes of Break Room, and then we'll see which shows work and which shows that people like, whether they're like Strangerhood or like Panics. Panics was one of my personal favorites that we worked on, and then we'll see if we can turn them into longer series if people really enjoy them. So that's the plan going forward for what our live action shorts and our other shows are going to look like. Okay. Next question.
Okay, so I had a question about the soundtrack. Are you going to be doing like Caboose or like another theme song for a character, kind of like you did Donut and Tucker?
That's a great question. Yeah, we have a bunch of songs. Actually, this is a good time to bring up Jeff, who's our composer. Jeff, are you back there?
Here he comes. He's over here.
Yeah, we've got a bunch of songs that are written for characters that we have not actually had a chance to record yet. So hopefully we'll be putting some of those on the next album. And we've got some other cool musical stuff coming up. Jeff, what's going on tomorrow night?
Nothing.
Jeff's
If
gonna
I'm
make-
awake, then tomorrow night we have a really exciting event planned that we hope everyone will be at, even though we can really only fit 400 people. But we're
come stacked on each other's
we're doing a lot-
shoulders, wearing a raincoat to
yeah, stack them up, stack them up. We're going to do a live show of the Red vs. Blue and some of the other Rooster Teeth music. We're playing at a club. It's a really, really beautiful club. It's called The Estate. It's within walking distance. It's on Tremont Street. I got a big group. I put together the band. We're getting the band back together, guys.
So should be fun.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. We have like a 25-member choir. We got strings, we got brass, we got percussionists, we got 8 people. There's like 50 people on stage. And we're going to bring all this music to life for the first time, which is sort of tricky because it wasn't written to be played by humans. It was written to just be whatever I wanted it to be at any given moment. So it's really exciting. And we want to see everyone there. So it's going to be really cool. And we'll have the special guests, of course, on there. Right, Mr. B? Practicing that song?
I want to say yes, but I haven't told it.
Yeah! There we go. So we're excited about that. Tomorrow night, Saturday night, theestateboston.com is where you buy the super cheap $12 tickets.
Cool.
Yeah, yeah. Three sets. Got a string quartet playing first. Video game music choir second. They're going to play like amazing arrangements of video game music, and then we're going to put everyone on stage. And
will the band be taking requests?
We always take requests. You know what happens when you ask for Freebird? You got to sit through fucking Freebird. I learned that song a bunch of years ago, and now people are like, play Freebird, and I'm like, you fucking get it now, motherfucker. So. We're mostly taking Iron Maiden requests tomorrow night.
Come up here. I got a controller for you over here.
Iron Maiden version of Freebird. So yeah, new character songs, new everything next year. Everything more. We have a lot of great themes for the main Red vs. Blue characters, like going, and we have a lot more ideas of, I don't know, I just want to do everything. You know, I want more spy music and more huge epic music and more fun character songs. So it's just like more.
Yes.
I'm finishing up my junior year of college right now. I've been following the show since I was like in 8th grade. My buddy showed it to me. He's like, you got to watch this. And the first time I saw it, it was hilarious. We watched like the first 5 episodes. I went home that day, downloaded everything that was up there. I've been buying the DVDs ever since. And like I never thought that from the time I was in 8th grade up to my junior year of college, I'd still be following the show. And it's like the longest show I've been following. And so I want to know, did you guys ever, did the thought ever cross your mind that it'd be like 8 years later and you'd still, did you ever think, oh, maybe it'll last that long, or was it just like, no?
It's been 9 long years. I think when we started, I hoped it would go 1. And I'm still here, unfortunately.
Now he just hopes it'll go away. No, you want to hear a really weird fact about the longevity of Red vs. Blue? It's now, it's been the longest running web series on the internet for, I think, like the last 2 years. But we hit a really weird milestone that'll happen in season 10, where Red vs. Blue is going to be the longest running sci-fi show in American history. Someone wrote us and told us about that apparently the record is held by, I think, Stargate Atlantis, which I was surprised by that too, but it's like, what's that? Stargate SG-1, that's what I said.
In your face, Bernie.
So, it doesn't matter, they're fucking second place. So, who gives a shit? So that was a really weird thing, like that really surprised me too, because I thought about stuff like Twilight Zone and all that too, and it's like, sci-fi, as you all know, if you watch sci-fi on TV, the best part is when you get to like season 4 and it's immediately canceled by the network, or if it gets to season 4. So it's great. I think that the web and sci-fi are such a great match that hopefully they'll start bringing. It'd be great if they brought back like Firefly as a web series. How cool would that be?
That's pandering right there.
That's what we refer to as low-hanging fruit. So yeah. So no, we did not expect it would last this long. I did not think we'd be working on Red vs. Blue for a decade. No, that caught us by surprise.
And I also wanted to ask you guys, I've had this hoodie for as long as I've been watching the show, about 8 years now. Could I trouble you guys to sign it for me?
We'll sign anything you want at the booth 160 on the show floor. But I'll give
Thanks,
you a
guys.
Razer Onza right now.
What's that?
I'll give you a controller, so get over here. You're setting a bad precedent, my friend.
Hey, Bernie got a new hoodie.
I think he's just keeping it. Wait, you didn't have one? All right, yeah.
So I've been watching you guys for about as long as he has.
Second place.
But my main question is, I love the Achievement Hunter stuff, and Jack, I would like to know what it is working with Michael in an office environment. What is he like?
He's loud. he's from New Jersey, so you guys know New Jersey's, yeah. And no, I mean he's tamed down, if you can believe that. I mean, like over time, like his rage, like I think he had a finite amount of rage, and we're slowly dwindling that down. You don't think so?
He's bottomless.
But no, he's a good dude. Like Michael's actually, we found Michael on Reddit of all places. Like we saw his. Hey, that's another.
Yeah, how strange we found an angry person on the internet. What a fucking surprise. Sir, while he answers the question for the rest of the time, I'm going to tell you what it's like to work next door to Michael. So finish your answer.
So anyway, Michael will make. So anyway, yeah, Michael, like we found him on Reddit, and it turns out he was actually a fan of the show, and so we brought him out. Like we flew him to Austin, and he had never been. I don't think he'd been on a plane at that point. And so we brought him to Austin. He had a good time, and then a few months later, we got him on full time. So now he lives in Austin, Texas, and we're slowly turning him into a Texan, which is a lot of fun to watch.
A couple of weeks ago, he claimed he forgot how to walk and would only get around the office by sliding on his back. I worked upstairs that day.
Yeah, the real problem with turning Michael into a Texan is that the angry people in Texas all have guns. So,
I will say there was one time where he got drunk at the office and sang the Moulin Rouge soundtrack all day.
That was awesome. I went out to the parking lot and he just serenaded me. It was great.
The unique part of that story is not that he was drunk at the office. I want to point that out. The unique part was that he was singing.
I was wondering for Kathleen and Bernie, how hard is it to actually still be the same character after all these years, but not actually be the same character? Because we all know that the original Texan Church are no longer with us. So how hard is it to actually write for the same character even though he's not?
Well, the writing's just part of the narrative, right? So it's I think from a writing perspective, it's easier. But Kath, how do you handle it, like for the different versions of Tex essentially that you're playing? Do you approach them differently?
No, she's as bad as across the board.
Yeah, I mean, she starts off right. She starts off as like a memory by somebody else, so it's like it's kind of a filtered version of a character already. But yeah, I'd say my approach with Epsilon versus Alpha is a little bit different. I mean, it's just the Epsilon's not quite as arrogant as the original church was, but then again, Alpha's not quite as arrogant as the original director was either. Spoiler. But it's a slightly different approach. But you wanted to have a little bit of nuance, but not make it unrecognizable to the people that have been watching for 9 years. And who
But
apparently
it
have
is hard to play a ghost of a ghost of a ghost. It gets hard sometimes.
of a robot.
I was also wondering, do you guys actually have male shirts for the yes, I'm a girl, I like to wear ribbons in my hair and I want to kiss all the boys?
We did not bring them with us, but we do stock them on our website at roosterteeth.com/store.
All right, thank you. You sold me a girl one, dude.
Here, give me, get over here. I'm going to give you a controller for plugging their store.
If you give Gus a choice between marketing and joke, he always goes for the marketing. I love you, Gus.
Excellent. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see from my t-shirt, I'm Life, and I have come bearing gifts. I would like to give each of you a lemon, if that's okay.
I'm gonna go ahead and say that's not okay. I find you suspect. What? You know this guy?
I was behind you in line.
Dude, thank God you're giving these to us and not the audience.
Come on, guys, let's have a lemon party.
Oh!
Okay, that ninja we had earlier? No. Here's our ninja right here.
Oddly enough, that's exactly what Monty's interview was like.
This is marketing. He put his Twitter handle on each of these lemons. And oddly, there's no mention of life in it. Rick D, 3487.
Do I get a lemon? Do I get a lemon?
Will it hurt?
No.
Thanks,
Bad
man.
trend to begin.
Oh, no, his Twitter handle is Sunkissed.
All right, who's up next? You?
Yeah. Hi.
I just want to point out the last guy gave us fruit, so.
I know it's hard to top, but after seeing a bunch of Red versus Blue, I was planning on starting my own Machinima series. What do you guys use to film the stuff?
Halo?
A computer?
So I think there's actually at RTX we're going to do a whole educational track about like how we do what we do. What Monty does is entirely different than what the Machinima side of Red vs. Blue. But pretty much the whole production environment for Red vs. Blue takes up about the length of one of these tables. And Carrie, what are the programs and equipment that we use for it?
So we have a Blackmagic Intensity card, which we use to capture everything, and then we have multiple Xboxes. So we have like a directory of Xbox that actually goes into our computer, and then we have a red, blue, and friends box for everybody else. And
Yeah, so 4 Xboxes and 1 computer with a $200 capture card is all it takes.
I would recommend going to RTX because we actually have a lot more time to speak personally about and individual panels about our processes, in fact.
Hey, Monty, let me give you a controller.
No, people always do ask, they're like, well, do you have a special copy of Halo or do you have special Xboxes? No, like you can go to, any store and pick up the same equipment we have. So.
All right.
Yeah,
And you, a hopeful machinima maker, come here, I'm going to give you a Chimera headset.
The really cool thing too is like the animation guys are always trying to do crazy stuff. Like they use hybrids of lots of different programs. They use Maya, 3ds Max, Poser, After Effects. They do their own mishmash to get what they need out of the animation system. Shane, one of our new animators the other day, came like humping around to our offices going, hey, do you have a Kinect? Do you have a Kinect? And we're like, why do you need a Kinect? And he was building a motion capture rig out of Kinects. It was basically scalable where he had 2 and he could do motion capture for the characters without having a suit on at all, with the sensors. Just him in his like Avengers t-shirt. I'm just kidding. He wasn't wearing an Avengers t-shirt. But he was experimenting with it, and he built the mocap area to be like a sensorless one, which became important for doing falls and rolls because the sensors were getting covered by the ground. So that was nuts to watch him do that stuff.
I like this kid. He's got an Achievement Hunter shirt.
I would just like to ask Ray and Mr. Sir or Andrew if I could buy you dinner tonight.
I bet Jack likes you less now.
Yeah.
Give me that shirt.
We only have about 6.5 minutes left, just warning that end of the table over there.
Hey, is Ray here? Where are you, Ray?
You haven't hired him yet.
What's that?
You haven't hired him yet.
You're incorrect, sir. We hired him on Friday.
Bernie, who's Ray?
Actually, Ray who's Brown Man. One of the things we love to do at Rashid is take people who are in the community and who are doing really well in the community and make them part of Rooster Teeth. Ray, I just said that. Did you accept your offer? Oh, yes? Okay, you could have said no and negotiated. You just fucked
Bernie.
up. Because I announced it.
Who is that?
That's Ray Brownman. He works.
Ray Brownman.
It's okay. In 7 months, Monty won't know who you are still. It's okay. Don't worry. Don't be offended. So, Ray, welcome aboard. Our newest hire, Ray Brownman, new Achievement Hunter, right there. Employee number 34 now at the company. So, wow.
All right. Hey, guys. This is mostly directed towards Jack. First of all, I'd like to say that I speak for everyone that says do pig, do horse, do whatever you want. Don't listen to people online. I decided I wanted to say that. And then second of all, if you had one piece of advice for an up-and-coming game commentator like me, I remember your walkthroughs on Dead Space, especially, and I remember that's what kind of fed you into the company. If you had one piece of advice to give someone that wants to do gameplay commentary, what would you give them?
Do a lot of it. You get better with time. And I hate when I see people like, oh, I made one thing, can I have a job? It's like, no. If you make a reel, that's one thing. We get a lot of people sending us emails trying to get jobs with Rooster Teeth or the Achievement Hunter.
Yeah.
If you actually have a reel of stuff we can look at and see the amount of content you've made and actually see that you've stuck with it and gotten better and progressed, that's what you want to do. But just keep practicing. I mean, that's all it takes. I watch the early stuff I did, and it's terrible. And this stuff isn't better now. But
Now, is that mostly through the? I'd hate to start being one of those people that's asking for a job, but where would you do those reels? Where would you submit those at?
You can submit community content too. We do take community hunter stuff, which you can go to there's a forum, right? You came from the community hunters, right, Ray? Yeah, so there you go. Basically, you can work with the Community Hunters group on Achievement Hunter, make your own content, and we post that on the front page. And we found people. We found Ray that way. It was he was making good enough content that we brought him up to the big leagues. So here he is now.
Well, I love what Achievement Hunter does. I love what Achievement Hunter does. Gus, I hate to, I'm not asking for a controller, but you've always been my favorite. Just your shorts, always making me laugh, man.
Thanks. I'd totally give you a controller, but I'm out.
Oh, dude, it's fine, but
Oh, look, you can have monies. Flattery gets you everywhere.
Wow. That got kind of personal. Do you two want us to leave?
Tell me more about how great I am.
We don't want to make this awkward for you.
All right. I want to know how you like working with Jeff Williams for the Red vs. Blue soundtrack, and as well as what's your favorite song by him. Also,
I can't really talk right now. We'll talk later.
Also, I have something for Gavin.
You have something for Gavin?
Bottle of headlight fluid that I made.
Come on up. Does this work?
You are never going to live that down, Gavin.
Does this work? Okay, it does work. You want to say hello, Gavin?
Hello, everyone.
So Gavin's another example of somebody who is in our community that we always wanted to hire for years and years. The problem is that Gavin is a lousy Brit, and our country hates people from other countries. Go America!
They took our jobs.
So we had to find a way to get Gavin a visa, and so we finally settled on the fact that we were going to get you a, what kind of O1?
O1 visa.
An O1 visa, which is an artist of international renown. Which is like what Viggo Mortensen gets to go to New Zealand to film Lord of the Rings. And so when we first applied to it, basically what this became was a 3-year campaign for us to lie to the U.S. government about how important YouTube is. And so when he went back to the UK after working on Red vs. Blue Season 7, wait, he didn't have a visa. Did I say working? I meant hanging out while we made it. So he goes back and he starts a show called Slow Mo Guys over in the UK. So the show that you started in order to try to get a visa, how many views do you have on that now, total?
60 million.
Yeah, so he has a channel now that has 60 million views. So now we basically can't afford Gavin because he has his own goddamn channel. But he just recently joined us back. I don't know, so I want to say, everybody, join me in welcoming Gavin to America. And I also want to give a shout out to the same person we did a similar thing with, Barbara, who is the #1 member of our community site. She's now our community manager, so welcome Barbara as well. Barb's from Canada though, so her story's super boring. Wow. Was that all Canadians yelling? Wow. That was the most emotion I've seen cumulative from Canadians ever. That's impressive. They don't let you do that in your own country, do you? You have to come down here to do that stuff, right? Up there you just say, thank you, we're sorry for clapping too loud. So somebody in the audience I just heard wants to hear you say, dirty.
Are you ready?
We're pretty close to out of time. Is there anything else we need to touch on before we go?
Oh, God.
Bernie, it's this guy.
It's Keith Apicary. No shit.
Woo! Keith!
Forces converge.
Is there a microphone around here?
No, there's not. There's a mic down there.
All hail Keith! I know you guys are running late.
Hello? Hey, what's up? So, I know you guys talked about one of my dance videos lately. I just want to personally thank you guys because you're like freaking huge, and I'm just a weird bald guy in a corner of YouTube somewhere, and I thought I'd say thank you for talking about it because you got me a lot of views, and I'm going to be dancing in my briefs later. Robert Koo told me it's probably a bad idea to do it, but I figured it's for a new dance video, so I may as well do it now on your panel to start the whole thing. So if anyone wants to dance with me in my underwear during PAX, and we're doing it all weekend for a new video, so let's start it now, and then I'll get out of here. This isn't a bomb. If you know me, you probably would think it is a bomb I'm wearing, but it's not. It's a microphone, so take it easy, settle down. Ready? Oh, and this is my security crew. Everyone start dancing now. Wait, let me take off this. Sorry, guys. Woo! All right, that's enough for that. That's a little Space Channel 5 action for you guys. I'm out of here. Thanks, guys.
I literally have zero idea what the fuck just happened.
I think we have to burn this stage now.
Let's throw lemons at them.
I'm going to need a new chair, please. Thank you. Over here. We can burn this one. No, he does these incredible dance videos online. We talked about it during the podcast. You have to look at one of his videos that is by Yell. It's Comme un enfant. You have to spell it C-O-M-M-E. Barb, you're Canadian. How do you spell enfant?
It's Keith, I think Keith Apicary, is that his name?
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. Tremendous. You just have to see them. We could try to explain it up here, but we don't have a connection. Otherwise, we'd show you the video. But they're awesome. Really, really, really well done.
At 3 o'clock, I got to show I'm doing all my songs in the jam space, and I got a panel at 1. And if even 1% of you guys show up, it'll probably fill up, so.
Wait, when is your panel? Because I'm going to fucking bomb it now.
I highly encourage crashing of panels. If you know me, I'm all into it, so please crash my panel, mess it up, break my table. I don't really give a crap.
Also,
so, this is where I'm looking like right at you, and I'm talking to all of them. A woman, very nice.
Okay, get out of here.
Yeah. Just to be clear, the microphone already amplifies your voice. You don't need to yell into it. Like you're mad at it.
Keith, feed.
All right, we got time for more questions?
Is there anything here you want to do?
No, I think we're good. We're good.
Right.
We can show
voice.
We can show Forex Chronicles at the booth, I think, so people can come by the booth and see it.
All right, come by the booth to see more stuff.
How much time do we have? Do we have time for a couple more questions?
-3 minutes, but fuck it. Sure. No one's telling us to leave.
So we only want negative questions now. They're in the negative zone. Oh, you all have negative questions. I love it. How about you, Green Lantern?
I don't have a negative question, but no offense to Mr. Goldenbeard.
That sounds like a negative question.
I want to hear the intros redone by the golden voice.
Oh, God.
Old-timey voice.
The old-timey voice. Wow. Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us here. PAX Boston, home of the American Revolution, where Paul Revere rode to the streets warning the American citizens of the coming British. On my right, I have Mr. Jack Patillo.
Hello.
Or as he's known in the Spanish realm, Patillo. Like him, Mr. Carey Shawcross. That diminutive, scary person from the East, Mr. Monty Ohm. Next to him is a right young ingenue, Miss Kathleen Zelch. Hailing from parts unknown, Mr. Matt Joseph Hullum. On his right, the long-haired hippie. Never held a job, never needed one, Mr. Jeff Williams. And from south of the border comes that Pancho Villa lookalike. That rebel without a cause, Mr. Gustavo Sorolla. Today's panel is brought to you by Chesterfield Cigarettes.
Yeah, this is my first PAX East, and I'm just so excited. And
You sound excited.
I was on the internet, and I read
Oh,
some...
don't do that. Hey, that's a totally different kind of meeting that you need to go to.
I read that rooster teeth means cockbite. Is that true?
It depends on the dialect, and it's kind of a regional thing from upstate New York.
Okay, that answered my question.
I think they're clearing our last one. Make it count.
Oh, I'm the last one? Okay.
Yes.
Well, I don't want to offend anyone, but do you, Matt, do you, Bernie, and do you, Gus, miss the old days doing it at 4 a.m. in either Bernie's back bedroom or in Matt's
Baby, I'll do it at 4 a.m. any night.
Well, obviously. Who wouldn't?
Yeah, you really need to qualify you're talking about production.
Yeah,
right?
well, okay, production, not what Gus is talking about. Talk about that
I
in the
think
booth.
my thing's a lot more exciting.
I know.
It's nice having a support team and a lot of people working on it, so they can stay up all night
You
and
know,
work all weekend.
I miss doing the audio, though, in Matt's closet, you know? With
At
all
4
his-
a.m.?
At 4 a.m., yeah. I mean, I miss that.
Those were intimate
Awkward.
times, to be sure.
And then also, one more thing. Me and my friends are just starting up a website, just kind of like yours, but we're doing Let's Plays, reviews, commentaries.
We're going to crush you.
We know we can't compete with you, but we would like to see if you guys could come join our website or even just look around on it. So I have business cards with all of our information.
Sir,
and if anyone else want one, can be asked.
There's been a new bar set for promotion. I don't know if you just saw what happened up here or why I'm scared to sit in my chair, but you got to drop to underwear if you want to plug at this point. Am I right? I mean, it's, yeah.
Promote my website, I will.
I believe he's saying he's not wearing underwear.
I am. I will if I need to.
That is not going to discourage anybody in this audience.
Very
sir.
European.
I don't think so.
Especially not Kathleen. It's up to you.
I will if I need to promote my website.
Let's see it.
Oh my God.
Come on, give this guy credit.
Yeah!
Let's see those lemons. No.
All right, what's your website?
BigDumbTurtle.webs.com.
What?
We're in the making. BigDumbTurtle.webs.com. We're in the process of trying to make our own website with our own URL. but
Bigdumbwebsite.something.com.
I have
Big
business cards for it.
website turtles. Is that what it is?
BigDumbTurtle.webs.com. I have business cards and a lot of them.
Great.
All right. All right.
All right. Well, thanks for coming out to the panel.
Yeah, thanks for coming to the Rooster Teeth 2012 panel.
Now I gotta refuel more frequently. Play my round about a week in advance. There's no chance for a bot like me. Never should have been dead off, but think it's simply blind. I'm missing gears like you wouldn't believe. Cheated on my cabbie exam for fake pedigree. Now here's a bed that I think I should take. These human females, man, they always tip great. Hop on in, what's happening? Where you headed, ladies? They pointed straight up, I hit the helium pedal. I don't mean to meddle, girls, but this neighborhood is grimy. What you doing here with your nice and shiny boots? I heard of then I turned to look behind me. These earth girls melted down to molten magma duels. Those fuckers always leaving lava on my floor mats as they morph from one life form to another. But I'ma get the last laugh. I got a door that's electric. I'll shock him down the rubber, Now that I'm up, I'ma stop by the depot. My boss gets around 2 and it's 3, so I think I'm safe. I hit the keypad 878. Finger passcode denied. Oh great, man, that's all I need. Did I forget my cabbie fee? I grabbed me 3 batteries, they leave out for free. Then I hit the speed. I got a call, the Imperial Dawn. Got some drunk bots at the Queen's Ball. Yes, yes, yo. Those upper class bots are stacked. They tip you 20 credits and not even look back. So I'm gone, but right, this night might prove it.
host a peer-driven award show within the video game business. And as you guys know, there has been, and certainly a long time ago, there were more stereotypes around the business. It's just, it's full of certain kinds of people, and it's not a very big business, and people didn't take it, I think, as seriously as they could have from a kind of a creative recognition perspective. And the Academy was founded around, hey, this is not just a big business, but it's a really creative industry, and it's full of incredible artists and technical and artists. And you'll see out just down a floor our Into the Pixel exhibit, which is a celebration of art within video games. Check it out on your way out. It's right by the escalators. We do this with the ESA every year, and call from hundreds of submissions and exhibit art around the world from video games. Our crown jewel is the Interactive Achievement Awards, and this past February in Las Vegas, we had our 15th annual award show hosted by Jay Moore, and it's around a big conference we do called DICE. But I'm going to run a very short video here just to give you a few looks at the award show to give you a feel for it. And then I'm going to introduce one person here, Alex. I want you to stand up. Because Alex is a Lego maniac here. He did if you can see it on YouTube, you can see it on our site, but Alex did a 2-minute Lego intro, which you will not see on here, but it's worth checking out to the show this year. It was fantastic. So could you roll that first video, the IAA video for me, please?
We're at the 15th Annual Interactive Achievement Awards, and it's going to be amazing.
I am in awe of all of you, all the artists in this audience. Interactive Achievement Awards.
It's great. This is my favorite award show.
It gives us a real, true chance to celebrate each other's work, and there's no other place actually you can do that.
Tonight we honor Ed Law. Tim Sweeney.
It's just great to get nominated for your work, especially when the competition is so incredibly high.
It's a good year. Great games.
These games are so damn good that it's just kind of blowing my mind.
So here are this year's awesome fucking nominees. And the award goes to Little Big Planet 2.
Batman. Star Wars, The Old Republic.
Portal 2.
Call of Duty, Modern Warfare.
Super Mario 3D Land.
Bastion.
Skylanders, Spyro's Adventure.
Fruit Ninja Connect.
Thanks very much, everyone.
Thank you. Thanks to the Academy for this award.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
It's always an honor to be singled out as having an award from the Academy because the people who make the games vote for it, and thank you very much.
And the award goes to The Elder Scrolls Skyrim. That's our show, everybody. Good night, everybody. See you next time.
And just one more note about the show. It's peer-driven, and it's much like the Motion Picture Academy, and we have 22,000 members. They're all game makers, game creators, or people involved in the game business itself, and that's who decides who's going to be nominated, who's voted on it, and who wins. So, again, this is labeled the Best of DICE, and the DICE Summit is a conference we hold for kind of senior level creative and business executives in the industry every year, and it's around the award show. I'm not going to bore you with another video on that, but I will say when I was talking to Penny Arcade and Robert, it's like, why don't we bring a session from DICE to you guys? You know, just to you can see it online and things, but have Rich here to kind of run through and answer questions and get to the point where you guys, like we said, when we get to the end of this, you can ask me anything you want. So anyway, Rich, I first saw this presentation in China. I think it's fascinating. Rich is he's Chief Creative Director at Electronic Arts. He has been in the business a long time, and I don't mean that in a bad way. He's seen everything in this industry. I've introduced him this way before, but he's kind of like the Dos Equis guy in the commercial. He's sort of seen and done everything, and and that's why I say you can ask him anything, he'll have a comment on it. It's going to be very interesting. So Rich is going to do his, how did video games really get invented?
Well, maybe.
Sort of.
Anyway.
Yeah.
We've got some slides, maybe? Maybe? So, let's see here. As Martin told you, I work for Electronic Arts. I understand that we're the worst company in the world right now, for those who don't know. Personally, I've spent 30 years on that, so I approve of the achievement. Hopefully, we'll at least finish above Enron, at least today. But we're moving on with that anyway. What I thought I'd do is, in the process of going to China, I started to do some research about games. And those of you who don't know me, I'm kind of most famous for the EA Sports products at Electronic Arts. I did the original Madden, NHL hockey. I did Tiger Woods, and since he's winning again, it's Tiger Woods again. And I did lots of other things, Wing Commander, lots of games that you guys have heard of. And so one of the things that I did in going to China was to think about how games had defined the relationship, in particular between China and the U.S., and about how some other games had had a big impact. In particular, how game players had had a big impact on history. And so that's really what this is about. So anybody here old enough to remember 1972? Or old enough to operate a microphone. Anyway, I actually grew up truly loving chess. I think chess is one of the greatest games ever invented. And 1972 was that little shining moment in time when everybody in the world was crazy for chess at one time. Bobby Fischer was playing Boris Spassky in the World Chess Championship that year. And, oops, oh no, oh there we go. In particular, they had a game 6 that was a true masterpiece. What Boris did was Boris was playing black and Bobby was playing white. Bobby Fischer had at many times claimed that playing a queen's pawn opening, the pawn on the queen's side as an opening, was an inferior by definition move to play in any chess game, and he refused to do it, except in the 6th game of the World Championship against Boris Spassky, where he played that exact opening move. What made it all the more remarkable was Spassky was famous for playing a defense against that he had failed to be beaten in 60 times in tournament chess. So Bobby went right into the teeth of it. And the outcome of this game is one of the true masterpieces of chess. Those of you who have ever been interested in chess, this is a game you should go study. By the way, at the end of it, Boris Spassky got up and gave Bobby Fischer a standing ovation. How many sports do you know where that happens? What this also did was it served as a catalyst for the Cold War at that time. And the key thing is to maybe look at what those words say. So it talks about the deadly gamesman and about how it's a chess battle. In this particular case, the two Cold Warring countries, the Soviet Union and the United States, had really cast this as a direct competition between the two countries in the same way that the Olympics were or several other things were. And this was yet another front on that broad Cold War that was going on at the time. The outcome was Bobby Fischer won the World Championship. And then, as other people have said, Bobby disappeared. The loss there was Bobby Fischer as a player. He maybe was the most inventive chess player ever, and falling into an anti-Semitic stupor after that didn't do his chess playing any good and denied us of his great play. But I want to go back 1 year to 1971 to show what a game player really could do. So in 1972 it was about conflict. In 1971 it was about understanding. So it's about how these two guys, plus this guy, with a little help from these two guys, invented the video game business. So the guy on the far left is Jing Zhang. He's a multi-time world champion at table tennis. And the guy on the right is a guy named Glenn Cohen. He was the U.S. junior champion in 1970 or 69 and 68, that range. These two guys were participating at the World Table Tennis Championship in Nagano, Japan in 1971. For context, people from China had not been allowed since the Cultural Revolution. This was the first time that a Chinese national team had been outside of China in 6 years. So this was the first contact between literally an American and a Chinese citizen, essentially, in 6 or 7 years. So the story behind this little picture is that Glenn has long hair for a reason in 1971. Those of you who remember what that meant then, that meant he was a hippie. And Zhang was not. During the World Table Tennis Championships, there were not enough facilities for those guys to practice. And so what they would do is they would truck them out to these small villages and use gymnasiums. This would be like going to your local Y and discovering Michael Jordan working out there, getting ready for the NBA season. It was that remarkable. So these two guys ended up at the same practice facility. They were taken by buses there. Glenn is not the most organized person ever to walk the face of the earth, so Glenn got on the wrong bus coming back. He got on the Chinese bus coming back. So first of all, everybody on the bus is mortified, and he's spending a lot of his time trying to point out that he's their friend and that he's so sorry, but that he'd like to be their friend. Zhang bothers to get up out of his seat, pull him all the way back to the back of the bus, and explain to him that it'll be okay, and gives him a gift, this painting of a famous mountain in China. Glenn has nothing to give him back, but he rectifies that later. But Glenn spends the entire bus trip with Zhang, where the two of them are deciding that they're going to go visit each other when they get home. This is an American and a Chinese table tennis player deciding to have diplomatic relations between the U.S. and China in 1971. They didn't ask Henry Kissinger's permission. They didn't ask anybody's permission. So when Glenn shows up back with his coach, he tells his coach that, hey, I'm going to China to see the world champion. And of course, telephones start ratcheting up through the relative governments. The good news was, in this particular case, that the U.S. had gone ping-pong crazy as a result of this little activity. So there's some pretty embarrassing things up here. On the right are some of the first national Chinese imports ever brought into the U.S. in 1971 as a result of this. In the center is an extremely embarrassing single at the time. You guys can read that for yourself. And on the left, you see the Time magazine article that says, China, a whole new game. Think about the contrast between this and the stuff I showed you about chess from just a year later. Anybody know who this is? Very good. So you guys don't know who this is? Very good. This is Ralph Baer. What did Ralph Baer do? Ralph Baer invented the video game business, and he has the patent to prove it. So Ralph was working at a small company and was working on a television educational device. And some folks from Magnavox decided to buy that from him and turn it into a game. Their launch plan was to launch it in November of 1971. So in its original incarnation, those of you who never played the Odyssey, it actually came with quite a number of games. It was a pretty advanced system for that time. Something on the order of 16 different games were built by the manufacturing organization before Magnavox ever got it. And out of those 16 games, out of the total that were available, they picked that one. Why did they pick that one, maybe? Did it have something to do with an American tennis player and a Chinese tennis player meeting on a bus in China? I think it had, or in Japan. I think it had everything to do with that. So my underlying point here is that's a couple game players who changed the world, who created the most important economic relationship in the history of the planet, and probably created the most important unilateral relationship in the history of the world. Now, that's just a couple game players, a kind of semi-amateur tennis table player from upstate New York, and a world-famous world champion from China. And what they did was they rebuilt the world. You guys are all game players. What are you going to do? Where would you be without them? So that's kind of, this is an example of what we do at TED. We try and be provocative, try and make you think about new things. This was a surprise to me. I had no idea the relationship between these two things. So those of you who don't think that world history matters, in this particular case, it did many things, including creating lots of consumer opportunities for you, but it also created the video game business as we know it. You have something else you want me to do, or is it question time?
Thank you, sir. Q&A.
Q&A. All right, so we have, where's our sample swag?
Sample swag.
We have sample swag. So those of you who were here earlier saw us throwing things around. We have lots of good stuff for the good quality questions. So show up for the questions and the swag will be distributed. Go. Yes, sir.
You talk about gaming in general, like you
I think sports are games, yes.
In your presentation about sports, about chess, tabletop games, and video games.
Yep.
I'm curious about whether it's technologically or otherwise, where you see the industry going, if there's some kind of new technology on the horizon that's going to enable a new level of games, or if it'll just be that computers are getting more and more powerful and they'll be so realistic we won't even see the difference anymore. One of the thoughts I had was perhaps a future marriage of tabletop gaming and the sophistication of video games, and I was curious about your take on that.
Yeah, I mean, when I talk internally about what I think is changing in our business, there are really three things that I think are dominating that. That's who the players are, where they're playing the games, and how they're paying for them. The biggest change in the last 5 years is we roughly have 3/4 more players than we've ever had before. And that's a result of social games and mobile games in particular. Those are games that are generally played away from the living room and not played on a 10-foot experience, but are played on a mobile device or on a browser. The next thing is, so we got a bunch of new players, people who hadn't played console games for years who are playing those kinds of games. The next thing that's going is increasingly they're playing them on mobile devices with batteries hooked up to them. And that's defining a whole new set of problems for us to solve around the relative performance and production values that we can produce for that. And the last thing is how people pay. Our model used to be people paid at the door. You paid $60, bought a disc and took it home and played it. Increasingly people want to pay for something after they've had a big part of the experience. And so free to play is probably the other biggest change. I think there will be combinations of board games. What I see working for these new audiences are things that they are familiar and that they understand, and those are generally not 20-hour, 2-hour at a throw video game console style experiences. They're much shorter in duration and have a lot more relationship to board games. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you.
Yep. Wow, look at the line. I better be good.
Hi, you mentioned that you didn't know this information before. So where did you learn this first, and then how did this presentation kind of come together that you were the one who did this digging to learn this and tell us about it?
Well, I was just timelining what's called ping pong diplomacy and Magnavox and discovered they were lining up perfectly. And so I made a couple of phone calls to some friends of mine who were around at that era. And there was actually a fair amount of debate about what the initial game going out was, and the closing loop was a marketing person deciding that it was Pong because that was what was most marketable. So the answer was, I'm old, I have friends who've been in the business a long time, and I made phone calls. Yeah.
Hi. So you work for a very large company now, and back when you started...
Yep. 29 years ago, by the way.
The industry wasn't as large as it is now.
Absolutely.
Companies weren't as large now. And so with a company as large as EA, there are markets in terms of types of games that are just too small for you to consider developing a product for them. I feel like you guys have to sort of target towards a larger audience in order to recoup enough investment to make it worth your time. And I was just wondering how you feel about, being in this position now where you're in such a large company and you're maybe a little bit more restricted in terms of what you can develop for, or is it just now you're making the types of games that you want to make and you have this enormous amount of resource to do that?
Yeah, I think I felt a lot more like you're describing 5 years ago than I do today. I think 5 years ago, for the most part, the game business was very, very high-end PC games and very high-end console games that $30-40 million to make. And they were played a very particular way. They demanded almost a complete removal of all other distractions from your life to play. Those kinds of games restricted, in my judgment, the amount of freedom of development and certainly the amount of new things that we could try. What I've seen happen over those 5 years is just the opposite. So mobile gaming for us, free-to-play gaming for us, even things like Xbox Live and PSN have been new opportunities to do new things and in some cases to get to know old friends. For me, the best of the games that you see on a phone today have a lot in common with games that we used to put a quarter in a machine to play. A great phone game generally has the same kind of frequency and cycle as a great coin-op. And so a lot of the principles that I learned when I was building games with one guy for 9 months for $30,000 in his parents' bedroom, actually a lot of those same lessons I'm reapplying now with a lot of the same people, by the way. We've seen a lot of the folks who were around the business in the 80s have come back because it's possible for their integrated skills to get fully recognized again. So it's good news. I think it's a good time, great time to make games.
Thanks.
Hi. Just
longtime supporter of the EA Sports franchise.
Thank you.
All of them, from NHL 12, the Madden,
Thank
to
you.
the Madden series. But
Isn't it amazing how long NHL has lasted?
Unbelievable.
A hockey game made for 20 straight years, guys. You guys have no idea how amazing that is.
And the fact that
I'm completely blown away. Sorry.
And the fact that every year it's getting awards for the new.
It actually
new
does get
advancements.
better. It's probably the most improved year-to-year sports product every year. Anyway, sorry.
Regardless of which, with the advancement of a lot of people playing more games online now with Xbox Live Arcade and like the PSN, a lot of stuff's becoming more downloadable content as to like those type of games. I'm just wondering if there's any kind of plan for a future where you can see like a AAA type title that you would see on disc nowadays kind of move to maybe downloaded complete, it's like a lot of titles now.
Yeah, you can buy FIFA today, the exact same disc game as a digital download on PSN and Xbox Live.
Yeah, for those, and that's why I was just wondering,
Yeah, we like that idea. In fact, we'd like to be able to have a different update relationship with our sports games. If ever there's a game that would like to be updated every week, it's a sports game. And so I think that you're going to see a relationship change over time when we can get more flexibility about what we can do and when.
Yeah, and that's what I said, just like the more download kind of keeps the secondary market out of it. That's what I was just trying
Well, that's not why. I mean, sports is a story written every week.
Well, I'm not saying sports in general, but I'm just saying the kind of the spectrum kind of, there's that secondary market that you guys are certainly trying to fight with the online pass and everything else. So I'm just wondering, I don't know if there are other plans for like those AAA titles to kind of maybe be like downloaded with the speeds of broadband and internet when the power of the console.
The answer is we'll do it as fast as the console manufacturers will let us.
Of course.
Yep. Go Blackhawks, huh?
Go Blackhawks. I want to start by saying NHL 94, my favorite sports game of all time. I do have another sports question. It seems like you've talked about how like the DICE Summit is about questioning people and having them surprises and pushing them forward and how the industry is pushing forward. It, to me, seems like the sports industry is pushing backwards ever since EA bought the individual manor rights. It seems like everyone's souped up everything possible that they can. Now EA doesn't do a basketball game, they doesn't do a baseball game. Do you see a summit specifically to try to end the sports monopoly, to put everyone back together and being competitive to push better products for sports titles?
Let's see here. So I don't think Sony thinks we have a monopoly. I don't think THQ thinks we have a monopoly. I don't think Take-Two thinks we have a monopoly. At least they behave like they don't. What I think there is an opportunity for is that sports games is interesting in that there's very little infrastructure to lead people into that business. And so I don't know if you'll see a DICE segment on that per se, but one of the things we are working on is to have the education programs on game design start to include sports in their curriculum. And I think that's important for two reasons. One is sports has always been 15 to 18% of the overall video game market. But the other reason why is I think there is a tremendous amount you can learn about any kind of game design from sports. And I think that's one of the things that most people miss when they look at sports. Thanks.
Hey, and I will just add real quickly that we also have a foundation, and I'm sure some of you guys are students. We give out scholarships for game design and people who want to get into the game business. So go to interactive.org. That's our website. Submissions are open until, how late, Debbie? June 29th. And in fact, many of them we were awarded last year were from the East Coast, so please apply.
We've hired, I think, a third of the overall scholarship winners over time. So they actually translate to jobs. Yes, sir.
Hi. I have a computer science degree, and for the last couple of years, or for right now, I work in finance. Over the last little while, I've developed an interest in the the business side of the games industry. So this is going to sound like a silly question, but it is meant sincerely. How do I get your job?
I grew up in Las Vegas, and one of the things that was true when I lived there was the guy who ran the door at Caesar's Palace, when time came to retire, people bought his job from him. So I'm open to all offers. The short answer is that you need to invest in having as broad a background as possible. So computer science is very important. You'll be shocked to know the thing that probably will matter the most to you in 20 years is the humanities and not the technology that you took. Because unfortunately, people in the humanities change a lot less fast than the technology does. And that fundamentally games, especially video games, are made by people for people, which means an understanding of people is a key and important part of that process. I would say get as varied and experience-based as you can. Write code for games, design games, figure out how to be in a producer relationship where you have some monetary responsibility for games. And you can decide to do this on your own, by the way, for your own product and learn a lot. What we respect in our business is what people have achieved. And if you can achieve that either within a company or outside of it. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hello. I just want to initially say thank you and all the teams that you've worked with Electronic Arts for making this such a fantastic and diversified series of franchises.
Thank you, thank you.
And I also, as an upcoming developer, and I'm sure there's more than just me that are developers in this room, do you have any aspiring words of wisdom for such as myself and other developers in this room?
I'm going to add to what I just said, which is that when I go to colleges and I get asked if I could take one course in college that was going to get me ready for the video game business, I always say, go take your humanities. And all the English teachers in the back of the room go, yes! It seems funny, but it actually is quite true. I would say that my secret to success in the business is that I have an incredibly varied background, that I have lots of different interests, and that I can do and kind of understand lots of different things. I think that's what prepares you for the future in general, not just in the games business.
Thank you very much.
Good luck.
I don't know if you've ever heard of the term trans gaming before.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Some interesting things have come up recently, especially with EVE Online and being able to play a game over sort of different multiple platforms.
Yeah, we call that metagaming actually in our space.
Okay. Do you see that sort of proliferating more into the gaming culture, or do you think it sort of will stay as like sort of a niche thing?
No, I think it's the opposite. So I think if you look at the dynamics of our business, where the new audiences are coming from, what's driving that at the end of the day, they want to play the game where they are. They're not going to be tethered to their living room or to their computer. So for us to maintain contact with those new games, I think building a game for them that they feel like they can play anywhere is a key part of that process. The number one thing that you worry about with this new customer is not getting the money out of them, it's getting their time. Once you have lost them to another game, you may not get them back. So I think it's absolutely key to the long-term health of our business.
Do you think that like different games can merge together, like different gameplays and gameplay types can merge together, or do you think it's going to be sort of like,
Yeah, I think you have to do the right thing for the device. I mean, it's pretty easy to understand how to play golf on about 10 different things and make that pretty fair, but I don't think a shooter necessarily works too well on an iPhone. And so I think you end up talking to different aspects of that game's experience on each of those devices, and that might mean in some cases you're doing the same thing, or you might be running an application on your phone that improves the fire rate and the accuracy of your weapons, so when you take them back to a shooter they have an effect. I think you'll see all of those things. Things like FIFA Ultimate Team that allow you to essentially general manage outside of the game are a good example of that working very well.
well,
Thank
I'm glad because I enjoyed it.
No, yeah, I think there's more coming, a lot more coming.
Hi. You've been talking about sports a lot, and I was actually wondering, how do you keep your sports genres fresh and avoid things like burnout like Tony Hawk's Pro Skater?
We fire them every 3 years. The short answer is actually that's not true. So the Madden team, we had a big change in the Madden team's infrastructure in like the last 2 years. But literally the team that had built that before had done it for almost 14 straight years. So in that particular case, they had a long list. A lot of it is you bring new designers in. When I worked on a product line, after 4 years, I thought I shouldn't be doing things anymore on that line. Generally, I think by the 4th year, we're on like my 16th best idea. And somebody else's best idea is always better than my 16th best idea. So I think what we've done is inserted new blood into, in particular, the design group on almost a yearly basis, and they've risen through the ranks. The other thing is that we have a pretty cyclic, continuous process of technological evolution on those teams that makes them pretty interesting to stay on. Thanks.
Thank you.
You mentioned working on the NHL franchise.
I did.
EA.
It's true.
How did the strike affect the game that year?
Which one? There have been two.
Oh, there was. Oh, yeah. How did
so there was one in 1993, and then there was the work stoppage in the
latest
90s.
one. The latest one.
Let's see, what did it do? Well, it hurts their sales. It always hurts their sales whenever they have a strike. I think in that particular case, what we got out of it was that we became the game that nobody else could have. And so for many players who were fans of the NHL, we were all they had. We appreciated that. There was a There was a pretty extensive set of preseason games that were played online and posted on YouTube as an attempt to fill that void. Mostly what we saw was every time that there is a labor action inside the leagues, they come back interested in reconnecting with their fans, and they're more interested in us doing new things than they usually are. So I think in this case, the NHL was more interested in us trying some things we wanted to try.
Thank you.
Yep.
Hi. I was wondering how joining with DICE and doing all the Frostbite engines for the current games like the Battlefield
Sure.
series and the Medal of Honor series has changed and helped your company EA grow ever since that.
Well, for one thing, we're not building 16 game engines at the same time anymore, which is pretty financially unworkable. The answer is that Johan and his team at DICE have done a great job of really defining what can be done on most platforms. And what that does is challenges our other teams to fully realize what that canvas can accomplish. And so what it's done is it's changed our company from constantly being in the business of creating new game engines to spending most of that time instead on creating the content that you guys play. You don't pay us for the game engine, you pay us for what plays in the game engine. I mean, it means more money has showed up, on the game screen for you guys, I think. And more in the future.
I actually got Battlefield for the engine, so.
Good.
Yeah.
Well, by the next Need for Speed for the same reason. Louisville, he's recovering though.
Hi, as a casual console gamer with a limited budget, I've noticed, especially over the past year, a disturbing trend in gaming. And that's when I buy a used game, often I have to buy downloadable content to access the full, so it's an extra charge that I wasn't expecting. Do you see this continuing on in the future? Is this the death of the used game market?
Those are, in my judgment, unrelated conversations. So the reason why you see a premium paid for online services is because they cost money to operate. And for us, what we were discovering was at one point in time for Burnout, we had approximately 25% more connections than had ever bought the game. So that's pretty troubling for us because we have to pay for that. And generally those people played a lot. And for us, that's it's an incremental cost, not a fixed cost. And so the short answer was that was a cost containment around a cost that got out of hand. DLC, the downloadable content that you're talking about, generally what we've done is we're building $80 and $90 games nowadays, and we sell you $60 and then we sell you more later. The real difference is if you look at the content in those games, if you look at the production values in those games, these games are roughly 2.5 times as large as they were at the beginning of the current generation of console games. They're really big games. I worked on Star Wars for a year. You guys have... Anybody who's tried to download it knows how big it is. And we left a lot at home. So these are big games nowadays.
Hi. Have you ever reconsidered what you're doing with your life after receiving so many negative comments and opinions?
I have, as I've already mentioned maybe once, I grew up in Las Vegas. And so first of all, it gives me a harder skin than average. It's a really caustic place. I've only had one job since high school besides the video game business, and I worked for a company called Reynolds Electrical and Engineering. They were the prime contractor at the Nevada test site. Anybody here know what we do at the Nevada test site? We blow up nuclear bombs. So after you've been in the nuclear weapons business, the game business seems okay.
All right.
Sorry, that's the best answer I have for you. Yes, sir.
Following on your question, like in my head was provocative of asking the gamers, what would you do, or what is it that we're going to do compared to what those players were able to do? It kind of popped in my head and kind of flipped that question back to the companies. What are you going to do to, I guess, acknowledge that whatever content is out there, it can have some social repercussions or have an impact on relationship with countries?
Well, I think we're an art form. I mean, and thank God the Supreme Court decided we were. But I'm going to explain what I think that means. Art is designed to impact people. It's designed to have an emotional impact, to change your mind sometimes about things. That often can do that in an uncontrolled or unanticipated way. What I think is true is that we need to take responsibility for the things that we say and we need to take responsibility for the experiences that our players have. And some of that is what I was trying to talk about earlier, which is how can games change things? So for me, I have built violent games. I've also built unbelievably unviolent games. And we've had that entire array of experiences because that's a part of this world. I think that our business has increasingly got game content that doesn't simply reflect that darker side. That is one of the upsides of both social and mobile games, is they are brighter and happier places than the console space generally is. So I think there's some of that we're reacting to the larger audience and becoming more that way. I hope.
Hi. In the mobile gaming, it seems like micropayments are becoming a huge deal because
They're the business model.
Yeah, they just make so much money for the game because it's only $1 or $2.
Okay.
From what I think. Do you ever see micropayments coming to major games, major like $60?
They're in them already.
Yeah.
So Godfather 1, when we shipped it, there was a microtransaction where if you found yourself in a circumstance in a gunfight without a gun, we would help you solve that problem for a small price. I think it is the future of many kinds of games, and in particular of emerging markets. I think that it will be the dominant game form in China. I think it'll be the dominant game form in Asia, South America, Eastern Europe. So the answer is simply because of the scale of those audiences, it'll have an international effect, even here.
Thank you.
As a company that uses like pay to play online, online passes, everything like that, with the rumors of the next generation of consoles having no used games and all those rumors that are flying around, do you think that's like the correct direction for the video game business to go, is to clip it off at the console and the manufacturer of the console not having the online pass for the used games, or do you think it should stay like to the companies if they want to have their online games have an online pass or not?
Well, I always like it when we get to decide, the console makers don't. So the short answer is I wish we'd always get to decide.
Yeah.
So I've read the same things that you've read. I got to say that I don't necessarily believe it's true.
Yeah.
I think that different hardware manufacturers have different motivations to deal with that. For some it's a big problem, for others it's not. I think each of them will deal with it in their own way. I have seen no direct plan today to make that true.
Yeah.
And so I don't think it's coming.
All right, thanks.
First, I wanted to say I'm starting the bidding for your job at $5. And my question is, earlier you talked
There are days I could get it.
Okay. Tell me when those days are. Earlier you talked about different advice for people that want to get into the industry. My question is, how did you get into the industry?
Huh?
How did you get into the industry?
How did I get in the industry? So I knew this guy named David Gardner. David Gardner now runs a venture fund in London, England. He's past CEO of Atari. At the time I knew David, he was 17 years old and had sold more Apple computers than anybody west of the Mississippi that year. So he's a pretty interesting guy. He knew Trip Hawkins. He knew a guy named Jeff Burton, who worked at Electronic Arts. One of their first hires, the first CTO at the company, who I was privileged enough to actually get to do his job for a while, was a guy named Tim Mott. Tim Mott, along with Larry Tesler, are the guys who invented Brava. Anybody know what Brava is? Brava is the first windowing system ever on a computer ever. And so Tim was a guy that I had read papers from and knew that I wanted to learn from. So I went out of my way to get a job working for him, where I soldered cables and copied disks and set up PCs and solved RS-232 communication problems. And it turned out that I was good at video game design too. I had no idea. So the short answer was I found something I could do for that company, and then took advantage of the fact that growth meant I could find new opportunities. Find a place to enter. Yes, ma'am, we have a young lady, wonderful.
All right, so unlike chess, unlike ping pong, games are products. They are focus tested for years, and they're made to elicit very
I would make the
specific
case chess has been extensively focus tested. Name another game that's 600 years old with a single rule change in 600 years. Name one.
Well, that's...
No.
Well,
It's been
but
changed
I'm saying
many
that's
times.
at the point that because it's unchanging, it's a product that isn't...
It's perfect, that's why.
Yeah, that isn't changed to appeal to some theoretic average, but
Have you seen chess sets?
anyway.
Sorry. Those are called production values in that space.
All right, but the emotions that AAA games usually elicit, I mean, go on Xbox Live, the thing you're likely to hear is not applause.
That's true.
What do you think it's going to take for gamers to not just open up as a community, but to have emotions other... Oh, God, how do I phrase
I think I
this?
know where you're going. So one of the things that I think we did in the early days of our business when we were building single-player games in particular was we created a competition between the player and the designer. The designer's job was to take as much of your life away as they could for, the $40. And what that did was it created a relationship between the customer where they felt it was constantly their role to compete with that designer and that designer's role. It's created an odd circumstance where we're constantly being told as game designers what we're doing wrong. I really need to hear that and I want to hear that, but it's an odd thing about our business. What I've noticed is that multiplayer games break that. That doesn't mean people don't have strong opinions about multiplayer games, but for some reason people tend to agree these are the rules we're going to play today that define the relationship between us. We're not going to fight about what the game designer did or didn't do. So I think the more that games are multiplayer, the more that social activity is a key part of the game, a lot of this goes away. I think one of the reasons chess is great is because we're not talking about the computer opponent. Does that make any sense?
It does. It just... Play sports, then play sports game. The way it feels is so different. Not just, well, obviously the activity, but the camaraderie.
I agree with that. I think...
Because with games, you paid $60 for it, you have your TV, the consumerism is just...
So I agree with you, and I think sports is a good example of that. The sports part about that makes the most sense is what's the difference between softball and Major League Baseball? The last softball league I played in, you took your beer out in the field, and if the ball hit the beer, you were out. Clearly, that's not about me beating you. That's about us having a good time. The vast majority of sports in the world, 99.9% of the people who play sports in the world, that is their relationship with the sport. We need our multiplayer games to reflect that. I think they're starting to reflect that, but we're coming from this place that would define the competition between the player and the game first, and that's kind of distorted things in the short term. I think it will improve. I really do.
Sorry, thank you.
Yep.
Hi. You were talking earlier about how the industry is 30% bigger than it was a few years ago.
80% bigger.
80% bigger. We've seen stuff like this, like in the early 80s. Are you worried that this is another bubble that might bust, or is this different?
You mean the bubble from the
just
BCS?
Before the NES?
Yeah, the BCS bubble.
Sure.
Yeah, that was actually a long time before the NES. The NES is basically the VCS era died about 1982, and Electronic Arts was founded about the year after. We actually described cartridges at the time as the wave of the past. Of course, we eventually made some, but. What I have seen is there have been some boom and bust cycles in our space. That was a big one. I think in that case it was driven by a bunch of people who didn't actually care about the industry, didn't care about the games they were making. The folks, I think, who ran Atari Corp at that time were running a commodity business that felt to them like Procter & Gamble. It felt like selling soap.
Do you see any of that now, like especially in the
I don't
premium?
think you can get away with it. I don't think it works. I think that customers are too savvy, and that the work that's required to get your attention and time, you just can't get away with that anymore. So the boom and bust cycles that have come after that have generally been reflective of the hardware release cycles. So when a new platform comes out or is about to come out, it builds a hole in the market where everybody saves their money up for the new one. They don't want to buy new games for the old machine, that kind of thing. Those dips are pretty natural, and we see some of that echo now, in particular in the Nintendo platform. Those things are normalized for us. What's changed is things like social games and mobile games, where those cycles run at dramatically different rates and they're much harder to predict. What that's done is it's smoothed the whole of the industry out. I think that's a good thing.
Thank you.
Yep.
Hi. I've been a fan of...
He's looking on his phone.
Yeah.
He wrote it up. Okay.
I've been a fan of EA Sports since Bill Walsh's College Football in '95.
Oh, great.
Had the Fighting Irish up here on the default screen, and that's actually the reason I went to Notre Dame.
There you go. Michael Brook. That's his fault.
Yeah. You mentioned things have changed dramatically recently with the dawn of like browser games and iOS games. And then you mentioned that things are changing, like where people play games and how they pay for games. So as you see a higher volume of revenue shift to different sectors, such as the mobile and browser-based games, do you notice, as a creative director, do you notice that there was some sort of push from like the larger business arms of the company to I guess, reallocate resources to these newer areas? And if so, do you foresee this shift, I guess, being affecting traditional franchises and genres in a positive or negative way?
It's already happened. So at Electronic Arts today, the BioWare team does all their own mobile games, all their own social games, and all their own console and PC games. That's one integrated team with one integrated vision for how those products talk to each other and what they expect their customers to get out of that. I think that's a good thing. I think that's what you guys want. You want that solitary creative voice. You want that singular vision of what that product can be. And so I think we're headed in the right direction there. The only thing I worry about is that when it does strip some of the opportunities for social games and mobile games to be a place where new IP can get developed, if it gets buried inside of essentially the franchise organizations. So that's the challenge for us as a company, is how to allow new things to grow between the trees. And that's always a big challenge for us.
Thanks.
Thanks.
I'm curious how Dragon's Age Journeys worked as a marketing tool for the Dragon Age franchise, and why we haven't seen more Flash-type games done to market console and AAA titles.
The answer was it worked well enough that we're going to do it some more. So there's obviously a Mass Effect version of the same thing coming. I think there were things that worked well about that and things that didn't work so well. That product, if I recall correctly, was never designed to monetize. It was a game you could play that would drive you back to the console or the PC game.
Yeah, it gave you a few free rewards in the game.
There were combined there were combined achievements between the two of them. I think the next round, what you're seeing is that those social games and those mobile games are getting deeper to reflect the amount of time that we saw people spend on them. And so what I think you'll probably see now is maybe in that model it was 10%, 90%. I think you're going to see something that's 40, 60% in the amount of time and energy that we think we expect to be spent on the various platforms.
So it would be more social as opposed to single player, like
play
for 2 hours and be
yeah,
done
exactly
with it.
right. Yeah, and sports again is, FIFA Ultimate Team's a really good example of how those things really integrate well when they're done well.
Thank you.
Yep. Uh-oh.
This is a follow-up to an earlier question about involving the NHL. I
Okay.
think it's sort of interesting how sometimes the leagues sort of try to manage their image and that affects games. Like I think recently the NFL sort of changing attitude towards late hits has changed, like NFL Blitz, like you can't do late hits the way you could, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but
Yeah,
maybe.
yeah. So I'm curious if you could maybe talk about sort of negotiating with sort of these IP holders, or whatever the right word for them is, about sort of creative decisions in games, in sports games, when you sort of, to some degree, have to make compromises with the NHL and the NFL and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, we've done a lot of what I would call ghost writing for various folks over time, and everybody has a strong opinion about their image and about how they want to project themselves to their customers. I think that what we have tried to do for the sports leagues that we have worked with is to reflect how their customers are, not how they wish they were. And that's usually the essence of the conversation that we have with them. If they have an aspiration to change that, we'll participate in that to the degree that it makes sense. But we had a relatively extensive problem with the NHL about fighting in a game in the 90s. And the answer was that we lived without the league for a year. And, that was around one of those strikes, by the way, that didn't help either. I think in the long term, the leagues know that our goals and their goals are the same, that our audience is really the leading edge of their audience, and that when we and the leagues disagree about something like that, one of us is probably not right, unfortunately. Hopefully we're right most of the time.
Thank you.
Yep.
And I think we're going to have time, just for one more question.
I'll stick around afterwards. Go ahead.
I want to know, do you ever get bored of your job, and how long do you see yourself in the gaming industry?
So ask it again, I missed it.
I said, do you ever get bored of your job, and how long do you see yourself in the gaming industry?
Well, let's see. So do I get bored in my job? I generally have changed my job about every 4 years in my entire career. So, I did Madden for 4 years. I did NHL for 4 years. I did Tiger about 4 years. I did Origin Systems for about 4 years. I've been CTO and CCO for about that same period of time. It tends to be about my period of time where I think I have gotten the things out that I have to offer to that particular role, and then I go looking for something new. That formula has worked out really well for me. I would advise you guys to think that same way. I think to expect you're going to get a job and that things are going to stay the same is counter to every trend there is on the planet. And so getting yourself in the mode to say, what do I do next? That's probably a key part of your life going on. But good question. The number one thing that may drive me away from my job is the other things that matter to me. So I try and spend as much time with my family as possible. This is a very difficult hourly job. If you are making a game in this business, it's routinely a 60-hour plus job. And I have a 9 and 11-year-old. I'd like to see them more than I'd like to see another video game made by me. So in my particular case, that's the choice I've made, and that's why I'm not actually that's why I'm personally not making games today. Yep. Yes, ma'am. I'll do it. Come on.
Well,
I'll hear you anyway.
you actually kind of touched on it a little bit. On a typical day off for some successful in the industry, an artist or designer, what do you do at home? Do you play video games? I mean, I imagine to an extent you would, but do you get sick of it? Do you just completely shut off the electronics and say, I'm going to the park? Like, what do you do on your day off?
Yeah, I think you have to feed the beast. So, it's input and output. For me, I do play some games. I am proud to say this year I actually completed GT, 2 level 40 drivers, both on the B spec and the A spec side. First game of that scale I finished, 130 some hours or whatever it was. I don't do that all the time. For most games, I can get most of what I need to see out of them out of 4 or 5 hours nowadays. It's one of those things where I kind of know what I'm looking for. And in many cases, I've talked to the person who's building it many times during the course of the time, so I know specifically what I'm looking for. I spend a lot of time reading and understanding other things. I spend time on engineering projects that are interesting to me. I live in San Mateo, which is where Maker Faire is, so I build all kinds of wacky things. I play ice hockey. I play golf. I build high-performance electric cars. I do lots of things. So I try and have a diversity of activities to feed the beast. Thank you. I think we have to let them go, right? And then I'll be down in front. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you coming.
Hey, thank you very much. Hey, Alex. Yeah, it's good to see you.
All right, we're good.
Okay.
Are you set?
Are we on? Yeah?
All right.
All right. Hey! Woo! All right.
Awesome. Thanks, everybody, for coming out for this year's Uncharted 3 panel. If you weren't previously aware, we are being streamed live to the internet, so if you do not consent to be on camera or anything, you should take off now or sit in those sit
or
in the
just
back.
sit behind that guy and then you'll be fine.
So thank you for coming out. We are probably going to run close to overtime, so we'll get started really quick. I'm Arnie Meyer. I'm the community strategist at Naughty Dog. With me is...
I'm Eric Schatz, game designer for the Chateau level.
And other things. And I'm Justin Richmond. I was game director on Uncharted 3. So to start things off, we just wanted to give you a quick rundown of what we're going to do today. We want to show you a behind the scenes of what it's like to build a level at Naughty Dog. If you were here 2 years ago, we took you through designing a level. This is more about like the actual process of once we get it going, showing you every step along the way. So the first thing is, where are we going again? Where was this level set in the game? Oh, spoiler alert, if you want to leave and play this game, leave right now because we will ruin this level for you.
And other levels.
And other levels too, yeah. So if you don't want to know anything about the game, leave right now. So where we're going, this is the third level in the game. It's right after the London Underground. You've just discovered a secret in T.E. Lawrence's journal, and we're basically searching for whatever that secret was. We don't quite know what it is yet. And we just had this big escape in the last level. It was very, very hairy escaping from the underground, so we want to give this a little bit of downtime at the very beginning of the level, and then we'll ramp back up again.
We also wanted to give Drake and Sully some bro time. You know, we wanted to show how they depend on each other, and probably especially how Drake depends on Sully, because that becomes very important towards the end of the game. Get some puzzles. You know, up to this point, we've done a lot of really cool stuff, very cinematic things, but this level, we really wanted to take it back to the sort of the essential of the Uncharted experience. You know, we're going to have some jungle, some forest, and stuff like that, and let's burn it to the ground. We're gonna, you know, we have a few like huge set pieces in the game. You know, the airplane, the cruise ship. This was the first one we started putting together. So, and let's look at some pretty pictures.
So this is Rob Ruppel, who's our art director, our co-art director on Uncharted 3, and these were the very first, before he knew anything about the level other than it was a mansion in the middle of the woods. This is what he was drawing.
Now, I got hired right at the beginning of Uncharted 3, and so this stuff actually was done before I started on this level. And about a month after I was there, once I got the ropes down, I started on this. Now, this concept art, while awesome, and we definitely use this as reference, the criticism was we really wanted this to be back hidden away in the forest, you know, somewhere people couldn't find it for 100 years or something. So that was the main criticism of this, but otherwise it was pretty cool. And this is, Rob started trying to get a feel for a French chateau forest. Once we decided this was definitely in France, because it could have been anywhere.
Yeah, we had talked about actually putting it on the Hudson River for a while, and then we ended up deciding not to do that because of the connections through T. Lawrence.
Sure. So, more forest. Anyway, and then I got started, so.
Here we go. This is the very first block mesh. No one's ever seen this before outside of this room, besides our designers. And so you can see, obviously, this is actually Uncharted 2 Drake. We didn't even have our new models yet when we started laying this thing out.
Imagine Sully's going with you this whole time, because, you know, we first put the block mesh together, and the AI can't really use it very well. We've got to go back and finesse it later. So this is you exploring through the forest, coming up to the chateau.
And pretty quickly here, you can see you're going to get to the chateau, like almost immediately. There's almost no time spent in the forest outside.
Yeah.
And you can see we also had played with this idea of using a fence, as if like somebody had been there and like more recently than we actually ended up going with.
Yeah, that was the idea then. We actually ended up with a fence in the game, but it was more of like the old time sort of like spiked fence. Now, we always knew that we really wanted to have you and Sully get separated. It's just like I said, to emphasize the relationship between you, we wanted to separate you and see how it felt apart. So right here at the beginning, this was the first attempt at separation. You had to go over. Sully couldn't follow. And I think we didn't really have a plan for how you got back together at the time.
And so what we wanted to say was that Sully was going to stay behind and you were going to try and figure a way out to get him to catch up with you. And then right here, we actually did this entire sequence ended up being cut from the game. going down towards like a waterfall area, and then this one is a cave.
Well, yeah, we if you play the final game, you see there's a huge gorge that you'll see that actually is right next to the chateau. So a lot of times, early on, I was playing with what if you're actually on the side of the gorge, that sort of thing, and there was this stream coming from sort of a dammed up lake that was up there. So there was this idea that there was a lake up there, and you'll see it in just a moment, but the idea was that you would drain the lake, and then there would be something under a lake.
Like almost like a puzzle.
We had a puzzle planned for under the lake.
Yeah.
But,
and so here this is the first time you actually enter the chateau, and this ended up becoming part of the level later on, right?
Not really. Actually, this is the first draft of the interior part of the multiplayer level.
Oh, that's
We'll describe how that worked out later. So overlooking the lake right here, we decided to cut the lake because I love the idea of like draining the lake, and then there was cool stuff underneath, but it really takes a long time to realistically drain a lake, and we really try to stay grounded, and so, I don't know, I was thinking maybe you start draining the lake and then you come back later, or I don't know, but then it kind of like loses the point, so anyway, cut it.
Yeah, and so then here you're going down, that tower actually is the tower you run up in the spider chase later on in the level. We ended up reusing that. And across the way here, you're still over the gorge, and we were playing with this idea also of these statues being everywhere as one of the markers for the level, which we ended up abandoning. And then this
is the carriage house.
Yeah.
So we had a lot of really cool ideas for areas that would sort of be the grounds of the chateau. So we had this carriage house where like the horses in the stable would be, obviously they would all be decrepit and things like that. And you would sort of make your way through it. It'd be nice and creepy. Now, we actually started the development of this level thinking...
So that's that you can fly in our debug version.
When in doubt, fly.
Yeah.
So we started trying to make this level very, very creepy. And eventually we sort of turned that around. We decided, especially after you were in the London Underground, which was very creepy and stuff, we kind of wanted this to be a lighter note, sunshiny and things like that. So we kind of changed our tune. So this was the first combat we put together. And the idea, that's right, I think actually Sully is supposed to come in from above and save you.
He's going to come out of nowhere and rescue you. And you can see actually these are still Lazarevich's soldiers from the second game. And then that fight would end, and you'd actually go to a whole other area.
This is a Victorian greenhouse that actually the artists were very, very keen about having, and we thought it was pretty cool too. This is just as you can see, we've put it together as quickly as possible so that we can get it in and see if it's fun, see if it's cool, and then we can throw it out if we need to,
So so we didn't spend a whole lot of time building that greenhouse. We're like, okay, we're going to abandon that idea almost immediately. So we didn't ever actually put gameplay in there.
Absolutely.
It never got arted up. And here, you might recognize this.
This is the first pass of the grand staircase that you'll see, and that was the first area of the entire game that was arted up because we eventually used it for some demonstration for our green light. So.
And then that cut, we were going to go underground at some point. And so we didn't know quite where we were going to do it. And this climb ended up in the game. It's the climb out of the spider cave and into the first courtyard.
Yeah, where the well is.
But it's mirrored. It's backwards. In the game, we ended up reversing everything, and we'll show you a graphic of that in a minute.
Yeah.
This is a really cool climb. The rhythm of it was awesome, and so we decided to keep it. We just ended up flipping it over. And that actually ended up going into the spider chase instead of coming back outside.
Yeah, so we had this cool spider idea, and I started putting it in together. So this is the first iteration of it. It's very, very similar actually to what you see at the end, except actually mirrored. But like right here, for instance, that's where you pick Sully up, and then you stumble up, and then actually this is a bunch of prototyping we did about the idea that the spiders didn't like light, and if they didn't like light, you needed to get between different lights while they were chasing you. So there's another lamp up there, and you're taking the risk running from them, and they're pretty persistent.
Yeah. And this was also just a test to see whether the engine could even handle massive groups of enemies at the same time. We had never done that before.
So even though, this was prototyped here, we liked it, but we decided we really wanted to ramp up the spiders a little bit more over the entire course of the game. So this sort of gameplay actually ended up in the Syria level. We just wanted a little bit of it in the chateau.
We ended up putting the whole thing with Cutter actually came from this idea when you were tossing the things to the different lanterns.
Yeah, so running after you.
And then up here, again, another lantern. You're still underground. And this gets into some of the stuff we'll start talking about in a minute about why we ended up changing the level the way we did.
I love the idea of you have to jump over the spiders.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Oops.
And then live.
Jump over the spiders and then meditate. So that's very simple. This made it in Syria.
Yeah, this is actually pretty close to what it was in Syria. And then the other idea we wanted to play with was that the water would knock them off, which wasn't even prototyped here, but that was the idea behind it. And so that was the very first level, right? Not bad.
Not quite shippable just yet.
Yeah, exactly.
So let's see. First pass. What do we need to do to fix this thing up? So first thing we wanted to do is we wanted to create an earlier vista of the chateau. So I visited a castle in England once that they did this really cool thing. As you approached it, you saw just a tiny piece of it through the forest, and then you got a little closer and you saw another piece of it, and that's the sort of thing I really wanted to do with this. So we tried to adjust that, make the forest approach just a little bit longer and a little bit more teasing, I guess.
It's something that comes from theme park design, actually. It's like if you go to like Disney World, if you look forward in the park, they're always teasing you the other lands, like when you get into that main area. And so that's one of the things we try to do in our level design.
Yeah, next thing is that we really did spend a lot of time outside. And we had all these, like I was saying, the cool ideas for like the Victorian greenhouse and things like that. And then we realized we never actually got in the chateau much, did we? Just the chateau level. So let's cut that stuff out. So unfortunately, we cut out the both of those locations and the lake. We introduced the enemies a little too early. Amy, our creative director, felt very strongly she really wanted that this would feel like, Drake and Sully are ahead of the game at this point in the story. They know where to go and the enemies don't. So it needs to feel like when you get here, you're discovering it. And it's so weird, like you get here and you're like, oh yes, I discovered this, and oh, there's guys here.
Yeah, so I wanted to feel like they were coming in after you, basically.
Yeah, so.
And the spiders are cool, so let's keep those. That worked out.
Need a puzzle earlier.
Like one of the tenets of the level we hadn't even hit yet, basically.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, we're going to, instead of separating you from Sully right at the beginning, we're going to have the underground area because sort of tying I'm alone and it's nice and creepy and stuff like that seems to work well together. So here's the diagram of the level that you just saw. So you sort of follow the red arrows on to the right to the Victorian greenhouse we never used. And then we decided to just mirror it, flip it over. You're going to approach a little bit from the left and you'll see a vista of the chateau, and then you'll actually go directly into the chateau.
Yeah, and that whole X got cut.
And now we're going to go in the center of the chateau, or the middle of the chateau. We need to figure out what that looks like. So we started getting some awesome concept art. This actually is the area that eventually became the gallery, where you have the knights turning puzzle.
This is done by the very talented Andrew Kim, who is now working on Iron Man or something.
We have extremely talented concept artists. So and this is the ballroom where there's a piano, and right there where Drake is, it collapses and so on. Okay, so
second pass.
Second pass. So as you can see, we're going to explore the forest a lot more this time. And eventually, the artists were very excited about portraying the forest, so we kind of just let them run with it. And you'll see this area does not really match up with what you play in the final game. So it worked a lot more directly with the artists on that area. So here, instead of just being able to head over to the right to head up to the chateau, there's the
peeking view of it.
A bit of a drop, I suppose. So you can't just go to the right, and that forces you up here to the left, which is sort of it's the same layout that you'll see in the final game, but we kept finessing it.
And so one of the things with the Vista is you want to make sure people see it, so we try to do tricky things like this, like make you get into an edge around where we can do a cool camera and show off the Vista while still leaving you in player control.
Yeah, why have a giant wide that no one sees?
Yeah.
So.
So here he's actually coming up to the house again. So this actually ended up becoming that area right here. This is almost exactly the same.
That's the final game, right? So you'll recognize the lawn art.
The car was back before that with where the busted down log is.
So here we'll come up right to the chateau, and this is almost exactly like it was in the final game. Obviously we added a few things here and there, but you get up to it and you actually enter right in, climbing in.
And one of the reasons we changed the climbing path here is because we playtest a lot. We had almost 300 people playtest the game, and they had a very hard time figuring out actually what they were supposed to climb on and what they weren't. And so we ended up actually slightly modifying the path to make it more interesting and still let them figure out how to get in. Here's going to fly again because it doesn't work.
Sometimes you can't really climb there, so we'll just fly. Eventually, we built the tower extends all the way up so that there's a secret at the top, but that's not in this. So we dropped down here, and this was put in, and then we realized, we actually never, we don't even have that mechanic where you can slide down a rope in Uncharted 3.
Yeah, you can't ever enter a rope from the top and slide down it, so we had to change that. But this is the room with the big, huge
chandeliers where you
puzzles.
swing on them. So you let Sully in there. I'm sort of pantomiming it because Sully doesn't actually work right here. But the original idea was that it was attached to this sort of column, and you would slide it up an incline, and it would drop the chandelier, and you would then be able to swing across the chandelier. And that sort of concept still made it in the final game, but we worked it over and over, and Sully opens the door for you, and So down here, the idea is that you would come in through here, and as you were squeezing through, it would start to collapse on you, and Sully would shove you from behind and keep you from dying, basically. I mean, so really, this is one of those moments where we want to emphasize that Sully's got your back.
And so we ended up moving that actually into the room right before the night puzzle because we needed a way to gate you from going back. And so we just moved that. We took that exact moment and just moved it later on.
Yeah. I mean, you'll see, we do a lot of layout, and eventually we decide, we really like that moment, but it doesn't really work in the pacing that we're trying to go for the level. So let's try to transplant a bit. So as you can see, this is Tegan Morrison put this together as our sort of art test to.
It was our green light meeting, actually. We had to show off. We have to show off the level. We have to show the game off to Sony to prove that we're actually making something. And so this was the level that we started with our art, and so it ended up being like the very, very first thing that took all the way through to completion.
Yeah.
This is the courtyard. It's pretty much exactly the same. It's just narrower because we ran into a bunch of memory problems. And then there's this idea of the basement, and we played with that a couple times here, right?
Well, we were really trying to create the idea that this chateau had layers upon layers of history. Maybe the first part of it was built in the 1200s, the second part of it, 1700s, 1800s, that sort of thing. So we were showing there's down here in the basement, there's the ancient part of the chateau, the foundations of it, and everything else was built upon it. So you're now exploring down here. So the idea back there that we sort of skimmed over was that you would jump down while you were exploring and just fall through the ground and end up down here, and that's how we were separated from Sully now.
And that squeeze through actually ended up in the final game. That's where the spiders get on you for the first time when you're squeezing through there around the edge of that tower.
All this area, we essentially made it in the final game. We cut back. There was a bunch of the swimming part and stuff, and we just realized it was kind of slowing things down too much. So
we get to right here, and now you would actually come back out in that cave, which in the first iteration is the one you went into.
Yeah, you recognize this.
And again, we ended up changing that for the level design. And so
you were making lots of progress.
Everything's great, but hey, this needs to be a demo level in 2 months. So it was panic time. We realized that we had the level we had originally decided to show off for the very first time. We ended up backing off on because the technology didn't exist yet, and so
we were leading up to the VGA's announcement, and so we had a trailer that was getting done, and this was the first playable level that we were going to show to the press as soon as we announced Uncharted 3.
Yeah.
So, all right, so what do we do? Let's jump to the end of the level.
Which we haven't designed yet.
Yeah, might as well. On a micro level, it's going to be the same as the macro. We're going to have a little bit of downtime with Sully, and then things are going to get crazy. There you go. Then things are going to get crazy. And let's start throwing in some people
thugs. This is when we knew that we were going to have Euro thugs. That was the people in the bar. We knew that was going to be one of our enemy classes, so we could show them off and then escape the collapsing building.
So here's some concept art, the very start of the demo, the fire demo, which many of you probably seen.
This is a key piece, and so in the actual game, that looks exactly like it does in the game. And so what Rob and Andrew will do is paint those, and then the artist will try to match that, the light, the tone, everything, so that it looks just like
This is the same area as that concept art you saw. So this actually makes it into the final game almost verbatim. I mean, we changed some things. These were actually cracks in the wall and not internal windows. But as designers, we need to make sure everything in the level is playable, including all of the collapsing things, the animating things, and so most of our designers are able to do some animation as well, at least simple stuff, and then we hand it off to the pro animators, and they make it very nice. But
here's the drop-down attack. This actually did not even end up in the final game. That's where we actually introduced that idea that you could drop down and kill somebody in the demo, but we actually ended up not using it there because we had that moment with Talbot that got added in later on where you actually see him start the fire because it was really important to establish him as being a really nasty guy early in the game. So this is actually pretty close. One of the things is on this wall here in the final game got cut way, way back.
yeah, the problem we had is that people, naturally would just come down here and see this corridor and then just go for it. And they wouldn't ever go to the left side and see there would be guys like pouring gas and things like that. And so, yeah, we wanted to let them explore a little bit more. So we got to open it up.
So guys attack you. This moment's in pretty much identically,
Yeah, pretty much.
right?
This is another moment where Sully's behind you, he's got your back, he's shooting guys while you're out here invulnerable. So yes, you can shoot them as well, but we had some nice voiceover and stuff like that. He's protecting you. So in the final game right here, guys ambush you and you have a fist fight. But
that's where we showed off the double melee system for the first time where somebody could grab you and then the other guy would start punching you.
So Sully's coming across here.
The fire started. So Eric actually placed all these particle effects just as temporary to say, like, here's a bunch of fire that will eventually occur, but it's going to be a lot more complex than this when we finally do it.
We knew this was the place that the fire was going to start, but we didn't have a reason why it started or anything like that. So as we say, it's an iterative process, and we just start with what we know and just kind of build on it piece by piece until we make it nice.
So here we actually ended up changing this so you couldn't go back that far, so it wouldn't feel like that was an avenue of escape. We also changed this so it wasn't a doorway. We changed it so it was a wall that you had to wait for it to burn down to get out of the room to make it even more tense. So it felt like the walls were just closing in around you. The fire's getting closer.
You were trapped.
There's nothing you can do.
And here, actually, you'd run out here in the final game and the floor would collapse. But the original idea was you would shimmy past the window and bad guys out there would be throwing Molotov cocktails like right by your face, and they'd be coming in, splashing there. We decided we wanted just a little bit more of sort of you interacting with the fire directly a little bit more. So, we changed it up.
Here's the first actual burning fire. It's one of the first levels we did particle tests on, showing the guys in here.
This is very similar to the final game, but you come down here, the enemies, those guys are there. But then on your right, down at the bottom, we put in enemies to close the front doors and escape while they're locking you in. We wanted to make it feel like, the enemies had a plan. They obviously were burning this down and they were in it at the same time, but they had a plan to get out and they were going to lock you in it.
And so one of the things we also did to sort of reinforce that is make it be the thugs that were trapped behind, not the agents, not the guys who worked for Marlowe, and so it felt like they were expendable to the enemies and they weren't just actually trying to kill their own men. This actually is completely different, right?
Yeah, you come in here and it actually breaks and slides down, and then you see that collapse down in front of you. So right here in the final game, you actually stick your foot in the ground. The original idea was some debris fell on you, and you would shoot guys down there while Sully would help you out. We thought it was a lot more simple to understand as a concept if it was just a foot stuck instead of things all over the place. So this is the first iteration of the climbing on the wall, which went through a lot of different testing. This was very hard because it was hard to get people to move while things are falling at them, because right here you have to move directly up while something is falling directly towards you, and it's kind of,
It was counterintuitive, basically.
Counterintuitive, yeah.
And so we ended up actually, even when we got final art in, we couldn't even get people to jump across because they couldn't see the handhold. So we spent a lot of time trying to get them to realize, like, oh, I can even get over there. And then in the final game, this becomes a moment where you and Sullivan are actually hanging on this thing together to, again, reinforce the buddy moment between the two of them. It's not just Drake by himself, because in this demo, Sully's already up here. Yeah. And then you drop down almost exactly the same. That you stay a little bit longer upstairs here.
This is actually the room where there's a bathtub that falls down, and so you start fighting these guys across the attic space.
And so a lot of game design and Naughty Dog is like, trust us, it's going to be awesome, right? So like, it's a bunch of gray boxes, and you can see there's going to be combat, but the vision is eventually this place is going to be burning down. All this stuff's going to be getting burned and blown up around you, and there's going to be stuff flying through the air. But just as a proof of concept, this is about as complex as it gets.
Now, the idea here was that there would be guys escaping through a door in the back of this room, and you're sort of heading towards it. There'd be I guess, daylight coming from there, and that's what drew you across this space. So, let's see.
So instead of, so you're going to go all the way across the room.
There's the door, and the idea was that you got down to the door, and it would collapse in front of you in a nice animation, and then you turn around, and there's more guys there fighting you, and you would then have to fight them back, and crush.
And so we ended up changing that because it felt like, again, we were trying to make it feel like these guys were actually escaping, and that you weren't just doing things and then things were happening because you did them. So we didn't want it to feel like, oh, I ran over there and so the door collapsed. We wanted it to feel like the door collapsed whether or not you were going to run over there.
Yeah, so as you see, this is the end of the fire demo. You run to the ladder. And
jump out.
Jump on, climb for dear life.
And so we literally, that was it. That's the end of the level. We had no idea. We're like, okay, let's just do that. That 7 minutes is all we have time for, and
It's
we'll
a
figure.
cliffhanger. We
Yeah,
wanted a cliffhanger
we'll figure the
like
rest
that.
out later. And here's some of the concept of the original fire burning.
So getting the fire to burn and feel realistic, it takes a lot of planning. So this was the first image that really kind of guided our process, showing how it was going to burn up the wall, across the ceiling, things like that. Here's our final of that same
actual
area,
in-game, yeah.
which we decided to make even redder.
That was a concept by Eitan Zana, who's awesome.
So here's some planning. So in order to get all this fire to work properly, what we need to do is coordinate between, we got environment artists, texture artists that need to have their surfaces go from a completely not burned state to a burned state in a certain order across the wall. At the same time, particle effects need to spawn in sequence, and sound effects need to spawn in sequence. And so everyone's got to know what's going on, and so this is the where the fire originally starts in the final game. As you can see, more leading across the wall. This pillar eventually, completely burns away. More planning. Here's the climb.
The stairs had to
The
all,
stairs.
this is crazy, so the stairs had to all be the same exact piece because we couldn't fit them into memory, but they had to do all those millions of different animations,
Yeah.
and so you could see Eric had to be really careful to lay it out so it's like, here's where his foot gets stuck, and here's where this is going to happen, and here's where that's going to happen, so that all the stairs could actually be rigged to do every single thing because they're all literally the same piece of stairway.
So we announced the VGAs. They went,
Awesome. It
swimmingly
was great.
well.
Yeah, very exciting. And so here's
Here's-
just a quick sizzle reel of what it actually looked like when we did the demo. And so this isn't even the final game. Actually, it's still in that November what it looked like.
Yeah. Yeah, we still continue to iterate, and after we started doing playtesting and stuff like that. Here's one case where we had to change things up because we had to start the fire a little earlier on that side because it seemed weird that you would drop the thing and then Sully would come over to your side while there's fire on your side. Why wouldn't you go back?
Yeah. And
Um,
people kept jumping out to the thing that Sully was on, so we had to break it if you jumped to it, and then we also changed it so that Sully just ended up not pushing it over the edge, but it just broke once he got off it, so people couldn't jump to it. And that was the end of the actual demo.
Yeah.
People went crazy, and then Penny Arcade the next day jumped all over us.
Well, actually, no, this was actually after the game came out.
Oh, it was after the game came out. Okay, yeah.
And I was very gratified. Actually, I brought my poster. I'm hoping they can sign it today. My level is on a Penny Arcade. So,
So the complaint is obviously this, that you're in this burning house, and why don't we leave? Why are we having a gunfight? Like, this seems like a terrible idea.
why are you heading up, and why are the enemies also fighting you while everything's burning around you? And which is perfectly valid criticism. And it did come up at one point, I think. But I think it was a difficult line to sort of work on, and we probably worked a lot better if we hadn't let you go all the way down to the bottom floor of the main stairway, if you were stuck upstairs, and also make it feel a little bit more like the enemies were actually escaping.
We're more desperate.
We're more-
If we had to do it again, we definitely wouldn't let you anywhere near that bottom floor. Like, that would have been the critical thing. I think as long as you felt like you're up and you couldn't get down, it would have played better.
Anyway.
So thank you, Jerry and Mike.
So how did the rest of the level work out? That stuff is almost taken to completion. So
It was pretty awesome.
Pretty awesome.
So we got some great moments with Sullivan. Like we have the stuff where you're saving him, he's saving you. Eric is our puzzle master now at Naughty Dog, and he put in some crazy puzzles for anybody who plays the game would know. We've forced in our combat training where
So
it didn't
grenade training,
Grenade
for
training.
instance,
And this is the first time you get a long gun, I think. No, it's not. Second time you get a long gun.
And we got the spiders going.
And they got the spiders.
So here's, okay, so what happened, we were finishing a lot of this stuff, we finished puzzles and stuff, and then we had this whole area. This is actually where that lake was. So what did we do with the lake? So we got rid of it, and we needed a multiplayer map that we wanted to do that was Chateau. So the idea was we were going to make this multiplayer map and also use the same sort of space for the single player and see how that worked out. You know, we hadn't really done that sort of process before. So this was actually a rejected concept art, but it was a concept art.
It was the first
concept art.
yeah.
But so here's the multiplayer space compared to the single player space in the final game. As you can see, I mean, we brought in the multiplayer a little bit to sort of make it a little more confining, because otherwise it was a really huge space. We had to close off some of the doorways and things like that so that it was more of a one-way sort of thing through here.
Yeah, oftentimes in single player we have memory concerns that we don't have in multiplayer, and so getting everything to actually run, we had to be very, very cognizant of what you could see from where.
We have a lot of like various, there's differences in what we want for our cover during combat for single player versus multiplayer, so you can see how that affects the cover there in the middle. And then also in the multiplayer, you were actually able to go inside the building, which you weren't really able to in single player so much, or were you? This actually, it's really hard to notice, but in the spider chase that you see below, this is actually using the same space as the multiplayer interior. We just
closed off the doors, basically, and lit it differently.
So puzzles. So this is an idea that I put together. It's kind of like a lenticular lens, and this is the original prototype of it. So you go up to a panel, and the idea is you see a different image on there depending on where you put the light around it. So these are actually Enochian, I guess, angelic symbols, but we ended up using Sabaean script instead in the final game. But so this was the first sort of prototype of that, and we liked that idea, but we thought it would be much cooler to actually have Drake be the light and move around it. So in the end, you'll actually have a torch and be walking around these panels on the floor. Headless Drake.
Headless Drake. Drake's funny thing, Drake's head is very, very, very complex, and we have a lot of different versions of them, and so by default, he has no head in the game.
We load his head and his body in differently, or separately. So in the final game, this is actually where there was a tile puzzle, and that was actually the last puzzle we put in the game. The reason why is because for story concerns, we wanted this is John Dee's lab, and we wanted it to be this secret discovery that you made, and doesn't feel very secret if there's not a secret door or something like that.
Yeah, it's like, why didn't anybody else just come in here and
right
steal all this stuff?
Yeah.
So we wanted to sell the idea that it was actually a secret.
We'll just fly down there.
Yeah. So that actually got in the game. It just there was a table over it, and there was all the stuff with the cipher disk and the conversation with Sullivan that happens before that.
Yeah, so this is the first iteration of that puzzle with the lenticular lens type tiles. You can see we ended up with a 7x7 grid up there instead of the 5x5 that you see here. And the original idea for this is that, there you can see my first block out of that stuff right there. The original idea for this is once you unlocked it, it would open up this panel on the puzzle, and spiders would just spill out of there. And we were going to teach you throwing your torch. So you'd have to throw your torch up in there to disperse the spiders, and then you could climb up there and go in. And we eventually decided we wanted to save that for Syria. Right, so we changed it up so that you actually crawl under a space to get into the Crusader tomb. So
it also gave us a good excuse to hide the fact how Talbot got into the room without you seeing him. So you were facing away from him. And
yeah, exactly.
So here's the sizzle reel for this is the final shipping level. You can see the artist just went crazy with the forest stuff. This is the first view you get of the chateau. There's that same exact moment you can see from the block mesh.
Yeah, one thing I really wanted is that at the very start of the chateau, the very first thing you ever see is that giant tower, and then the very last thing you see in the level is that tower, as you'll see. Book ending it, nice and neat. So
you can see the tower got extended up here, and this is that room with the that originally had that one little tiny thing that ended up becoming the chandeliers. We ended up shooting to let Sullivan in. One of the problems we realized with this room was you could do the puzzle before Sullivan was in there.
Mhm.
There was something stopping you, and so we had to add in a couple things to prevent that.
We had to force you to, Sully would have to help you to get up into the upper balcony, and then you'd be able to solve the puzzle. So just figuring out the order of how you discover the puzzle elements is really important for designing a puzzle.
Here's that same room. Tegan added in a tree, which is awesome.
Which eventually gets set on fire.
Yeah, exactly. That was the other tricky thing, is all this stuff that was going to be lit on fire had to basically be built twice. And so we had to be very careful that we actually could load both those models when we needed them.
Yeah.
Here's the first spider moment, the thing where he falls in the water. All that stuff was in the block mesh.
Mm-hmm.
And that climb.
That climb that was mirrored, which now takes you up to, the same well, but this one actually takes you outside where you start your first combat.
I don't know why the frame rate's terrible, but it's not like that in the game, I promise. And then just adding, like, we always end up adding all these little tiny things, like things that fall down behind you, or dust, or things where he puts his hands, and all that stuff gets added in by the artist as we sort of go along. And here, the first combat scenario, you fight all these guys. We ended up adding in these trucks that could blow up. That actually came from the multiplayer test map. We realized it was fun to blow them up. So you ended up fighting.
Well, we also need a reason why, how the guys got there. So we wanted to
They
show,
pull in, right?
as you climb up from the well, the truck shows up. So they're actually arriving at that point instead of showing up earlier.
So here, I just love this move. It's awesome. This is Jeremy. So Jeremy Yates, that move right there where he tosses the gun, punches the guy, and grabs it again, he's been trying to get that in since Uncharted 1. So there's the first time we hint that the spiders might have actually eaten somebody. This is the floor puzzle that's actually ended up hiding the room, John Dee's lab, and opens this cool secret door.
Secret door.
Awesome. And then come in here, and there's a bunch of stuff where you actually, one of the cool things about that room is that you can actually explore around and see some of the stuff that John Dee left behind. And then this is ultimately the solution to that puzzle ends up being the bottom row, obviously, instead of the top middle one. You can sneak in here. That's where the Crusader's buried. And Spider Chase.
Yeah. So
it worked out. It's pretty cool. It's a pretty cool level. It has all of the classic elements of Uncharted and still manages to make them feel fresh, which is the best kind of level. So it has all the core tenets of our gameplay: is climbing.
Another moment, Sully.
Yeah,
Sully saved you.
Buddy moments, combat, and puzzles.
Yeah.
So that's the level. So that doesn't include the ending, though.
If you remember, the last time we saw the ending of this level, we were on a ladder, and what we were going to do, obviously we need to figure that out. This is the story requirements needs to essentially Drake and Sully need to be presumed dead by the enemies, so that way they can get a drop on them in Syria. Yep. So. Fire escape, all of that sequence has been pretty long and intense, and now we have to have something
top it.
That'll be at the end. We got to top that. And at one point we were like, maybe just jump out a window.
Yeah, just be done.
You'll be fine.
You'll be fine. They'll just jump out a window. It'll be great.
So this is the original prototyping of the ending. So you'll recognize this is the attic space. So instead of climbing up the ladder, you would actually fight some guys and then turn around and there'd be a hole in the side of the building. And so you jump out here and the entire chateau would be laid out in front of you, burning on fire. And you would have to be going on the rooftop as Drake is choking to death. There's the tower and there's a helicopter up there. Now the idea is that, okay, the enemies, they've got a plan. They might be trapped in the chateau, but they're all heading to the top of this tower where this helicopter is airlifting them off. And only if we can get up there, we might be able to get out of here alive too. So let's try to do that. So imagine Sully's behind you, because
right here is where the background artist had a heart attack. Right there.
Well, not just yet.
Well, actually, once you see everything, that's when
they started palpitating at this point, and
so we're like, oh yeah, you just build more of the tower, build more of everything. It'll be fine. This is like 3 months left in the process, pretty much. And so you're climbing on the outside. You have a whole other piece of the wide we're going to have to build because you never actually saw that stuff from that close. You have to build all of these climb edges. You have to build the actual tower from the top. That thing doesn't even have a roof, I think, in
Look
the
at
final
that
game.
whole chateau right there. It would have been beautiful.
It's an awesome idea.
So you get up here, and there's guys getting on the helicopter, and you've got to, fight the helicopter. Maybe they're shooting at you, and so you're actually on top of this tower, and you, shoot back. Maybe get the helicopter a little bit disabled. That way, you and Sully can make a jump for it. So maybe it comes down, it starts to hover. Sully jumps over there. He's like, come on, kid, let's go. And you jump, and
awesome, you're
grab
on it.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, and the helicopter is careening over the entire chateau.
Over everything we've built.
Whoa! It's crashing, it's coming down, and it hits this tree, and you and Sully fall out into this tree. We like trees. And the tree then starts to fall over the edge of this cliff, and you're still hanging on to it. Oh my God, let's jump, and you jump into this little cave, and you're safe.
And the artists were like, you are out of your mind.
It would have been so awesome.
It would have been awesome. It totally would have topped the fire.
Okay, so if that's not what we're doing, what do we do? Now, Amy was very clear that in Uncharted 2 we had helicopters. The helicopters were actually featured very prominently, and we had tanks too. And so she really felt like in this game, no helicopters or tanks.
Like she wanted a really different feel, and so we said bottom line, no helicopters anywhere. So obviously,
so no helicopter means how are you going to get off the top of the tower? So maybe we shouldn't go up the top of the tower. We don't have time to build the entire Burning the Chateau. That's a lot of work for not being up there very long, and when our artists put a lot of work into something, we want people to see it for a long time. So maybe the fire leads to a big collapse.
There's never been a big collapse in Uncharted, right?
We collapsed things before.
Like, guys, come on, it's going to be awesome.
All right.
The foreground artist is just looking down like this, just crying.
So we need a plan. So this is the first iteration of what eventually became the final. So as you can see, the red's lava. Don't step on the lava. Okay, start collapsing the thing behind you. Run. Sully doesn't care.
Sully doesn't work. Yeah. I'm done, kid.
All right. And then second iteration. Well, let's get the roof starting moving. So see how it feels. So all the red parts become holes. Oh, run.
And one very tricky thing we did here is you actually don't have camera control, and so we were able to build even less than we would have had to otherwise.
Yeah, the camera only faces one direction, so. Flip.
Yeah.
Woo. And you landed a tree.
Landed a tree, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Designer animation. So this is it with no particles, no lighting.
The foreground artists got busy on it.
Yeah.
Looking pretty cool. As you can see, there's not a whole lot besides just what you're running on.
Yeah.
We got to make sure it works good in concept before people put a lot of...
Like, oh my God, what's happening? Oh my God. All right, he's sliding off. And the tree's gone. And
this is the final.
I think it's almost the final, right? Is this the shipping game?
I think this is shipping.
Okay,
So
shipping
as
game.
you can see, particles go in. Our particle effects artists are amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you, Keith.
Keith and Icky.
And Eben.
And Mike and everybody else. I think that's everybody.
Yeah.
And Doug. Can't forget Doug. And then this whole thing, obviously, like we masked out a bunch of the background by using fog. We cut the camera in clever ways. We said, screw the tree. We're just going to go straight to the pipe and slide down that. And that's the end of the level. That goes straight into the final cutscene. So that was the chateau. But Uber time. So this is the stuff everybody likes.
Father issues.
Enemies very close, taking cover on top of each other. And then here's a video of just some crazy stuff that happens when you're developing a game.
Uh-oh.
Oh, we crashed it.
He crashed it.
All right, so imagine some crazy stuff happening. We'll see if we can get it back. Hold on.
We'll get it back.
So he does some crazy stuff. So really quick, we're almost done, and we actually managed to finish in a reasonable amount of time, so we'll actually have time for your questions. We'll just see if we can get this video up and running for you.
It's this one right here. Come on.
Yes.
There you go.
So this is Invisible Sky Dancing Drake. Yeah. Actually, I don't know what the hell he's doing
cut
there.
this down, right?
Yeah, I cut it down.
Okay.
Yeah. This is not, yeah. Oh God. Jumping spiders. Which was awesome. We should have kept that. Crazy Spider Drake. It's hard to see, but he like completely explodes, like his watch. Blah.
Oh.
That's what happens when he has no animation and the rig is broken.
Yes. It goes.
Yes.
Whoop, 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 whoop.
Something is horribly wrong with Sullivan. He has mad cow disease.
All right. Time for questions.
Time for questions. So there's a microphone right here. Anything you guys want to know about any part of the game, it doesn't have to be restricted to this, and we can answer whatever you want. So come on up. Is it on? Yeah, all right.
Yes, we got it.
Cool.
Okay, this is a really cool game. Like,
Thank you.
But it's like it's a big game with a lot of aspects to it, and now, especially like a level like this, where like you're in another country and you're in an old chateau. Where'd you get a lot of your influences for or your inspirations for like a lot of the different set pieces in this level and in other levels?
It's kind of all over the place. I mean, so Eric actually did, you want to talk about how you did the chateau?
I mean, sure. I mean, it kind of starts with just a background looking at architecture, looking at sort of Google images. Let's find some cool images of some falling apart chateau. And we were all of us, I think, are really drawn to sort of the urban exploring and things like that.
Yeah, like the decay of, the thing that Amy always says is, like, Amy Hennig is our creative director and sort of the vision holder for the franchise, and one of her tenets is that, things that are well known, but then in a weird state where you would not expect them. So like overgrown nature is one of our big themes. And we always sort of delve into weird sort of occult-like things oftentimes. And then other times it's just literally like, this would be fun. And so like the cargo plane sequence, that was an animator, Shamil, who actually works for Irrational now on BioShock. He had this crazy idea with our designer Kurt, and they're like, let's do a cargo plane sequence. It'll be awesome. And so they literally just made a video. It wasn't even playable. And everybody's like, that was amazing. We have to do that in the game. And so, and at Naughty Dog, we're pretty flat. Like, people can come up with ideas from any department. And so they sort of come from all over the place.
Yeah, I think we had an email list going around for a while. It was just like, come up with crazy set pieces, and everybody was just free to throw things in. I think the cruise ship was also something that got thrown in, like that email list.
Yeah. Everyone at Naughty Dog is a designer, so
from like the presidents all down, basically.
Were there a lot of things that you wanted to put in but just weren't able to fit in?
Always, but I don't want to talk about them. We always say, like, there's always stuff that is on the drawing board, and oftentimes things that like we can't fit in one game, we might work into another franchise. Or
like
work
the
into
spiders,
another
for
game.
instance,
Spiders.
for Uncharted 1 originally.
There's, I'm trying to think, like that punch move I told you about, and like making our melee system much more robust. Like a lot of those things just get done over and over again, and we ended up either cutting it because there's not enough time, or we don't think it'll be good enough, but then the next game we'll have time to do it. So.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Hi there.
Hi.
I'm curious who shepherds the map all the way through all the pieces. So once it goes from design to texture artist, is it a designer literally responsible for every single part of that map?
Pretty much. We don't really have any producers so much, and so we generally, everyone sort of manages their own stuff, but it kind of falls to the designer to just keep an eye on how things are going, and I'm sort of the first person on it, and then the last person on it. It's like everyone's assets start coming in, it kind of funnels through the designer working on the level.
And it depends on like what it is too. Like sometimes there's another designer, Kurt, who does a lot of our scripting. Eric actually happens to be a very talented scripter as well. But some of our guys are not so strong in the scripting stuff, and they're better at layout. And so
everyone has
like
their strengths.
A strength. And so he'll come in and he'll, like, Eric will be like, I don't have time to do this. I really need you to bust out this like incredibly complex sequence. Can you do it? And Kurt would come in and do the script, just the scripting part. Or,
And of course, there is oversight by game director, creative director, leads, and things like that. So every step of the way, we try to present in front of people, make sure that everyone's on board and feels like what we're trying to do is actually possible.
I think the big thing is that we want people to have ownership over their stuff. You're not just a cog in the machine. We only have 13 designers, and so we want people to feel like every step of the way they had some say in what they were doing and where the project was going.
Thank you.
Sure.
First off, guys, thanks for an amazing game. It's so much fun, the entire series. Kind of, I guess, two questions, one specific and one more just general. On a kind of a chase level, such as at the end of this level, where you're just running and you need to get away from danger, what are some of the specific elements you use to kind of give the player a signal as to where to go and what to do? And in a more general sense, and kind of I'm thinking more of the normal level, I want to feel like I'm a badass player. I know I'm not really a badass, but I just play on normal whatever. How do you balance that line between we want the player to feel like a badass, but we don't want to make it too easy?
That's really a big problem that we have in a lot of those big sequences because, like, we have this huge momentous climax. We don't really want the player to play it more than once because every time they play it, if they die, the next time they play it, it's not nearly as cool. So that's a real big challenge for us because we want those sequences to be challenging. We don't want you just pushing forward and going, but at the same time, we need it to be easy enough so almost everyone is going to pass. So sometimes we make it a little too easy, generally, but as far as like where the player wants to go, generally...
For the record, it wasn't too easy. I died a couple times. And I was like,
Were you on
I want to be a badass.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, sorry. We messed up.
But, when there's a bunch of stuff collapsing behind you, it's generally pretty, I guess, normal to run away from it. So that's generally what we do. And
actually, one of Eric's other levels was the Yemen chase, and he used every trick in the book, I think, to sort of lead you in the right direction. From like perspective tricks with
You're
the
talking
level.
about the earlier in the game.
No, actually, in Yemen, when you are chasing after Talbot,
the foot chase through
the Yemen streets, there's perspective tricks where we're trying to get all the lines of force to drive you in a certain direction. There's camera tricks. There's just putting enemies and blockers in the right place. And then playtesting it.
There's a lot of iteration. You saw when we did when we showed the video of the collapsing tower, we start out simple, and as you see, Drake does change direction a couple of different times. So that's why it's important to start that early and see, does that actually feel right? Or is everyone trying to go that direction? There was a couple of times where Sully runs straight back from where the tower collapses, and everything collapses right as he runs across it. And even late in testing, people would just want to follow him, and they just run and fall to their death. And so we had to really play with the camera to get it farther out, so the player would understand, no, I've actually got to change direction. It's a hard thing, so we just iterate on it.
And the reverse problem was in the spider chase we had, was that to get enough spiders on screen to look scary, we needed the camera to be really, really close to you, and that's probably the worst possible scenario for gameplay because you can't see, especially when it's backwards, you can't see what you're headed at, and so we had to do tricks like when he falls down to pick up Sullivan, you zoomed way in, so it looked like there's more spiders on you and stuff like that. It's a lot of smoke and mirrors.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So first of all, thank you. And second, I think going through the whole thing, it was clearly a very iterative process. And you mentioned play testing a lot. And I think for aspiring game developers, that's pretty important because it's kind of, you don't want to be developing a game for 6 months, a year, and then have no one want to play it.
Absolutely.
So I guess the question is, when going through playtesting, how many people do you have involved in each stage of the process, so from the initial mock-ups going forward, and how do you do it?
It's a little different on Uncharted than I would say that, on Uncharted 2 even, it was different than Uncharted 3. The difference is when you have an established franchise, you don't have to playtest the mechanics as much, so we kind of know what a combat setup is, we kind of know how the climbing works, so we tend not to test as early on. If you're developing a brand new game, testing the mechanics right away is the most important thing you can do to make sure that the game's actually fun, and get it in there, just block mesh, whatever, and have whoever you can play it to tell you what they think about it.
I feel that especially beginning mechanics is really important to get sort of one-on-one play testing. And a lot of times we'll just do it with people in the office that, an artist that hasn't played our level. We'll just bring them in and, okay, how does this feel? Does this work all right? Getting their feedback right, right there helps me iterate very, very quickly. Later in the process, once we actually have levels completely created, we'll actually bring groups of, I guess, 10 or 12.
It's like 10 to 12 people, and we started at alpha, basically.
Yeah, and that's more about, like, can people play through the level? Where do they get stuck? Are the fights too difficult? And we do a lot of, like, metric testing on that. So
Yeah, we get a lot of data, and we get like really great graphs in terms of where everyone gets stuck and sort of what the median is in terms of how long it takes someone to go through, so you can really identify like what areas are taking too long for pacing.
I would definitely suggest, though, like, get playtesting as early as possible.
Yeah.
I mean,
You can't have
after,
enough. You cannot possibly have enough
after many, many years of designing levels, I'm still surprised, like, if I make something and I expect people to do it a certain way, and they don't.
They
and,
never do,
you
ever.
know.
They never do what you expect them to do. So, yeah, definitely, especially if you're making games, like, that's the best. And there are a lot of companies and a lot of just junior game designers that just don't do it, and it's hugely important.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
How's it going? I first want to thank you guys for the experiences Naughty Dog's developed with not just Uncharted, but every IP you guys have released in general.
Thank you.
But specifically in Uncharted, there's obviously a lot of climbing, and you need to catch the player's eye and help direct them while not making it too obvious. And I realized in Uncharted 3, specifically when you're little Drake and you're running across the rooftops, that I wasn't even thinking about it at this point, and I was just going, and I instinctively knew where I was headed. And how do you, like, I guess instruct the player where they're going without making it glowy?
It's
really hard.
It's hard, and we do it a lot with playtesting. But the first thing is just people are drawn to detail. They're drawn to things that are different. So you'll just pick it out and you'll start heading for it. Or also a lot of times we'll we start a little bit wide and sort of narrow it. So it's like all the lines of the walls are sort of forcing you to one place, and then we open it up a little bit more. Or maybe the elevation goes in sort of one direction. So it's like, oh, I'm running around here, and oh, if I the only way to go is starting going up, and you sort of get the feeling like, oh, I keep going up, up,
Yeah.
and then I'm there, and then but
We fall back on things like people are drawn to movement, so we'll put pigeons in oftentimes or birds where
Yeah.
people need to climb. People get drawn to vast differences in contrast, and so you can light a level to indicate where they should go.
People get drawn to enemies too, so generally
Gunfire.
that's kind of a convention that Uncharted does, is like, enemies get spawned, and that's generally where you need to go.
Yeah, it's hard to. It's actually we found it's almost impossible to make a player back away from combat. Like it is almost impossible to make somebody feel like they're overwhelmed, and so we ended up kind of stopping trying that. It's just very difficult.
Spiders chasing someone.
Yeah, the spiders are different because the spiders aren't really combat, and there's not much you can do to them. But people with guns, like almost every single player is like, I'm just going to go kill everybody. Like, it's impossible to make them. It's too bad. Like, it's a weird problem in game design. Like, you basically can't build a force that's strong enough to make the player always just feels like I could have done it if I played it slightly differently. If I could have gotten through this, even if it's impossible. And so they just never give up trying. It's just a weird thing.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
So-
Okay, wait, sorry, really quick.
Yeah.
Be as fast as you can because there's only like 5 minutes left, right? Yes? Ish? So be quick.
Yeah.
Okay. In all the Uncharted games, you have a ton of really badass like parkour and climbing stuff. My question is, do you do like real world stuff? Do you have a guy actually go and like jump on stuff and climb it and motion track him, or do you build all that?
Most of those animations are Jeremy, right?
Yeah, so like we don't want Nolan to get hurt. Nolan North plays Drake, for anybody who doesn't know. And we don't want the actors to get hurt, so either we hire a stunt guy, and we've got a bunch of them, or we get Jeremy, our lead animator, will jump in the suit and he'll do it himself. Or if it's really dangerous, we'll hand animate it.
Yeah. A lot of times just anything when you're acrobatic.
Yeah, anything where you're
or on
hanging
the wall
or on a
like
wall.
falling, and that's generally just animated.
Yeah, we have like a very complex system for how Drake actually reaches his hands and stuff, and that stuff actually is done programmatically. It's not even done by the animator.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Thanks.
Thanks.
One thing that I was really impressed with was I never really got bored. Like the timing with the game was very good, so I never felt I was doing something for too long. How do you determine the timing for things? I saw in your presentation that you had this puzzle needs to change. How do you determine that when you're creating the game?
Well,
we play tested internally, and like a lot of times when it's really early, we'll all be like, "Wow, that's just way too long." Just like in the office, we're just sitting there going, "Like this doesn't work."
And we'll sort of diagram it out like this over the course of the level. This is kind of the pacing we want, and we want it to be intense here. We want it to be fast moving. Then we want it relaxing here, and we do that for the whole game too. And we have to adjust as we continue to go through it.
We kind of try to say the general rule is we don't want to do anything like a level for more than an hour, and any specific action for more than 15 minutes is our general rule, but that's flexible.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I think this is our last one, so make it count.
All right.
Sorry, guys. If you hang out, we'll answer questions after.
I think we have to leave the room.
We'll have to leave the room, but
yeah, actually, I just picked up all 3 games last week and played them and beat them all.
Awesome. +3 to sales.
So, real quickly, Uncharted 4.
We actually just got done taking a break.
Well, we're still working. We were still working on DLC. It's just coming out.
So we're still technically working on Uncharted 3. We don't know what we're doing next. Our big focus as a studio is The Last of Us, which is going to be awesome.
It's going to be amazing, really.
And we're actually, unfortunately, not going to talk about that here. If anybody was sticking around for that, no spoilers. I'm sorry. But yeah, we really don't know what we're doing. We're kind of in this very weird phase right now. So.
And I guess my real question is the whole drug trippy sequences when you get gassed by Talbot. Where did the whole idea for that come out?
I actually don't remember exactly what it was, but the big idea was specifically Drake. We wanted Drake to be out of his mind to the point where he would deliberately leave Sullivan and Elena, and that he would do it on purpose, and that he would actually push them away. And we wanted it to be a big moment before. But you lose Sullivan there, right? You don't see him, and you see Elena again very quickly, but you don't see Sullivan for a while. And so we wanted it to be this very strange, like surreal moment because Drake's essentially losing his father figure. And we also Amy really wanted to get this idea that Talbot was talking in his head, almost like a narrator in his head, and that's almost impossible to do. Like you have to, if we had done that straight up, the player wouldn't have bought it. So we almost had to put him in a weird state to do that.
Not just that, but we had a big theme of deception. And the idea of seeing one thing and then from a different perspective it looks like something different. The idea of mirages in the desert. And so that's actually where that puzzle with the lenticular surfaces, that idea sort of came from that. And a lot of the puzzles that are in the Yemen temple are the same sort of way. So drug perception kind of fit into that very well.
Well, and wasn't some of the conversation too around combat with sort of making the djinn? So it was, we wanted to find something where you were fighting an enemy that was really tough, and we always ran into like, how do we make that sort of believable? How do we make an enemy that feels tougher than a human and not make it totally unreal?
We wanted to foreshadow what the water did in the Atlantis of the Sands, and so the only way we could do that was put it earlier in the game, but we didn't want it to be the same thing. So.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you guys so much. Really quick, the reason we do this is for you guys, and we really appreciate you coming out, and thank you so much for buying our games. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
And there's
All right, you guys ready? He just waved, so does that mean we're good? All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Jared Ray. I'm the community manager here at Twitch TV, and we live in very interesting times. There was once a time where the only way you could watch someone play video games is if you sat behind your older brother while he watched, or while he played, rather, and he told you to shut up and wait your turn. But now, things are different. Back then, if you wanted to see a professional player, someone at the top of their game play a video game, you had to beg your mom to take you down to the arcade. And chances are, they weren't there, but their initials were. But things are different. For now, not only do people choose to watch video games rather than play them, nay, some of them actually pay for the privilege to watch these exceptional warriors do battle. And it is all thanks to the strapping, handsome, young, fine gentlemen we have here before us. Ladies and gentlemen, Kevin Lynn, Marcus Graham, Bart Kosenberg, Gordon Van Dyke, and Robert Cheek. Thank you for that lovely introduction, Jared. So, our panel here today is video games aren't just for playing, gameplay as spectator entertainment. And as Jared mentioned, I'll let the panelists introduce themselves briefly, but I'm Kevin Lynn. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of Twitch TV. Rob?
I'm Robert Cheek. I am the General Manager of Azubu.com.
Marcus Graham, go online by DJ Wheat, Esports Manager, BD Manager at Twitch.
I'm Bart Konigsberg. I'm the Esports and Competitive Specialist for Hi-Res Studios.
Gordon Van Dyke, and I'm a senior producer over at Paradox Interactive, and I've worked in multiplayer games for about 7 years now.
So, as Jared alluded to, people have really started embracing this concept of watching video games instead of just playing them. And as Jared also alluded to, you might realize that you've done this before. It's not an uncommon behavior. Either you're looking over your brother's shoulder, or you go to your neighbor's house when a new game comes out. When I was growing up, I didn't have a Nintendo, so when Mega Man 2 came out, I had to go to my friend's house and play. And of course, it's a one-player game, so I sat there impatiently watching him get very, very frustrated stage after stage until it was my turn to play. You may have not watched this guy play, but these people are. So this is really happening all over the place. I mean, it's not just something you do with your friends at home. Here's an interesting place. So I'd love a guess from the audience as to what this event is. You guys blew it. You were supposed to say music. So this is, in fact, a StarCraft Brood War tournament in Korea. There are 20,000 people in attendance. That's how many people came to watch StarCraft. Here at PAX, 60, 70,000 people. Here's DreamHack in Sweden. 20,000 gamers gather to what I like to call the Woodstock of LAN fests. It's warehouse after warehouse packed full of sweaty nerds playing games for 4 days straight with an event that culminated in a hockey rink. This is a hockey rink. This is a real sports stadium, a real sports venue that was full for people watching Street Fighter IV and StarCraft II. Now, this is a video I love. This is from EVO last year, which is a fighting game tournament in Las Vegas, probably the biggest fighting game tournament in North America. And I'll just let you enjoy and watch what people are doing at these events. So I don't know about you guys, but that looks pretty fun to me. So there's all this emotion. There's all this, this concept of spectating video games has as much emotion tied to it as watching your favorite sports team play. And it's growing fast, and it's ubiquitous. It's worldwide. This is happening everywhere. What's very mature in Korea is now growing very quickly in North America. It's growing even faster in Europe. It's growing in South America and Southeast Asia. And the most important component is that spectatorship really matters. So let's talk about the gaming video market. In terms of live, by our best estimates, it's about 30 million people a month that are tuning in to watch other people play games.
and that's 800% year-over-year growth. Now you zoom out a little bit, and it's not just about live. Obviously, there are tons of videos on YouTube, Vimeo, Dailymotion, and in that market, there's about 200 million people worldwide watching game videos, and that's a 450% year-over-year growth. And not only that, you may not know this, but gaming is YouTube's second largest category after music. Now, what are people sharing? What is gaming video all about? Well, it's very interactive. So there's gameplay analysis, people playing through games, actually talking analytically about the technology and development about the games. There are talk shows like DJ Wheat's show with One More Game. There are gameplay reviews, there's walkthroughs, and then in terms of esports, competitive gaming, there are tournaments, there are leagues, and there are just pros sort of practicing and streaming themselves practice and essentially showing off their skills and their strategies. There's also speed runs, charity marathons. We have charity marathons almost on a weekly basis on Twitch TV now. These guys raise, each of these groups raises hundreds of thousands of dollars for charity every single year. There's launch day broadcasts. There's developer diaries where developers get on and talk about their development of the game, their philosophies as they're developing, and engage with the community about how the development process is going. And of course, there are conventions like PAX, which is being streamed right now, and other gaming events as well. Now, here's a shameless plug about Twitch TV. So our mission is to connect people around the games they love. We really want to transform video game culture into a truly immersive media experience that is a worldwide phenomenon. So what makes a game fun to watch? Or what makes a game watchable at all? There are tons of games being streamed right now online. Everything from Super Mario 64 70-star speed marathons to League of Legends tournaments. In fact, just a couple weeks ago, we had about 40,000 people watching somebody play The Sims, which is probably you'd think is somewhat unusual. Tons of Counter-Strike, tons of Magica, tons of first-person shooters like Tribes and Call of Duty. But I'd want to talk about StarCraft. It's one of my favorite games, and it's a great example of how game design at the development level can really influence how the community takes your game and uses it for online content. So Dustin Browder at GDC last year gave a great presentation about his design philosophy with StarCraft 2. And there were 4 major points they were going for. The game had to be clear. In other words, it had to be easy to understand, easy to play. It had to be simple so that people could, in the same vein as clear, it needed to be simple enough that there weren't so many units and so many ways to upgrade that it was overly complicated for someone who didn't really play the game on a deep level to understand. And of course, it needs to allow for a wide range of skill. A total newbie needs to be able to pick it up and play and enjoy it and continue to play it until they can climb the ladder. And it needs to be able to be played at a very, very high level, a level that most of us can appreciate and never really hope to achieve, but really, really kind of understand as you watch gameplay unveil. And then there needs to be uncertainty. So it needs to be, it can't be the same story over and over and over again. Each matchup, each 1v1, each team matchup needs to be different from the next. And in essence, there needs to be constant novelty in the game, just like chess. And then, of course, a great multiplayer mode. When it comes to StarCraft 2, the way that they designed the game, they really thought about the observer features in the game. They knew that in order for the game to be streamed in an effective way or cast in an effective way, you needed to have a free-floating camera, you needed to have great stats, you need to be able to know how many units are on the field, who's winning, whose income is higher, and so on. And of course, a great ladder and matchmaking system so that as you're playing the game, you don't get pitted against someone that's far superior to you, and you can still enjoy, and as you gain skill, start being matched with people of your comparable skill level. So here's StarCraft 2. So at the very top in the middle, very, very simple, there's a banner that states who's playing and what size their army is. Over to the right, you see how many resources they've collected from which you can derive how are they spending their money on building an economy, how much more army they have. And then on the left, there's this great pull-down menu that allows you to dig in and look at what units are being produced, what units are on the field, so you can decipher whose army is bigger than the other, how much income people are making, how many resources people have gathered, and so on. And down below, you have the mini-map, which allows the observer to really pan around very, very quickly and easily see what's going on, what exciting things are going on during the game. And down in the right, you can select what camera you're looking at. So you have the free-floating camera, but you can also pick the particular player camera that you're interested in and see exactly how they're playing the game. What are they doing? What actions are they committing so that they're gaining that edge over their opponent? So now I want to kick it over to Bart and Gordon to talk about sort of the development philosophy behind this concept of building games that are spectator friendly. So Gordon, if you'd like to begin.
Sure. I think everyone knows that naturally multiplayer games kind of lended towards spectator functionality just inherently by the sheer nature of the experience, the randomness of every match, just the variation in the players' skill sets. And so I think we kind of we got kind of lazy with that, and I think now with channels like Twitch TV, it's resurfacing this and making it again a bit more important and making us focus on that and think about that a lot more. So we actually have one game that's in development that it's a big part of the whole philosophy behind the design and functionality and having much better spectator cameras. Actually, the producer on that is a big fan of watching StarCraft 2 matches. So of course, because that's a big interest of his, that drives it in the development. For the game that I'm currently working on, which is War of the Roses, we're actually looking at that more post support because unfortunately we missed kind of thinking about that early on, and I think it's something that you really need to pay attention to and really think about in a very intelligent way. And luckily our game's set in medieval, and we would like to do something, for example, where it's a tournament mode where people are watching people joust and have one-on-one combat of swordplay. So there's a lot of different things you can do and a lot of different aspects for us to look at it. And and also in the past it's been hard to measure how much benefit this could have for your game, or how this could improve or affect it, and how this can open up your audience, get more people to know about your game, interested in your game. So with these new ways of actually measuring it and getting that information across, because you have to convince a boss or convince an investor and say, this will really work, it'll be successful. And with these numbers being available, it's giving us more leverage to actually get these features in. Most of us think about them when we want them in there. It's just hard to get justify everything.
Yeah, to piggyback on that, I mean, I got lucky enough to work for a game development studio called Hi-Rez. We're a little independent studio out of Atlanta, and we make a game called Tribes Ascend, which is like a fifth iteration of an old esports title called Star Siege Tribes from the late 90s. And I got on board with that studio as a marketing analyst, and I was really, really passionate about esports through MOBAs and through StarCraft, as well as Tribes is like my favorite game of all time. So I was able to kind of piggybacking on the idea of demonstrating ROI and the benefit of esports, especially given Twitch and given kind of the analytics around that and what I'm able to do with all the tools that are provided from all these different SaaS, software as service organizations like Google Analytics and that kind of stuff, really able to demonstrate value in esports, which is something that was kind of esoteric, I think, more than a year ago. I mean, you're talking about trying to show growth from, there's kind of like the marketing, I don't want to get too deep in the lingo, but I mean, when you look at it, you're basically building big advocates of your game that supposedly are kind of these hubs for more people to get in. And that's, demonstrating that as something more than just marketing theory is what is really challenging, I think, about esports as part of a business development plan. And that's something that, Hi-Rez has been, I guess, they've accommodated me in kind of incorporating that into our business design around, showing, features and adding features to the game that will allow that to grow. I mean, you look at a lot of other games that have really become super successful now, and one of the things actually on StarCraft I want to talk about was demoing. I mean, that's huge for StarCraft, is that like the ability to have access to that stuff all the time. And with Tribes, that's something that's very big for us, and that's something that we develop into is the idea of, we have a very robust spectator mode, for instance, that was identified pretty early on in development as like, we want to go this route, we need this. And so I think that really is a testament to the power of the consumer. Now, with video games especially, it's a very unique entertainment medium in which you get almost instantaneous feedback with the people that are creating content versus something like movies or books or any other kind of entertainment, really. You get that one-on-one interaction with developers. For instance, I stream when we take our game down to patch it. Now, that goes through Twitch, and a couple hundred people tune in because Tribes is not huge yet. But that's something that is really important to me, and you see just such huge returns from it. It's unbelievable the amount of visibility that you get. I mean, look at like the directory on Twitch at any given day. I mean, there's 30 games being played, and I get so stoked when we're in the top 20 because I know that means that 11 new people are going to see Tribes, and that may lead to another 30 people, and it's really awesome to see a game that I feel a huge emotional connection to and really viscerally want to succeed actually do it. And it really is, standing on the shoulders of giants at this point. I mean, I happen to be in a position where I could demonstrate that value to my company, and they've let me run with it. And it's been, it's a great thing to see esports evolve as something more than just this very niche community. I mean, it's been fighting games forever. I mean, 10, 15 years now they've been doing that stuff, and now it's really spreading out into mainstream culture, and it's really great for me to see it. And I think it's really great as a developer to be able to look at that as a piece of your marketing as opposed to some obscure cost center. So I think that was one of the coolest things for me, especially developing with the team for a multiplayer game, was really harnessing it for that and having buy-in from management.
Right. Yeah, it's certainly a major decision for developers. I mean, you do have to commit resources at a fairly early stage. I mean, it's pretty tough to get spectator features in later on. So it's something you do have to commit to very early. But the value that you're deriving from doing that is really you're empowering your community to create content around your game, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think, how do you really value that? I think developers are starting to understand that. So again, that was Gordon from Paradox and Bart from Hi-Rez. And then I'm going to kick it over to Marcus Graham, DJ Wheat, to talk a little bit about the history of esports.
Actually, I've got a question for everyone here first before we start. How many people have used a tool like HLTV, GTV, WOG TV in the early days? Yeah, raise your hands. I want to see it. So, I mean, it's really peppered throughout here. So this was traditionally the way that we were watching esports, between about 2000 and about 2005. So now I want to see the hands of anyone who has watched any stream at all regarding video games or a tournament. And there you go. Like, just there, you guys proved to me the accessibility that we are getting now with the ability to serve up this video versus what we were able to do before. Now, that hasn't stopped developers from necessarily going that route, as it sounds like Dota 2 is going to have the ability to connect via client to a game. But obviously, the video aspects have grown that significantly. And I want to start off with that point because that was one of the hardest things for competitive gaming early on, is that we had no way to get massive amounts of exposure. I mean, think about it. GTV, HLTV, they were like amazing clients. Like, they gave me as a user the ability to switch, watch who I wanted to. I didn't have to worry about it if an observer was terrible because I was the observer. That was great. But think about it. I had to buy the client. I had to be able to pull down the console. I had to be able to connect to GTV. For the average user, that's not as easy as going to someone's channel and hitting play. So this accessibility from going to game client observing to now basically via, online web streaming has been huge as far as the growth of competitive gaming is concerned. But competitive gaming for me, I think it really kind of kicked off in 1996. When a guy who is probably familiar to many of you guys, Thresh, he won a Ferrari in a id Software challenge in which he just demolished everyone. And whether these guys knew it or not, that was kind of the dawn and the birth of, at least in North America, a lot of the competitive gaming and esports launch. I mean, of course, you are probably familiar with the mecca of esports for several years, and that was Korea. And they got accessibility how? Through television. Many channels, NBC Game, on GameNet, they were able to broadcast to a very large audience, and they kind of skipped over they went from client to television, and now they're starting to focus on online streaming because they realize that they can get sort of a global audience instead of just a Korean-centric audience. But that is one of the reasons why esports took such a huge turn for the better in Korea, is because the accessibility was there. So, of course, moving on, like from about 2002 to about 2005, we saw basically the dawn of in-spectator client. You only watched your favorite Counter-Strike team if you had 1.6 installed and you knew what the HLTV server was. And if you didn't, well, there's nothing you could do about it. But during this time, ironically enough, pro gaming and esports was so new that the prize monies were actually higher than even some of the competitions that we're seeing today. And it wasn't until this year, 2012, where we started to see those prize purses start to build up to the level that they were. In 2002, the top Quake 3 player at the World Cyber Games 2003, Achilles from Spain, won $30,000. Like in 2009, that was unheard of. Like $30,000, that's a lot of money. This type of prize money was being distributed back in 2002 to 2000, about 5. But then we started realizing, well, who's watching? Like, what is this doing for us? This company puts up X amount of dollars, but really what kind of return are they getting? And it goes back to what Bart was talking a little bit about, in that, from a game perspective, the game's getting played and it's getting some exposure, but it's not getting the mass level exposures. You're not selling copies, you're not bringing in a new audience, etc. So then we had what I like to call the dark times of esports, which was about 2006 to about 2009. There we saw the dawn of competitive gaming on television in North America. There was a league, it was called the Championship Gaming Series, run by DirecTV, and all sorts of things went wrong with this. But one of the biggest things that went wrong is the fact that no one watched it. It did not get the accessibility that they had hoped that, like, for example, Korea got with their online gaming channels. But it was during this time, not only were we seeing a global economy sort of a crisis, but companies were getting less interested because there wasn't a way to sort of get esports out to the world. That, of course, began to change in 2009 when a lot of the points that Kevin made where, companies started thinking more about how are we building a spectator model into our game? How are we able to get the game out? And it wasn't just the dawn of the developers doing this either. It was also the accessibility of things like streaming online, delivering video, being able to push a 720p stream from my house, or any player being able to do that. If you think about it, 2 years ago, that was crazy talk, guys. Like, if I said, Kevin, in 3 years, people will stream 1080p out of their house, he would laugh at me and then push me off the stage. But now it's actually happening. It's pretty common that people have 5 megabit up, 3 megabit up, and we're seeing the quality of the stream improve even more. How many of you guys have watched the stream and you're clicking on the mini-map? You're like, what? Oh, wait a second, I'm watching a stream. It's so good quality that it kind of feels like you're watching it directly from the client itself. And to me, this has really been a massive turning point for competitive gaming. I would love to say that everything building up to this has certainly brought us to this culmination that now we're just seeing an explosion. But really, I think one of the largest reasons why competitive gaming continues to grow at the astronomical rate that it's growing is the accessibility to the audiences. And that's not just from a tournament perspective. That is also, you love IDRA, you get to watch IDRA. You love Hotshot GG, you get to watch Hotshot GG play. And that ability, which was not there before, I've kind of said this before, but if back in the era of Michael Jordan, someone said, hey, would you like to go watch Michael Jordan shoot hoops in his private court? Like, yeah, that sounds pretty awesome. That's what people are getting to do today by choosing their favorite streamers and watching them. And that, of course, is helping with the growth. So, where does it go from here? Yeah, I don't know, but I think only up. I don't see us going back to television. I see us remaining, continuing to stay online. It's a much larger reach, but more importantly, it's a global reach. And that's the one thing that we'll never, ever, ever be able to achieve with television. A lot of people think that's the way to go, but when you think about it, how many countries do we alienate? How many people who don't have that particular channel or this cable provider do we alienate? My audiences for the shows, or the audiences for players, is every single person who owns a computer. They may not turn it on, but they have the ability to turn it on, and that alone is a great recipe for success.
Right, and speaking of how are people consuming this content, our generation's definitely used to watching things on the computer, watching things on your mobile phone. Of course, there are smart TVs coming out too, so if you do want that lean-back experience, I think it will end up there, but not via the traditional channels as Marcus mentioned. So we're talking a lot about competitive gaming, and there's a reason for that. I mean, a lot of what happens on Twitch are people watching casual gamers, they're watching their friends play, they're watching Mass Effect, they're watching Minecraft, they're watching The Sims. But the natural next step sort of is how does this grow? How does this get bigger, right? And that's why we're talking about this aspect of gaming spectating more than just sort of the basics of what are people actually consuming on the site. Well, for things to go mainstream, this has happened many times in the last decade or so. So you look at poker. So they've been trying to broadcast poker on television since the 1970s. No one ever really tuned in. In the 90s, they made a big push. Still, nobody really tuned in. And it wasn't until 2002 when this great innovation came out, which was the Pocket Cam. So the Pocket Cam is basically what turned poker onto the mainstream audience. So if you look at it, if you want to develop something that a lot of people want to watch, you need an audience. Right? People have to like whatever it is that you're trying to broadcast. In poker, I'd say, who here plays poker? So about half. So a lot of, that's a pretty good audience size. Technology. So as I said, the Pocket Cam. So now you can actually see not only how people are acting without not really knowing what they're up to. You actually now know what they're up to. And not only that, you know the actual statistics. So you can say, well, if Rast beats Helmuth in this case, well, he's got to be a pretty good poker player because he had about 1 in 5 chance of winning. And then you need distribution. So in poker, it's cable, it's ESPN, and so on. In our world, it's Twitch TV and other sites on the internet. So that wasn't the first time this happened. You look at MMA. UFC was kind of struggling for a while, and it wasn't until the Spike TV reality show that really brought to the forefront the fighters as people, not as ruthless human beings fighting in a pentagon. They're people, and they have families, they have great stories, they're emotional, and it wasn't until that turning point that UFC really, really hit their mainstream stride. And again, with the X Games. X Games is kind of unique, and it actually has a great corollary to esports because you take all these small niche communities, motorsports, BMX, skateboarding, and so on, and together they actually have an audience large enough to justify cable distribution or other distribution. Separately, they just remain exactly what they are, very niche groups. So we can take this learning from these other successful companies or sports and apply them to video games. And for that, I'd like to kick it over to Robert Cheek of Azubu to kind of talk about what they're up to with regards to that.
Thank you. Well, one of the things in South Korea, one of the reasons why esports has been so successful is part of the human emotion element. So in South Korea, my father-in-law watches esports. He's not a gamer, but he likes watching the game. He gets involved with the players. There's a story. People get excited about the game. And one of the things we're trying to do with Twitch is actually bring that type of culture to the West. So that's kind of where we're going with this.
Okay. So back to esports now. You take all these learnings, right? You take the fact that you need to build these personalities up, and let's take poker as an example. So in esports, there's an audience. There's hundreds of millions of gamers around the world. I think it's over 1 billion at this point. And in North America, 90% of people are gamers. So I think there's a pretty strong case that if you put some gaming content out there, there's a good chance people are going to watch it. Then you've got the technology. Well, in this case, it's the game. It's also spectator mode, as we were discussing earlier. And then, of course, it's the ability to shoot the video, to capture it, and then push it to a distribution platform, which is Twitch or other sites online. So, sort of back to this point of why do people want to watch? Well, you want to watch skill. Right? You want to watch people play at a level that you can't, whether it's a Mario speedrun or StarCraft 2. People are playing, these guys are sick. They're really good at these games. Here's a cool video of a StarCraft 2 player playing StarCraft Brood War. Sorry, not StarCraft 2. But look at his hands. It's insane. It's over 300 actions per minute. That means he's hitting a key or a mouse click 5 times every second. It's a high level of skill, and no click goes to waste. Everything is intentional and allows him to outcompete his opponent. Of course, there's strategy. They're people that commit their lives to playing these games, and they're able to play at a level that we can't because we have real jobs, right? If you're a pro player, you can play 8 to 10 hours a day and support yourself. In the current ecosystem we have, I don't know, I would love to go home and play 12 hours of StarCraft 2, but I can't. These guys can, and as a result, they're able to understand the game on this level that I will never be able to. And of course, the competition. You want to feel like you're part of this crowd, part of this audience that loves these guys, that roots for them, that hates players because they're bad-mannered. But you want to have something to cheer for. You follow these people, you follow their stories, you follow them from event to event, you try to get their autograph, and they're role models in our case. And of course, there are massive incentives. Prize pools have gone crazy in the last year. You look at Call of Duty Black Ops at COD XP, $1 million in prizing for a two-day event. Battlefield 3 announced a $1.6 million tournament this year. Dota 2 had a $1.7 million prize pool in beta at Gamescom. In beta. Game's not even out yet. League of Legends announced a $5 million prize pool in 2012. I don't know about you guys, but I started playing League of Legends pretty recently. And there's this entire ecosystem around it. And I'll again, talk about sports. So there are teams. I'm from New Orleans, so I naturally root for the Saints. Whatever. In StarCraft 2, there's Team Liquid, right? A single discipline team. They just play StarCraft 2. But you've got cross-disciplinary teams as well, like EG. They've got Counter-Strike, Dota 2, StarCraft 2. So it's a little bit different. You've got commentators. You've got John Madden for the NFL. You've got Hussey StarCraft. You've got dual commentators, Marv Albert and Steve Kerr. You've got Tasteless and Artosis. And speaking of Marv Albert, he's a cross-disciplinary caster. He does NBA, NFL, NHL. He does everything. You've got folks like DJ Wheat, who can pretty much cast any game out there. You've got players, and you've got their stories. This is my cousin. He's been at the forefront of the media these days, although now that he's injured, I don't know, maybe he's not my cousin anymore. And then you've got heroes. So when does this become mainstream? How many people play football? All right, when's the last time? There's one guy in the back. When's the last time you played a real game of football as the official rules of the NFL? 7 years ago, right. All right, so NFL. 111 million people watched the Super Bowl in 2012. Okay, that's a pretty high bar. It's going to take us a while to get there. But drill down. 2.1 million people watched the Super Bowl online in 2012. That's a much easier goal. You look at Major League Soccer. They launched on March 12th this year to 86,000 viewers. Intel Extreme Masters at CBIT, 267,000 concurrent viewer peak. That's a little bigger than Major League Soccer. And in total, 3 million people watched the Intel Extreme Masters at CBIT. You look at MLG. The finals in Providence, 241,000 viewer peak. 216 million minutes watched. And that's an average of 14.9 hours per viewer. It's crazy. People are sitting there for an entire weekend consuming StarCraft, Call of Duty, Halo content. Now you look at distribution, cable television. I don't know about you guys, I have Comcast in San Francisco. I've got about 1,000 channels, of which I watch maybe 4, if I'm lucky. Twitch TV, at any given moment, there are over 1,500 channels live and a total of 125,000 monthly active channels. The main difference between cable and online distribution is you can just start up your own channel and you don't have to try to get primetime programming. You don't have to be slotted in between 2.5 Men and Jersey Shore. You can just start streaming and you're up and people can tune in and watch. And talk about mainstream. Here's your average bar. People usually go to bars to watch sports. That's StarCraft. And this happens all over the world. By our counts, every single weekend there's a major event. There are hundreds of bars hosting barcrafts. And it's starting to get coverage in the mainstream media. The Wall Street Journal's writing about it. SF Chronicle's writing about it. People are really picking up this concept that people are watching games. Aren't they supposed to play games? No, people are actually starting to watch games. And even my own mother found an article and was like, what are you doing over there at Twitch? Do you watch games all day? Like, at least play them. So, in summary, video games are much more than solo entertainment these days. It's not just about playing the games now, it's about consuming them as media. You're watching for skill, strategy, and competition, much as you would watch sports or other entertainment. And multiplayer games really are where the magic is. Everything from StarCraft 2 to Counter-Strike to Tribes, it's all about multiplayer. And the key difference, though, is that it has to be easy to spectate. But long story short, millions of people watching games equals spectator entertainment. I think we're pretty much there. Again, it's not just about esports. People are watching all types of video gameplay content, live, VOD, and it's constantly growing. So now we'll open it up for Q&A. There's a mic here if anybody wants to queue up.
Hello.
Sir?
So I have a question for the panel. Recently, Guild Wars 2 has been announced as they're pushing for an esport aspect to it, but they've also announced that they're not launching with a spectator mode. And there's been a question in the community as to whether that is going to kill the potential esport viability of it. And other people point to League of Legends and say, it didn't start with a spectator mode, but look how popular it is today. What do you guys think? Is League of Legends the exception to the rule, or does it prove that that's viable?
Sure. Marcus,
Yeah, I mean, League of Legends, I'm glad you brought it up because that is the exception to the rule, right? Because everyone said, well, you have to have a spectator mode if you want to actually be a competitive game. So I guess with that being said, I think that there's hope. I mean, let's remember, Guild Wars didn't originally have a spectator client either. It took quite a while before it was actually implemented into the game by ArenaNet. And so I believe due to the success of that, even though it was limited, they have it in their plans. Whereas I feel like Riot was almost pressured into it and maybe wasn't quite ready to do that. Of course, they've done amazing things with that for sure. But I'm not quite sure that you can say that it could kill it yet. One thing, and actually I would love to do a reverse, role reversal here and ask these guys a question, because I wonder if there's ever any pushback from the developers to say, well, if people are streaming, why do we need a spectator mode anyway? But in actuality, of course, to conduct a tournament, you would need that spectator mode. So Bart, what do you guys think? Do you ever get pushback because someone says, well, gosh, if they're going to stream on Twitch, why do we even need a spectator mode?
Yeah, we got pushback until we capped 1,000 on a stream. And I sent out an email to, my VP and my senior management, and they were like, okay, yeah, this is for real. I mean, I got them to put in, I basically, started just bribing programmers to give me features, right? I mean, it was no UI support. I mean, the guys are around from the beginning of Tribes, and it'll be the same way with Smite, I imagine. I mean, they really see the value now. They're probably going to start pumping it out with our next title. But with Tribes, I mean, it was literally like you had, basically an invisible Shrike, an invisible plane to fly around in. It was really, I mean, it was really that stripped down. And you had the console printing to the screen. And then, we put together a match, and all of a sudden, they're looking at it and they're like, wow, we have more people watching the game than playing. And then all of a sudden it's like, okay, next week I'm in a meeting around, I need a list of requirements, we need, so yes, to answer your question, yes, there is pushback initially because it goes back to what we were talking about earlier around it's very hard to demonstrate return on investment. And especially in a studio like mine where we're very, very agile and very small, and we don't have a publisher, and we set all our own deadlines, and we patch every week, doing something that's an arc that takes more than 1 week is very challenging for a studio like mine because, it's all about moving forward and progression is part of what our value proposition, I guess, is for the game around that kind of a very, very fast development cycle. Do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah. Initially I worked for DICE, and I worked on the Battlefield franchise. So I worked at a big studio, now I work for Paradox, and we're a much smaller group. And so we have different challenges, but it always comes down to priorities. And it's very hard sometimes to get spectator and to have it be seen as a priority because the priority is typically going to go to the end user who's bought the game and playing it. You have to kind of live up to their expectations first, fortunately or unfortunately. So when we're actually developing the game, it is very easy to go, okay, we have this deadline and we have to get everything done and we only have so much time. So, naturally, what are the first things that are going to be cut? It would unfortunately be something like a spectator mode, and that does typically happen. And you have a lot of guys that are pushing for features because they want to push and drive the gameplay experience. So they're more focused on the end user.
have one more thing I wanted to add to that is that around spectator mode is that I think part of the reason why it gets pushed back really often is the same reason that you see marketing dollars being reallocated in companies when things are going wrong. It's very, very similar if you think about it, that spectator is almost entirely new user outreach in the beginning. There, you know, when you have a game that's burgeoning or starting like Tribes was when we were starting on it, it's like, well, this is kind of a marketing function more than anything. You want people to be able to shout, like, you know, kind of my studio took a little bit of convincing, a little bit of like, you know, look here, we're spending X, let's spend 1/10 of X and let's develop this spectator mode and let's see if we get that return. And you know, with Twitch and you know, and using kind of affiliate programs and being able to really see referrals coming in from streamers, it makes it much, much different than kind of this, you know, back in the days you were talking about, you know, with HLTV and that kind of stuff. You know, it's like where there is no really demonstratable value except for that you had 7,000 people show up to the live event. You know, so I think that's an interesting thing for me thinking about it now. Something I just, you know, when you said that, I was like, you know, it really is almost like a piece of marketing or advertising to develop spectator early in development.
Sir?
Well, jumping right off that, this is a question for Gordon. You mentioned that features adding to the watchability of your new game are being added now late in the development and past launch. If you could go back and add these sorts of things earlier in development, what kinds of steps would you have liked to have taken?
I would like to make it easier for an end user to actually stream their personal gaming. And of course, spectator mode and those things for people who are professionally hosting a channel, or they have a lot of followers who listen to them, and you know, they're coming up as commentators, or they're already existing high-profile commentators. You know, those tools are quite easy. But I would like to see, just for an everyday user who might find stardom in this and might be able to gather quite a large following, and it, you know, might be just for personal gratification, or maybe they want it to turn into something professional, but providing tools for more people so that it is you know, easier for these people to jump into this and play around with it and see what they can make out of it.
Thanks a lot.
Yep.
Hi guys. First of all, I wanted to say thank you for all of the endless hours of entertainment you provided me, whether it be through games, whether it be through commentary, or the access to content that you've given us. I think everyone appreciates that. But my question is as follows. As you guys have said, year over year, the spectator community keeps growing and growing, and companies like Twitch are becoming more and more profitable. I mean, a lot of streamers are actually now even starting to make their living off of advertisements and doing streams and things like that. Now, the problem is that in a lot of EULAs for games, if you read them, they have things like public performance laws written into them, similar to what music and movies do. Obviously, companies like Blizzard and Hi-Rez and things like that don't have a vested interest in enforcing those EULAs because they make a lot of money off of the streaming, off of the tournaments, things like that. But I guess my concern comes in that as time goes on and this becomes more and more profitable, some smaller studios might start seeing dollar signs and want to do more licensing systems like the RIAA and the MPAA do. Do you see that as becoming a problem in allowing an audience to access this content? Or do you think that the precedent set so far will be enough of a backlash to keep it kind of as it is now?
Sure. I mean, I think the current precedent is that most developers understand that it's free community marketing, right? You really want this for most of your game titles, and most of them are really happy that it's happening. In the future, could that happen? I think so, right? Some people might want to try to profit from this behavior. I don't know that it's bad, though, right? Because you actually that means they're working more closely. That means they're thinking about it on such a deep level that they're bothering to go through the trouble of trying to enforce something like that. So, to be quick, just because we don't have too much time, I think really if it does get to that, which I'm not sure that it will, but if it does get there, I think it's actually good. And it's almost like, it's actually a better sign than not if they do try to do that, in my opinion.
I almost think since it's on the internet, it's almost a good thing because we've seen the power of the backlash of the internet as well.
Right.
So
Right.
I think bigger companies are a little gun shy now. They've seen the results of doing something in a very negative light to the community, and when they rally together, watch out.
Yeah, I think if I would project, I would say it would come more along the lines of very much like the freemium model, where you have a spectator client that's built into the game that allows you to stream. However, if you pay $10, maybe a monthly cost or something, you get direct in-game integration to Twitch. Or you can log into your streaming account from the game, and you can push directly from there. You don't have to be logged into XSplit to stream it. You have that kind of functionality built in if you buy in. That would be, if I was to be a futurist, I would say that would be my guess as to where that thing would move. Like specifically StarCraft, I could really see it taking off there, where you have these premium streamers that have these extra features that they buy into.
I almost would project you would see sponsorship. So if somebody is that successful, I say bigger companies wanting to team up with them and see how they can make it even bigger. And then of course they want money. Whenever the pot gets big enough, everybody's coming after it. Like when you win the lottery, then you have cousins that come out of nowhere that you never knew about existed. So.
All right, thanks so much, guys.
Thank you. Great question, by the way.
I find that for games in general, like the accessibility, like for StarCraft and for especially fighting games, is extremely important in like just getting people to watch these games. But when you have things like the freemium, like with League, like I could play to the same level as the people in League, but I have to grind for however many hours just so I can use the exact same abilities. And the same thing is for Tribes. I have to unlock these things. How do you feel that, especially Bart, how do you feel that this accessibility is either harming like the competition in general and for the viewership?
Kind of have that Vorpal blade, right, where you have someone can hop right in right away and get in and become an advocate and a user for their next 5 years, right? But you also, like you're saying, you do have that barrier to entry as well when it comes to making that leap. So part of that for me, in terms of managing that, is making the process to move from being an enthusiast to a professional as horizontal as possible. So that is something that I really like to. I really like to look at. League of Legends obviously is the 10,000-pound gorilla in this conversation. I mean, they run a freemium model, and yet they still are able to hook people deep enough that they don't even think about it till they hit 30, right? You're like, you hit 30, you have all your rune pages, and you're like, oh yeah, I think I'm pretty good at this game. I'm going to try to join a team. I'm going to try to go do this and that. And part of that is, specifically with League, you have, with ESL, with them, I mean, they have such a direct path to go all the way up the chain, and that's something that's really important to me for Tribes as well, and I think that really helps with the freemium model. Now, of course, you also have to offer people avenues that want to get right there in a freemium model to just straight buy it out, right? I mean, it's the whole pay to win versus pay to play versus pay for convenience conversation is very, very, it's kind of like a powder keg, but I think with where we see it moving, you have games that have done a very much pay-to-win structure. A lot of the kind of like big successful titles will come out with a free-to-play version that, like you got to buy hit indicators, stuff like that, where it's like, oh man, how that's not really very fair. So like I know, like our philosophy is that we'll never sell anything that only for money that has any kind of impact on gameplay. It'll only be cosmetic, and I think that that's like a really, really strong precedent that Riot set. I'm really happy that they paved that I wasn't trying to fight my company on it. I mean, not that they have that kind of predatory instinct around that, but when you look at it as a manager of a studio, and you can really increase your profits by 30% realistically for the people that just want that, they want to be one and done, and they want to buy that crazy weapon and blow someone up. It's kind of a very fine line to walk, but I think that you can do it well, especially if the game is good enough that people want to play it. When the grindy becomes something that you just have fun playing the game, and then you realize, oh great, side effect is that now I get a new weapon, that's a lot more powerful, or a new champion for League of Legends, right? That's a lot more powerful than saying, I just bought this because I thought it was neato, and I blew someone up with it because it was overpowered.
All right, thank you. Also, how do you feel about Spooky leaving Kappa?
I miss Spooky. I love Spooky. I hope he comes back.
All right, I have a two-part question that has to deal with a little bit with advertising. So DJ Wheat spoke a little bit earlier about having access to a global audience, but you also have access to a very specific audience, and you have users' browsers and things like that, and you can understand a little bit more about the people watching. How does that affect how you pitch advertisers? And then also, second part, What's your biggest challenge for bringing on those big names to watch Twitch?
Big names.
Big brands.
Big brands,
like
sure.
Ford or
So it's a lot about an audience sell, right? It's for us, it's this great 18 to 34 hardcore gaming audience. One big concern we run into with non-endemics is it safe? And by and large, it is. It's great content. It is user-generated content, which is always a fear, and it's live. But the fact is, we have all this great anchor content, whether it's tournaments that people want to sponsor or individual players. There's plenty of great examples out there of brand-safe environments for advertisers to jump on board. So, sorry, did I? Was
yeah,
it?
Totally.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You mentioned earlier sponsorship, and that's a concept that goes very, very hand in hand with spectatorship and pro gaming. Where do you feel the future of gaming sponsorship is headed right now? I guess it's sort of mostly hardware and gaming-related apparel, some drink companies and whatnot. Do you feel like towards the future, more mainstream products and whatnot more mainstream brands and products will be attracted to gaming sponsorship as gaming grows, or gaming can reach out to those? Where do you see that's headed?
Sure, absolutely. I mean, you look here, right? PAX is a gaming convention, and you've got Chevys all over the floor. Chevys outside, right? That's a pretty mainstream brand. You've got Red Bull, who's running their own LAN series now. So all these, we call non-endemic sponsors, non-game developers, non-hardware and peripheral companies that are really starting to understand the audience a little bit. I mean, as you gain that momentum, as you sort of like how X Games was able to grow and get those sponsors, that's how it happens. Is people start to see it. People that work at these companies start to see what this content looks like, what the audience is like, and they start to understand, like, these are actually guys. This is my core audience. This is who I'm trying to sell my cars to. This is who I want to to go to my fast food restaurant. Like, this is how they start to see, and that's why the emphasis is on, like, how does this go mainstream? Because only when it does is when those bigger companies do jump on board.
Well, you had that Call of Duty branded Jeep.
Right.
As well. I mean, I was pretty stunned by that. And I heard this recent, the average age of a gamer is 37, which makes me feel really good because that's how old I am. So I'm glad I'm average and I'm not over average in age yet. But with that, there's it's just a huge amount of people who play games now. My father, who's 60, loves first-person shooters, so he was ecstatic when I got into this industry. But it's like you have such a broad range. I think it will begin to appeal to the bigger, the blue chip collar kind of companies, sort of Target and those guys who have the NASCAR. I think is a perfect example where that went mainstream, and I don't see it not going there if it keeps up with the pace that we're going at now.
And actually, we're behind. I mean, maybe Robert can talk a little bit about it, but Korea has had airlines sponsoring their tournaments. I've seen Korean players on a Korean bag of Doritos. I mean, it's.
Yeah, that's correct. The biggest companies in Korea do already sponsor players and teams, and actually, it's growing very quickly. So I believe that with the growth of the industry in the West, that will also you will see the same thing here as well.
So there's a corollary.
We're seeing it now.
Oh.
So Doritos is the new Wheaties.
Absolutely.
I think
I'd be
I would
okay with that.
add something in real quick to the end of that. I think that for the consumer level, so for the players specifically, becoming sponsored by some kind of, Fortune 500 company, right? And one of the things that I learned talking to Robert we were talking last night, kind of preparing for the panel, talking about how in Korea that it's a much different kind of game when it comes to, broadcasting StarCraft because it's table stakes. Knowledge of the game, knowledge of the opening, knowledge of the players, knowledge of their strats, knowledge of the races is just, just know that. So as here people become more familiar with the games and, you start seeing games really rising to the top like League and StarCraft and Tribes, you'll see, I think that as the game becomes more known, it then becomes more about the players, right? As you're able to kind of move past the game, you're able to get to the players, start building personalities. That's something I think was very important for, competitive gaming.
Cool. As a corollary, I don't know, I may be taking too much time, but do you guys foresee anything or any of that potentially being dangerous to gaming, dangerous to the gaming community? The news item that came to mind recently, many of you may have found out, I think you're already guessing, through the PA report. A well-known label has reached out to the fighting game community. I mean, thoughts? Or
Go ahead.
Sure, sure. Good question. So, is it bad for the overall community? I don't know, right? I think if people want to get whatever sponsors they want to get, I think it is in their right to do so. However, it does affect how other brands look at the space, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you have a slightly unsavory brand that sponsors a big tournament, chances are you're not going to get any other brands. And it's not something we want to condone really at Twitch, but it's up to the community to decide what they want to do. How they want to brand their community, what direction they want to take their communities in. But I think by and large, there's enough content out there, there are enough games out there, and enough tournaments and events and teams out there that there's plenty of opportunity for brands to get involved.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
How you doing today? With normal sports like football, basketball, baseball, rules for those sports have been like, once it was created, it was set in stone. They haven't changed recently. But with games, they change almost on a weekly basis with patches like Street Fighter 2, 3, 4 going through different iterations. Do you think it's a blessing or a curse that esports moves a lot faster and is always constantly changing?
I think it speaks more to those generations. I think it does move at a fast pace. And there actually have been changes in traditional sports, though they're maybe smaller and it's not as significant. But, there are different things that those have modified based on,
Instant
the
replay.
changing in technology and the changing in the behavior of the viewers. I think viewers have had a huge impact. They want faster pace, and they've done things in the sports to increase that. And the 3-point line I think changed in basketball not too long ago. So the distance for that, because players were just scoring too much, so they had to kind of modify that and adapt to where people have taken it. Because when you have so many people playing that sport, also you have people that are just taking it to the next level progressively and naturally.
Two-line passing in hockey is a perfect example of making a sport that's been very static for a while faster, and that's why they did it. So that was 5 years ago, probably 6 years ago. I'm not a huge hockey fan, but
I just want to throw out there that there's actually more similarities in the games of today that are played competitively than there are differences. Like, for example, how many lanes are in MOBA? Right? Always 3. How many, how does StarCraft work? It works with resources and army and supply, just like Warcraft did, just like Command and Conquer did, just like, there's a lot of similarities. So, to me, I think it's more a benefit, right? Because what happens when these gamers start transcending to the next game? Take a look at OGS Nada. Take a look at Slayer's Boxer. They may not be doing so amazing now in StarCraft 2, but they're drawing and drumming up more interest because of their legacy that they had in Brood War. First-person shooters, I would say, are probably the one that have the biggest discrepancies because you either have realistic weapons or you have rocket launchers, right? So that's kind of that's in my eyes, that's the hardest one is the
All right,
first-person
guys.
shooters.
Unfortunately, we've run up against our time window. Thanks to everybody for coming.
Great. Can you all hear me? Thank you guys. I appreciate that. We were going to be an extra credits panel, but apparently I'm the only one here. And the reason for that is, unfortunately, Dan is crunching over at Pixar. And as many of you guys may have heard, Allison was working on the Warhammer 40k MMO, and of the 180 jobs they just cut, one of those was hers. So, yeah, such it is. So it's just me today. I am probably in the same state as many eaten or slept. I've been running around all day. So we'll see how this goes. But I've luckily seen a lot of my friends in the audience, so this probably will end up being extra credits and friends. Anybody who knows me who's sitting out in the audience, I'm going to warn you now that if people ask any question that I think you can answer so I don't have to, I'm just going to call you up. All right, so on that note, there's lots I could say, but really the intention was to give you all an opportunity to ask us any questions you guys had about game development, about the show, about anything really. So feel free. Do we have a mic set up for people to line up behind and start asking questions? Do we have one? Am I holding on to it? That would be not very good. Well, I will continue to say words while that's getting handled. But I hope you guys are all having a fantastic PAX. I'm shocked that there are this many of you guys here to see this. Oh, I know what I can do. I can tell you guys all about the Extra Credits Indie Fund. Which many of you guys probably gave dollars to. Truth be told, over the last 6 months, my life has been insane, and so it's taken longer than it should have. But we finally got all the legal work done. Somehow it proved harder to start a publisher than to say, we're starting a publisher. So we finally got all the legal work done. We've got all the contracts in place. We're starting to look at things. We're going to take it as slowly as we need to, because the thing that I'm terrified about is I've been on the other side of that equation a lot, but I've never worked as a publisher. And I'm terrified of squandering any of the dollars that you guys gave to us. So we're going to find projects that we believe are actually going to ship and can ship on the amount of dollars that we have. That's also why we weren't going to take any more money, or some of you guys have asked, why don't you do another Rocket Hub? We will once we actually launch some games under that title. But it's ready to go. We should put an episode out about it sometime in the nearest future when I get time to write it. But yeah, I'm sorry to all you guys that it's been a year since you put dollars into that, and all we've done has been behind the scenes getting contracts drafted, which is not very fun. All right, so do we have, looks like we have a mic. Anybody who wants to come up, form a lineup here, and we'll just see where this goes. This is going to be interesting. All right, yeah, shoot, go for it.
Okay, it's working. All right, it's a bit of a question, but I was at the Rooster Teeth panel this morning, and at that time, there was a gentleman who came up and gave the panel lemons.
Oh, God.
Yes. Well, no, but the fact is...
How good is your aim, sir? How good is your aim?
This is one of the lemons that was handed out to the panel, who decided they had other things they wanted to do and didn't want the lemon, but it's in pristine condition. It's still fresh and smells very nicely. And I was wondering if you would like a lemon.
I would love a lemon.
One thing, don't mind the little black spots on it. The guy who handed it out had his Twitter account on it, but I figured you didn't need that, so I just kind of rubbed it off.
Fascinating. I will grant you, sir, that is not how I expected this panel to begin. Well done.
Hi, James.
Hey, how you doing?
I have no fruit for you, but a question from earlier.
Next.
A question from the education through play that I didn't get to ask you then.
All right.
Okay.
In fact, I'm seeing one of the panelists right here up front from the education to play. Come on up, and if you're better at answering this than I am, you are welcome to this mic. So yeah, shoot.
Okay, so you raised a problem with the gamification of education, which is that there's no really metric for games. And I think that the current metric we have for our education system is really one of the major problems, the fact that it creates this disconnect between what we're learning and what our grades are. And so the goal becomes getting the grades instead of learning. So how do you create a metric that isn't the goal? Like, if we created a metric for games, then wouldn't people just want to fulfill that metric and then skate through it the same way we do now?
That is a fantastic question. And while I think of a fantastic answer, I'm going to hand the mic.
So what metric would you give for having shipped a game, for example? I mean, you can measure the sales of it, but you wouldn't give someone an A or a B in game design. They've actually made something, and it's creative and unique and is the ultimate kind of credential. So one way of doing it is project-based learning. And if you make the goal of game education and using games education that you get to create your own game, to earn a right to be on the real artist's ship, like a literal metaphorical pirate ship. It's what we have one in Koja. We have a literal pirate ship called the real artist ship. Creating things like that, like, you know, Lydia from Minecraft has people who are creating mods, and those mods have thousands of players, and one of those mods was so big that Minecraft acquired it, called Bucket. How would you give a metric for that? So I would say that's one way. It's just to get rid of the grade as the premise.
So there wouldn't even really be a metric so much as you've learned it, you've made the game, you're part of it.
Your metric is you are the creator of this unique thing, which there's no measure for.
All right, thanks.
That was fantastic, actually. The short of it is for me, by the way, that I hope the metric eventually becomes, can you pass it on, right? If we're doing it through games, as you had mentioned, and game creation, can you take that knowledge that you've gotten and pass it on to the next generation, the people coming up right underneath you in school, in college, wherever you may be? And by the way, I'm totally going to do a plug for you guys. I don't know if you saw the shirt he was wearing, but Code Hero is totally awesome, and you should all check it out. It's exactly this, right? It's education through games done in a way that, unlike our standard interactive flashcards, doesn't suck. All right, but yeah, shoot.
All right, just another short addendum to the teaching through technology thing. Had you ever heard of the logo programming language?
Oh yes, I love that term.
Sort of a history lesson on like teaching people with computers in a way, and probably something good to know if you're looking into that. Just wanted to comment on it and see what you would think.
Oh yeah, no, logo was fantastic. It's actually how I learned back when I was, 8? But that and hypercard stacks taught me everything I needed to know about push and pop. So, no, that's great. Thank you. All right.
All right. This is a kind of personal question. It's, well, for me.
All right. Go ahead.
I'm hoping to get into the game design, and I don't really know how to get there. In exactly what position I want to hold. It's kind of like, I would say game designer, but that just sounds silly, naive. At least for me. So I'm studying currently computer science, and I'm wondering if I should instead get like a different major in maybe anthropology or something. I don't know.
Well, I will confess that my route, I actually got a classics degree. There wasn't really education in game making at the time. But don't in any way abandon the dream of being a designer, because it's totally feasible, especially today in an industry where we have all sorts of new distribution methods, where independent games are actually viable. For me, I would say that the thing I would caution you against is don't study computer science to get into the games industry as a programmer when what you really want to be is a designer. Study the thing that you love, right? And design covers a lot of fields. So don't feel restricted in that. Don't feel like you have to go to a standard game design school to learn it either. I'm a huge proponent of DigiPen. I think that it's one of the best game design schools out there. But there's a lot to be said for traditional education as well. Once you're there, try and get an internship as soon as you possibly can in college. Just each summer, try and apply to places. After you've gotten an internship, or even if you haven't, go to GDC every year. Go meet people, because the problem with our industry is that there's not there's not a good way to sort a good designer from a bad designer through a piece of paper, right? Especially when you're a junior designer, you have nothing on your resume. And the best way to sort of separate yourself out is to go to GDC, get some FaceTime with people who could possibly hire who are in the industry, and get a card from them, right? And mail them so your resume doesn't go into the students stack, but gets put in a different pile. So that would be my recommendations.
All right, thank you.
Hey.
So I've been in a few classes recently where we've talked about what is a game, what defines a game. And it's kind of made me hate the term because I feel like it limits us, and we have all these preconceived notions of, oh, this should be a game, and this is, a piece of artwork, blah, blah, blah. And so I guess I'm wondering, do you think that it's useful to call what we do games, or do you think it would be better just to kind of throw that away and just make something that is fun or something that is engaging or emotionally connecting?
I prefer the term interactive experience just because of the baggage that games come with. I think that there's a lot of silly semantic debate that just holds us back over what is a game. Does it have to have a win condition to be a game? Do I care? Is it good? Do I learn something from it? Awesome, done. I think that interactivity is the core of our medium, and so that's the one place that we can't abandon. But beyond that, I mean, I think that everything from the conversation we're having right now to what you play on your Xbox is a game. So,
Okay, we've never done this before. I like your hair.
Thank you. I like your.
Yeah. Hopefully, I'll get an iPad out of this. But, I actually have two completely unrelated questions. Should I just pick one of them?
No, shoot.
Okay.
I'll pick one.
The first, the more serious one is that I was wondering. I've gotten a bachelor's degree in art, and having done so, this was before I'd really even thought about the idea of going to school for game design or anything like that. And from what I can tell, there's nothing for game schooling that's not a bachelor's. There's no master's that I've been able to see, or maybe I just haven't been looking hard enough.
So I teach the master's at DigiPen. There's a master's at USC that's really good, and there's a master's at Carnegie Mellon that's actually pretty good.
Okay.
Not specifically in art, but in just game development.
Okay, cool. That pretty much actually was the question there.
All right, and question two?
So question two is actually more fun. And I wanted to say that I just started watching your show very recently. I got hooked on it when you were doing the three-parter on RPGs, Western versus JRPGs. I loved the whole thing, showed it to my friends and everything. At the end of it, you were talking about how if you want to encourage blah, this, give them some money. That was the big thing, when they do something good. I was wondering if I throw a few titles of RPGs, JRPGs I've enjoyed in the past, if you could recommend some games for me to throw money at.
Wow. I should charge for endorsements. So, all right, let's play this game. Go for
Okay.
it.
I would say probably if I were to say my four ones that are my favorites of all time would probably be Paper Mario, Thousand Year Door. Right, yes, absolutely. Chrono Trigger. The very original, absolute original Final Fantasy. Love the heck out of that one. And crap, there's one other one I'm forgetting.
That was real good. I like that one.
Okay, I think I'm going to have to run with those ones because I can't remember what the fourth one. I'll just throw the original Paper Mario in there as well because that was awesome too.
All right, so lots of Paper Mario.
I love Paper Mario.
Paper Mario's pretty great.
I know.
But I would say for more modern stuff, I would go with Radiant Historia for things like the Chrono series. Not quite Chrono, but very little is. And then I would say, people are going to disagree with this, but I would say The World Ends With You because I love the interactive system.
I have heard great things about that one.
It's a great game. I would say try it. It's a little bit more core than Paper Mario, but again, it has a much more fluid and interactive system for the fighting than your standard menu selection JRPG.
Okay.
All right, awesome.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Way too short for this. This one may have been answered somewhere else or in another particular
place like maybe the forums or something like that that I just don't see. But how did this whole, it's a much simpler question, how did this whole thing sort of come together? Like give me an origin story. It doesn't have to be in panels or anything, but...
All right, so the origin is this. Have a bunch of you guys heard this story? No. Okay, we got a couple of you guys, but not really. All right, so how Extra Credits came together. I used to write for pretty much every industry-facing publication there was, for Gamma Sutra, for Edge, that sort of thing. But for a really long time, I wanted to talk to the consumer because you guys are what matters. And I just couldn't figure out, I didn't have a venue to do it. I didn't know how to do it. And I've been trying, I've been thinking about it. And then one day, I'm sitting at Activision, and I'm at lunch checking my email, and I get this email from a kid at Savannah College of Art and Design being like, how do you pronounce your last name? Because I'm going to try and make a video for my final presentation off one of your articles. And I was like, here you go, it's Portnow, and you want to send that to me when you're done? I would love to see it. I was just really curious. And I just, my jaw dropped when I saw it. I was like, this is it. You've got it. This is how you actually talk to people rather than the esoteric industry. And so that's how Extra Credits began. And for all of you guys, the reason that Dan's voice sounds the way it does, that original project that he was working on, because it was Savannah College of Art and Design and its animations, they're rigorous about their lengths of time, had to be 10 minutes exactly to the second. He finished it. It was like 10 minutes and 20 seconds. And this is college, so clearly it's 3 a.m. the day before. So of course it got sped up, and that's been his voice ever since.
Thank you.
Hey, James. I'm curious if you, Allison, and Dan have ever thought about making a game, even just like, you know, joking around, like, hey, what if there was a game that was like Paper Mario but better? And if so, what it is like, or what it would be like.
We've talked about it a lot, but honestly, when we decided to do the Indie Fund, we sort of made that choice. I'd rather enable a lot of you guys to make great games, right? Like I'd rather see more, it's the same reason I teach, right? Like I'd rather enable more people to make more great games than do one piece myself, right? And so it may happen someday, but I can't imagine ever thinking, well, I could spend $100,000 making a game, or I could give 5 young, hungry teams $20,000 and see if we get 2 or 3 great games out of it. So it's always that equation is hard for me. So probably not in the near future.
Thank you.
Sure.
Hi, hello.
Hey.
I have a question on the writing side of the industry, because I know how you break into the films industry if you want to write, and I know how to do it for stories because I've done that. How do you, if you want to be a video game writer, how would you go about that?
Do I got any writing friends in the room? Well, I've not really seen anybody. Oh, I was hoping I had a BioWare friend who was going to show up. Oh, well. So the short of it is, I really wanted someone else to crush dreams. The short of it is, on the writing side, it was impossible to get in at the entry level. There just weren't entry level writing jobs. That's still true for the AAA industry for the most part. But it's not as true for independent games, for iPhone, for Facebook games. And so what I would say is start there. Start writing for these sort of things. Get a resume of games that you've done that are successful, that are known for their writing. Like, make sure you get them reviewed, right? Make sure that TouchGamer or whatever does a little write-up. So that way, if you do want to move to AAA games, you've got that all there. But you're not going to start as a writer in a AAA company because it's just not they don't hire in at junior level unless you've got a published TV show or a movie under your belt or something like that. Foolishly, we hire from outside the industry for those positions.
Yeah, sounds a lot like book writing then. You can't get in at Random House until you've done it somewhere else. So, all right, thank you.
Good luck, though.
Thanks.
So my question from earlier was kind of stolen, asking how everything started. So I guess I'll kind of make a follow-up question to that. How does it feel to have created what could end up being one of the greatest movements in gaming, just being able to get your message out there to so many people? I mean, how does that feel? to know that you've touched that many gamers in such a sincere way. And that it's just growing bigger and bigger and bigger, especially with you starting up a publishing company.
I appreciate it a great deal. I'm not sure exactly how one answers. How does it feel to be awesome?
Well, how does it?
I hadn't thought about it in those terms. Well, honestly, we'll see with the result from all of you guys, right? Like, it's my hope that one of the reasons I started Extra Credits was because nobody's going to let me make better games until consumers demand better games, right? And I think that's sort of on you guys, and I think that you're also, a lot of you guys are the generation that's going to get to make the games that I never got to make. And so we'll see where it goes. Hopefully, my only hope is that it can do some good, right? If we can use the power of this medium for just a few more positive things because this show exists, then yeah, it's worth me being up till 4 a.m. most nights trying to write these things. So thank you.
And thank you.
Yeah.
Hi. Mine's a little darker, but still kind of questionable.
Okay, Avery. Sorry, continue.
This is my first time at PAX, and I loved it, but I also found some of the games downstairs were kind of disappointing. Like, I played Spec Ops, and I quit after 2 minutes because it just seemed like stereotypical generic shooter 2012. But, like, I guess what I'm asking is, do you feel like the gaming industry is running out of ideas, or do you feel like, what do we need to do to make the gaming industry?
To get you up here. That shocks me. Oh no, this is a great question, and I think that some of what you guys are doing. Here, introduce yourself, and I think some of what you guys are doing answers this quite well.
All right, well, thanks. My name's Avery. I'm apparently the guy that James thinks of if someone says darker. That was.
Other than me, like.
I guess that's a good point. I'm pretty lightly dressed today compared to you.
Kind of fits.
My name's Avery. I work at a games company called PopCap. They make really awesome games. I can't take credit for much of it. I get a little bit of input here and there, and then mostly I get other people to play our games and hopefully enjoy them. I can say that...
What about the other PopCap studio? Can you talk about it at all?
I can talk about it a little bit. I don't know a great deal about it. Frankly, we created kind of a side project called Fourth and Battery for some of the ideas that were coming out of PopCap brains that were awesome ideas and would make great games, but they just weren't quite PopCap. They either didn't have the same sort of legs, or they just didn't necessarily embody the exact same design principles. And I'm basically really happy with what they've done. They've released a couple games so far. They've all been free. I think the coolest one was the Make-A-Wish Foundation had a young boy who wanted to design a game. And on their own time, a bunch of my coworkers got together and they put together, this young boy came in and we thought, oh, you know, he's going to come up with an idea like, it should have robots and time travel and guns and be more awesome than everything else by 30%. You know, we were fully expecting this to come out. He had a design document. He had specifications. He'd really done his work. And ultimately, the game Allied Star Police, I still think available for free on iPhone, is the end result of the work of my coworkers and put out under the label Fourth and Battery. I can even say, last week, there was a challenge that was issued by a fake Twitter account called Peter Molyneux. Amazing. He said that, as you said, along very dark lines, the games industry is challenged. We started out, blasting aliens from behind cover, and now 30 years later, we're blasting aliens from behind cover. And it's a comedy account, and a whole bunch of people in 35 cities on 5 continents spent 48 hours each making video games, and now there's more than 300 games based on the preposterous and unworkable game design ideas from this comedy Twitter feed that you can check out at whatwouldmollydo.com.
And actually, some of my students came in and did this, and their game is awesome. So the game is, it's a platformer, right? And it's the Peter Molyneux tweet, oh, I wish there was a game where the tutorial came after the credits. So it's your standard platformer. Think Mario, right? and you play through, and you beat the game, and credits roll, and then it says, you've unlocked the start of the tutorial. And so you open up the tutorial, and it says, your goals, do not hurt your friends or steal their money. It's amazing. But let's actually like form a panel, since it seems like there's actually a lot of you guys here, and I feel weird doing this alone. So can we actually get these mics live? Awesome, great. So I saw you. Let's go. I saw some Loading Ray Run people. Come on up. Woo! Let's see. Minecraft. Do you want to come up? Awesome. All right, so we got some folks from Minecraft. Excellent. Yeah, absolutely. Actually, if you want to even hang out there, I'm happy to give you this one. Or you're able to come up. All right.
We're
Let's
both
see.
Allison.
Oh, as I kill your things. Oh, God. What? Oh, yeah. Like that. Woo! Camera, sir. Here, you be Dan. All right, there we go. Oh, perfect. You're me. This is excellent.
You're also James.
Oh. Oh, do I have a different title on those two? Oh, no. All right, let's see. Are any of the guys from Haunted Temple here? No, nobody from Haunted Temple?
Haunted Temple represent.
I saw some of the guys who were making Dark Meadow. Any of you guys? Oh, yeah, come on up. Come on up. If anybody has any questions about how to make tablet stuff awesome, we got one of those. All right, that looks pretty good for right now. All right, so now the crew's assembled. Now we can do this thing. Question, sir.
All right, so you kind of just stole part of the audience.
If you can't beat them, make them join you.
Okay.
Persuadatron.
All right, so you kind of answered my question and then went off on stealing the audience. So I guess the games you mentioned were free and were, indie games, which I like. I hope most people here. I buy the Humble Bundle. I buy all the indie games. Yeah. But it seems like all the $60 games are like really generic and crappy.
Well, so, everybody on this side of the table is making games which are, insane from a perspective of a couple of years ago.
And this guy.
Oh, yep, and over there. So, who knew we'd be making stuff on a tablet, right? But I think this is all going to trickle up. Right now, the $60 games industry is desperately trying to readjust. You look at EA, you look at THQ, you look at these companies that are really floundering, continuously trying to make acquisitions to do something about the fact that their current business model is actually failing. We're going through a period of transition. During this period, they're going to be as risk-free as they possibly can, and in doing so, actually incur higher risk. But I believe that's going to end hopefully come the next console cycle. And I think that the first console cycle where we start doing day-and-date digital releases with physical products, you're going to see that line between an Xbox Live release being thought of as a small title and a thing on a disc being thought of as a big title. I think that's going to break down. I think that's going to change everything. So hopefully there's hope.
Hopefully.
So my question was sort of along the lines of that. What was the last game that you played or saw where it had a mechanic or it was just so odd or different that you kind of said, why didn't I think of this? Because I could make lots and lots of money.
We are totally going down this whole line. This is going to be awesome.
Perfect.
You get to start.
Oh man, start over there.
I have a great non-answer to that. There's this game by a DigiPen student, and I bet you had something to do with this, that was released, and I forget the name, maybe you remember, but it has this mechanic that I can't tell you. And the review just said, oh my goodness, you have to try this game. I can't believe I didn't think of this. What a brilliant mechanic.
That one was a good one.
Do you know the one that I'm talking about?
Of course I do.
Unfortunately, we can't tell you what it's called, but if you search for we can't tell you what the mechanic is, it's brilliant. And I've told everyone that, and it just spreads like that. So don't give away everything in your game. Like, let there be mystery and tell people not to disclose certain things.
All right, now that he's bought you all time with his non-answer, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I don't even know how to follow up that.
That's good because I'm just going to lurk and be creepy. It's going to be excellent.
I think when I played Swords and Sorcery, it was just to be playing a game on the iPad that kind of like fully immerses you in a game where I'm like sitting in the dark with my headphones on and just the way that you're playing it on the tablet and how just like interactive it is. I think that's something where it's like you're seeing, you know, he's working on iPad games or tablet games, and all of a sudden it's just so different to be playing like right here with my hands, and that would be my game. So.
I guess I'll bring it back to the Molly Jam because I haven't slept since then. We had the opportunity to pitch a bunch of ideas, and one of the other teams came up with a concept, a way to execute on the idea. What if you were, and I'm paraphrasing because I don't remember the exact tweet, what if you were a good person but a psychopath was controlling your arms to shoot everyone around you? And ultimately I was making my own game with the team. But I really kind of wanted that to, in a sense, I wanted that team to fall apart so I could go work on this game. Because the mechanic to me, I thought was brilliant. It's kind of an anti-shooter. So it's called Pathology. I recommend you guys check it out. It's going to take you 3 minutes to download it and 5 minutes to play it. And if anyone can get the good ending, the development team couldn't manage it. But the idea is, they've never actually managed to beat the game themselves, but it's a platformer, you run sideways, left or right, and the entire time your character is shooting, and you have to choose which direction they're shooting, and your objective is either like, okay, well, I've started killing people, I'm going to see how many I can get, or timing things such that by jumping and shooting in opposite directions, you never actually hit anyone with your bullets. And meanwhile, the guy is running along going, oh my God, what's wrong with me? I'm really sorry. Someone please stop me. And then ultimately, at the end of the game, he comes to a cliff and realizes the only way to stop it is to kill himself. Game's called Pathology. It's brilliant. We should have made $1 billion off of it already. The anti-shooter.
And so I'm not supposed to call on you when someone brings up the word dark. I guess I'm standing here, so for me, this is going to sound really weird, but Fingal, if you guys have seen it, Fingal blew my mind. I just had never thought about actually incorporating the sense of touch, the actual sense of touch, like between two human beings, as the fundamental mechanic in a game. Is it good? I can't really answer that. But that one, I was like, that is really something I never would have thought of. And then the other one, if any of you guys have gotten to see at GDC or Indiecade or anywhere where it's been MagFest, I should give more shouts out to MagFest, actually. MagFest is awesome. Johann Sebastian Joust is amazing. And it really gets back to, I mean, it's the best game, oh God, I'm totally going to get destroyed for this, but all right. It is the best game for PlayStation Move. They will never publish it, and it is definitively the best game for PlayStation Move because it gets back and asks the question of how can we take these old playground games that we all love, because fundamentally it's tag, and incorporate all this amazing technology we've built. And so those would be my two. But thoughts?
Wow, yeah, it's a really broad and awesome question. I think, okay, now this is weird. Go with me on this journey. And it's not Journey, even though that's awesome. Okay, so I was playing Draw Something recently, which it's not the first, yeah, it's awesome, but it's not the first game to try and do the visual Pictionary with, with a touch device. What I love about Draw Something is when you get to watch the replay of your drawing and see when the other person guessed it. Mm-hmm. For some reason, I'm fascinated by that. I just really anally watch them and be like, when did they guess it? I did so much more work than I had to do. I really enjoy that.
I see your mic.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So everybody's talking about, I think, fun mechanics and things they enjoy. And one of the things I'm a little obsessed about is how can we make different games? And the industry is focused around money, and we all have to make things that sell. So some of the most interesting things that you guys have discussed, like the Molly Dew and everything, are side projects that people work on. I have never played these games, so maybe it's not qualified for an answer, but they're hard to get a hold of because there's only one of each. A woman named Brenda Brathwaite, if you don't know who she is, get very familiar with her. She's an industry legend. She has a side project called Mechanic is the Message, and she makes games about the Holocaust, about, what was the...
So Train is the Holocaust game, and Train, by the way,
Yeah.
you should just all look up. If you have it, if you don't already know it, it's a brilliant use of mechanic as metaphor that I think really shows we can do more with this medium, and that we can use rules to talk about much deeper things. But yeah, keep going. It's just awesome.
These games will, they've made people cry, they've educated people, they do things that are what the medium should be doing, which is teaching us things and helping us to understand things. She started it all, if I understand this properly, when her daughter came home from school and said, Mommy, we learned about slavery today. And she said, oh, really, what did they teach you? And said, oh, well, they all got this free ride to America on a boat. And she went, well, this is really wrong. So she sat down and she made a game which effectively taught her daughter how awful the journey was to America for these slaves. And it sounds like a horrible thing, like why would I ever want to play that? Well, her daughter learned something that day, and that's like what we really need to be pushing for. So anything Brenda makes.
No pressure.
Follow that.
Sorry.
I'm going to follow it with a game that was at GDC, but I did not play, but I saw it at GDC and went, no, I'm not playing that. It was Deep Sea. It was the game that you play with the mask and your eyes are blacked out and you are playing a gas mask and it's incredibly restrictive and there's no visual input. It's all audio input. And so basically you're going around underwater and trying to ping monsters and you don't know what the monsters look like because there's no visuals, but so you imagine something that's way worse than they could ever possibly render. And that's amazing. And it's cool.
Apparently someone who was trying it after he was done described like this crazy Cthulhu monster that he'd seen in the game, and the developers were like, you know the game's audio only, right?
But I think that's neat. I think just exploring different ways of engaging our imaginations and telling stories in games that aren't necessarily just visually based. But my glib answer is the thing that I'm really digging right now is the character designs of the bears in Tripletown. Because they're so cute, and then you kill them, and then I was talking to the guys at Spry Fox, and they're like, it's a metaphor for colonization. Those are First Nations people. And I'm like... After I introduced my very good First Nations friend Cam to the game, and he really liked it. So, that's a fun story.
Thank you very much. Don't forget to be awesome.
Oh, this is really tall. Cheers! Question isn't really quite as interesting as that last one. It's a development-based question, actually, two-pronged. First one, actually, well, if you take a web perspective on the web industry right now, if you really boil things down, you sort of have like a back-end development process, a front-end design, and then a third sort of area that's a front-end developer that will sort of combine both in like this hybrid area. In not necessarily a AAA sort of ratings, but even in like the indie development series, like is there any sort of hybrid kind of area like that going on, or is it mostly usually pretty well split?
It's a good question. I think probably everybody here does it differently. Do we want to show, what is your development process?
We're figuring that out. We just moved into IGN, Code Heroes, the Kickstarted title, so we're obviously trying not to waste all your money. But our development process is becoming professionalized by asking for mentors. I would say the number one development process is that we ask for mentors to help us figure one out. Jack Bogdan and Keith Fuller, a producer, have been helping us with that. So all I could say is find someone else who's done it to mentor you to make that role for yourself if that's what you want to do, and you don't want to have to pick sides and do only one.
Anybody else? Like, what are you guys' process?
Our development process is, I think like many companies, the best way to describe it is imagine you have to fly from Chicago to California, and they've thrown an incomplete plane up in the air and all the passengers are on board it, and you have to build it while it's flying there. So as you can imagine, there's a lot of different approaches you'd take to save your life to try and keep that plane from crashing, and it's not easy. Really, this industry, as old as it is kind of young because the technology keeps getting reborn every 3 to 5 years. There's a new engine, there's a new hardware, there's a new tablet that, oh my God, that's a new interface, right? How do we make a game for people who touch things instead of use a controller? Maybe you want to stand in front of a camera and jump around like a monkey. These things are giant changes and they completely throw a monkey wrench. So unfortunately, there is really no set process. Every team has their own way of going about doing it. They all have a lot in common, but I don't have enough time to talk about it without stealing the rest of the panel.
And I mean, it's funny because it was exactly the answer I expected to get. Almost all the indie development I've seen, everybody wears a lot of hats, and you are doing what needs to be done to get that first title shipped, right? Professional development is much more like, and I don't mean India's not professional, but I mean AAA development, it's much more akin to the web world where you've sort of got your back end separated out, and you've got very carefully divvied up silos, but really the indie world, like, it is amazing. Well, it's amazing we ship stuff in any of these worlds. But yeah, so unfortunately, I wish we could give you a good answer. It really is build it as you go.
All right, then. That actually kind of leads to my second question. If someone wants to, say, find a mentor or find sort of from a hybrid position, sort of find a way to pick out the right hats to wear, the wonders and magic of the C section aside, what would you say would be the next sort of semi-popular language if someone wants to transition from an HTML and JavaScript, Java, jQuery background to more PC development?
Well, PC development, I mean,
Like,
yeah,
what
go
would you
for it.
say?
If you know JavaScript, you know Unity script, and Unity is a language which I was a web developer who wanted to be a game developer and thought I couldn't do that, and so I put it off year after year, and then I saw Unity allowed me to make the switch. So, and not to plug myself, but Code Hero is a game that teaches you Unity script in an FPS where you shoot code out of a code ray.
Nice. I like this. Glorious. Okay, then.
I think that was a great answer. I mean, for me, it's if you want to be doing the majority of, if you're building your own engine from scratch, it's C++, right? That's where you're going to be going. But otherwise, yeah, there's plenty of scripting languages out there that which, if you're already a web developer, you'll have no problem picking up, which allow you to do a great deal with today's tools. I mean, that's one of the amazing things about being a developer today.
Yeah, tools are pretty good stuff.
Excellent.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you, sir. To all of you who are currently wearing that shirt, you guys are awesome.
No problem. I would have sold my company car if I wouldn't have been fired to give you the money. Anyways, one, you have to tell Allison and Dan for me not to stop being awesome.
All right, I will. They were questioning me. Don't stop.
Two, with the pervasiveness of DLC being added on to add extra stuff to games, do you think that some game developers might take a shortcut and like cut the ending from a game and just decide, oh, we'll make it DLC later?
You're talking about Asura's Wrath, right?
It's slightly sprung from how pissed off I was by Mass Effect 3, yes. But
so
it could become a trend, you know.
How to phrase this without getting myself destroyed? Do I think we'll start selling the ending? No, I'm pretty sure that is going to backfire for Asura's Wrath, the great game that it was. I mean, we're trying to find new ways to monetize, right? Right now, we can't charge more than $6 a box. That's insane. But at the same time, the ballooning budgets of AAA, the competition that we've got right now, development budgets are just going up, right? Like Star Wars was like $750 million. That's madness, right? And so everybody's trying to find new ways to recruit money. The problem is that a lot of the big AAA game companies aren't willing to take the step into some of the more modern monetization methods that you see from the free-to-play space, even from the indie space, right? And so I think that's eventually going to hurt them, but that's why it's happening. And we're going to see a lot of weird and negative experiments in that area for the next couple of years until things sort themselves out.
All right.
Yep.
Also, I texted Dan, and he said that he will indeed not stop being awesome, but only because you asked so nicely.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Have any of you ever heard of the new Google Glass project?
Oh, yes. Oh, I'm looking forward to them so much.
Okay. Have you wondered how that could be incorporated into gaming?
Have I wondered? Have I thought about that a great deal?
He's been wondering that since he was 3 years old.
Well, that's pretty close. I probably read Snow Crash at 4. So are you guys all familiar with the Google Glasses? So for anybody who's not familiar with the Google Glasses, if any of you guys who watched the Terminator, the Terminator vision where you got stuff printing up on the screen, being the inside of the glasses, they're awesome. There are two types. Unfortunately, we use the acronym ARG for two things, right? Augmented reality and alternate reality. But augmented reality games haven't, lived up to their potential so far. You guys have all seen the games where you hold your phone over the world and you get to see ghosts in the world and it looks totally disconnected. I think that as far as games go, your ability to have that constant overlay is going to be one of the avenues that game takes. Like, I think that once those glasses come out and get refined, we're going to see games that really do bleed over into your real world, that are just a skin for the world as we know it. I think that's not the best use of them. I mean, I think it's a great use, but I think that there are a million other uses for science, for technology, for all these things, hopefully that are integrated with games, that you'll be able to use those for, but the possibilities for games are just limitless. The only danger is that we have to start thinking about designing for the real world, right? What happens if there's something that you want to get that I've spawned in the street? Right? Like, right now we can't pinpoint where you are better than 20, 30 feet, right? Like, you've used Google Maps. And so that creates a bunch of awkward problems. But it's going to be very interesting to solve. Have any of you guys looked at the glasses at all? Like, thought about that problem? You have anything you...
Yeah, so Google X is a secret lab, which has become less secret with the announcement of the Glass project. And they are the ones who are hopefully going to help ubiquitize this hardware, along with others who are going to compete with that. But we are initially building a tool to help people build virtual worlds inside the computer. But it's very easy to see that if you're a game developer now, you are an app developer for the world that becomes 3D and now omnipresent. So in the same way that people used to only use 3D for games, and now, like, your dashboard on the Xbox to, like, play movies, that's 3D. And everything is 3D. In the same way, gamification is kind of like jumped out of the credit card points system and sort of threatened to take over our lives. I think that if you're a game developer, you have the same toolkit you need to build these apps, which is 3D programming tools. The only challenge is to, as you put it, to find the markers that allow you to anchor to everything. And once we get the ability to find multiple markers and just tag an entire scene and accurately place things within that, your app can make a leapfrog in quality, but build it now. If you have an augmented reality idea, build it as though the marker technology existed, and just get by on black and white marker stuff for now. You can do it later.
Okay. Before I go,
No cameras, my hands are empty. So I'm working to develop games for students in elementary schools to help them learn concepts in many different ways, one of them being unit-based math. And what I would like to do is to avoid using language or words in the menu systems, because I want the kids to be able to just walk up and say, oh, I want a 1-unit block, boop, and a little square pops up. Do you think it's worthwhile to try and avoid language and words in menu systems? And if you think it's worthwhile, then do you have any suggestions of where I could go to research this further?
So you had an answer you wanted to give?
Yes. I was holding my hand up. Putting words in games is actually a huge mistake, and it comes not from what you think, not from can the person read it, can the person understand it. If you want to reach as many people as possible, you've just reached only the people who can speak English. So what you want to do is you want to go for the most intuitive interface possible. You want to go for icons that suggest sort of an all-culture understanding of what it is. It's really challenging. This is not easy and it's not trivial. Some departments have genius masters, like doctorate degree people who handle this sort of thing. But the biggest problem is as soon as you do it in English, you have to localize it. And that's a huge headache because not only do you have to worry about, okay, well, fine, I'll just use Google Translate. Good luck with that. We've tried it, and you'd be surprised at the wrong answers you come up with that you don't find out until people from Germany start pounding your forum and telling you that there's no way that this is German and they can't understand what the heck your game is saying. So if you can, avoid words, avoid text words, avoid spoken words. If you're doing it for an education thing and you want to reach as many people as possible and you want it to be as intuitive as possible so people can pick it up and immediately understand it, your challenge is how to do that without words.
Right. So do you know of anyone who's done it that you think would be a good example, or?
So I would give Marvel Superhero Squad Online is actually a pretty good, they were aiming at a very young audience, and so they're pretty good. I'm a big fan for just usability in general of looking at Toontown, Disney's old MMO, Do any of you guys have any other thoughts?
Jesse Schell worked on that. And
Yeah.
when I met him, I said, "Did you design Toontown?" Because it had my roommate and his son playing together even after like they were separated, and like that's a really good game to look at.
Okay. Awesome.
All right, so we have about 5 more minutes, and it looks like we have more than 5 more minutes of questions. We'll figure this one out.
Speed round.
All right, go for it.
All right, so I am a student of video game design at a relatively unheard of video game studio. They actually haven't had a graduating class yet. That'll be this year. So basically my question is, with that being said, I know that the job industry in the game industry is difficult, to say the least. So is it more like portfolio based, like the things I've done, or having a school on my resume that nobody's heard of? Is that going to hurt me in any way?
What is it that you're training to do?
Right now, it's just kind of a broad thing. It's just under video game design. I'm looking at specializing in 3D character design, but I haven't quite made that decision yet.
I think honestly, there's no one answer to that, and it's really going to depend on what sort of skill sets you plan on bringing forward. If you're going to do a lot of 3D model design, a portfolio is going to be as important as anything else you could ever present. The answer is that your education, your skills, your portfolio, your resume, your contacts, every one of these is an essential element of landing your first job. And working on indie games, helping out friends, volunteering, getting internships. Every single one of these is an important step, but without knowing specifically what it is that you'd like to do, there's no one answer for all of those different disciplines.
And then one more thing, how much would you recommend like a major at or a master's degree at a bigger prestigious university?
Like the Japan.
So I guess I can field that one real quick. Really, it just buys you 2 more years to find your job. If you want to teach, it's awesome, but past that, don't even worry about it. You're fine. Just make sure your portfolio is strong, make sure you know exactly what you want to do. Go to GDC, get your portfolio out to everyone you can find, and get somebody to say yes. So, yeah. All right,
thank you.
Next, and anybody who wants to, just say an answer, and we'll just take whatever the first answer is and move on. Go for it.
All right, I've been developing my own game for...
All right, done.
I've been developing my own game for the last couple of years, and I've gotten to the point where I'm starting to think about possibilities for distribution, marketing, and all that, and culinary school hasn't really prepared me for that at all. So what would you recommend for someone who really has no connections to the game industry at all?
So what platform? I mean, I would recommend a platform
PC.
that you can self-publish, either being Facebook or iPhone, but if you can't do that, if you go on PC, contact Steam, submit it to all the competitions so you get some notoriety, and then finally, I would say contact the Humble Indie Bundle guys if you're going to have it PC, Mac, and Linux ported. All right, next question.
Okay, easy question time.
What was that? I'm not understanding this symboling. Are you saying you're giving us an extra 20 minutes? Is that what you're saying? All right. All right, so we've got this one. We'll be around. I don't know if you guys will be around, but I'm going to hang around for a little bit to keep answering questions. Oh, yeah, actually, let's do one more, and then we've got a couple announcements, and then we're going to go.
Okay, easy question. Favorite game soundtracks? Go.
Oh, boy, that's a tough question. I can answer first.
Mirror's Edge.
Good one.
And it's not why I'm in a wheelchair, but it's why I'm sad that I'm in a wheelchair.
I'm going to actually say the same game that I said before, because I was just driving with my boyfriend in the mountains and like listening to the soundtrack for Swords and Sorcery, like it was, yeah, it's perfect.
I'm going to go with Chrono Cross.
That's my second favorite.
He did that to steal mine. I was going to go with Chrono Cross or Chrono Trigger.
Well, then I'm going to go with one that holds a special place in my heart, which is Final Fantasy VII. But the soundtrack to F-Zero did help us make a ferry once because it encouraged the driver to go faster.
I've got 2. The first one's not truly the soundtrack. There was a CD that you could mail order in the very first Mortal Kombat that had like 9 amazing techno songs. Johnny Cage is Not Afraid to Die, ever you know it. Amazing. And any Jet Grind soundtrack.
Oh, that was my answer.
Yeah!
Jet Grind soundtracks, but also the soundtrack to Journey is really good.
And I'm also going to give a shout out to Big Giant Circles just released, one of the guys who was working on Mass Effect 2 released his CD of remixes. It's awesome. You should all check that out too. All right, so We're almost done, but I want you guys to announce your panel because
We have a panel. Oh, this is even louder. Yeah, the loading ready, an evening with loading ready run from 10 o'clock is tomorrow night. I know that conflicts with the concerts, we're sorry, but it'll be more of this and some screenings and a bunch of fun stuff, so come and hang out with us in the Manticore Theater, which is like this on the other side.
All right.
It's here? It is here?
Oh, excellent. So just don't leave from now to then.
There's actually one more panel. I'm wearing it. I'm making the Paint the Line card game with Kiko. We were slammed today. Be sure you come down to the booth and play it. We're down in tabletop, and Kiko and I are doing a panel tomorrow at 5 in the Merman Theater downstairs.
I'm actually just going to give a shout out to some friends of mine.
It is in this theater.
It is in this theater.
Thank you, enforcers.
Yes. Enforcers, by the way, everybody thank your enforcers. They're amazing. So my announcement, I would just ask a favor of you guys. Some friends of mine in the indie scene in Seattle have a game down in the independent scene down there. It's called Skulls of the Shogun. You guys should all check it out. All right. Yeah. And tell them I sent you. It'll blow their minds. Anybody else? You guys got announcements? Here's a mic.
Skulls of the Shoguns is so far, as far as I'm aware, the only game development to survive a major flood.
That's true.
And we're in the Kickstarter booth at room 103 along with a lot of other amazing Kickstarter games. And the essence of, being your card-carrying, indie member, come check it out. There's some amazing stuff in there.
All right, thank you guys for coming. This was awesome.